we're going to get ready to call this to order. If we could just get ready for that and settle down. All right, good afternoon, everyone. This is June 30th, 2026, regular meeting of the Santa Barbara City Council. Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Oh, Jesus. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Certainly. Councilmember Friedman.
Here.
Councilmember Santa Maria.
Here.
Councilmember Gutierrez.
Present.
Mayor Rouse.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon.
Here.
Councilmember Harmon.
Here.
And Councilmember Jordan.
Here.
Thank you very much. And we have a ceremonial item to read.
And that is item 1, Parks Make Life Better Month.
Hello, Parks Department. This is a proclamation in Parks Make Life Better Month, July 2026. Whereas Santa Barbara's 60 parks and facilities, including pools and beaches, hiking trails, gardens, playgrounds, picnic areas, a golf course, sports fields and courts, and fitness areas, promote health and wellness in the community, promoting both physical and mental health. Whereas parks and recreation youth programming and education activities, which include summer camps, after-school sports and childcare, swim lessons, help thousands of children grow and learn each year. And whereas Parks and Recreation provides invaluable teen leadership opportunities, including early career job opportunities, the Job Apprentice Program, the Arts Alliance, and the Youth Council. And whereas Parks and Recreation maintains versatile and innovative in facilitating vital services to Santa Barbara through senior services, food distribution, and free programming. And whereas our park and natural areas ensure ecological preservation, passive open space, and provide a place to connect with nature and recreate outdoors. And whereas during July 2026, Parks and Recreation will host events for all ages, including the summer concerts in the Park Series, the Semana Nautica Summer Sports Festival, Santa Barbara's Independence Day celebration, the Arts in the Open Band Shell event series, and the Junior Guards Fiesta Invitational. Now, therefore, I, Randy Rouse, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Santa Barbara, California, do hereby proclaim July 2026 as Parks Make Life Better Month and urge residents to recognize the benefits derived from parks and recreation resources. Congratulations, all of you.
Mayor Rouse, members of City Council, Jill Zachary, Parks and Recreation Director. As you can see, I have with me a number of our staff that represent the diversity of our department. We have groundskeepers, we have arborists, we have aquatic specialists, we have lifeguards, we have recreation program leaders that work in our schools during the year and work in our summer camps during the summer. We've got planners, we've got analysts, we have a whole crew of people that are really dedicated to providing the best parks and recreation services to the city of Santa Barbara. And one thing I'd really like to acknowledge is we're blessed in this town. We're blessed to have the open spaces that we have. In fact, some of the open spaces we have were on the first map in 1853, and they're still open spaces today, including our beloved Alameda Plaza. And we're also blessed because 100 years ago, the foresight of civic leaders such as yourself, as well as philanthropists, set aside land, particularly in our coastal areas, so that we would have free open space in our coast, which you do not find much of south of Santa Barbara. So we're blessed with that. We're working on a master plan, so we're looking forward to the next 30 years while we're still doing what we can today, and that will be coming forward. And some of the work that we've done has allowed us to look at some of the data. We have over 7 million visits in city parks and beaches on an annual basis. And we know that park by park, area by area. That's pretty phenomenal, and it actually really surprised us. The proclamation talks about the fact that we have youth-serving programs. We are often one of the first employers of youth in this town, whether they work in our summer camps, whether they work in recreation after-school programs. Some of them started as campers and worked their way up. And then I think also we have folks that are in our Arts Alliance program, as well as our Youth Apprentice program, that not only got job experience working for the city, but they came to work for the city. They started in Parks and Recreation. We now have them in a number of different departments in full-time roles. A number of them are in our department as well. And so we see ourselves as building the future of Santa Barbara through our families and through the children of our families from across the city. So we serve everybody. Parks Make Life Better Month is actually celebrated throughout California. This year, we have a calendar of events. Tomorrow's July 1st. Summer did start before today. Our first concert in the park is on Thursday. We began our Arts in the Bandshell series last Saturday and Sunday. And I will put these in your office so that you can remind yourself of all the different cool things that you can do for free in Santa Barbara during July. And thank you very much. We're very proud to serve the city of Santa Barbara and our community.
Mr. McAdoo, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Mayor, there's a correction to item 14, and I will just, on the consent calendar, it's a clerical correction to the total expenditure authority amount, which should read $368,193. This is the contract amendment for design services for taxiways E, A3, and A5 for the pavement reconstruction. So when the clerk reads the consent calendar items, we'll just make sure to note that that is no longer $339,130 and will be $368,193. And then additionally, per the protocol changes, we will move pulled consent items before general public comment.
Thank you very much. Very good. And Madam Clerk, do you have some consent items to read?
I do, Mr. Mayor. Item 3, Local Coastal Program Amendment to rezone a portion of Santa Barbara Airport property, ordinance adoption. Recommendation that council adopt by reading of title only. An ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara amending the airport zoning map in Title 29 to rezone a portion of the property located at APN 073-450-003 near 404 Moffett Place from AAOSD3 Aircraft Approach and Operation Coastal Zone to AFSD3 Airport Facilities Coastal Zone. Item 4, adoption of an ordinance introducing a utility easement to Southern California Edison for the installation of electric vehicle charging facilities at the Harbor Main parking lot at 401 Shoreline Drive. Ordinance adoption. Recommendation the council adopt by reading of title only, an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara approving and authorizing the public works director to execute a public utility easement deed to Southern California Edison on city of Santa Barbara property located at the Harbor Main parking lot. Item 5, adoption of ordinance approving a lease agreement with the United States Department of Commerce, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration of the airport. Ordinance adoption agreement. Recommendation the council adopt by reading of title only, an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara approving and authorizing the airport director to execute agreement number 26RPCA061C with United States Department of Commerce, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration for a meteorological monitoring site at the Santa Barbara Airport commencing upon the effective date of the enabling ordinance. Item 6, approval for development and disposition agreements and related agreements for the Paseo Nuevo redevelopment project. Ordinance adoption agreement. Recommendation the council adopt by reading of title only, an ordinance of the city of Santa Barbara approving and authorizing execution of 1, the Paseo Nuevo redevelopment project development and disposition agreement between the city of Santa Barbara and PNSP Real Estate LLC. 2, the Paseo Nuevo redevelopment project development and disposition agreement between the city of Santa Barbara and DSP Santa Barbara Sub LLC. And 3, related agreements necessary or convenient for implementation of the projects described therein, including transfer of fee title to exempt surplus city-owned property, APNs 037-400-031, 037-400-002, 037-400-003, 037-400-004, 037-400-005, 037-400-006, 006 and 037 400 019. Item 7, agreement with the Mobility House LLC for managed charging services and electrical vehicle supply equipment and accepting of related grant funds, ordinance introduction, resolution agreement. Recommendation of Council A, introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara approving and authorizing the Sustainability and Resilience Director to execute an agreement with the Mobility House LLC for managed charging services for electric vehicle charging stations. B, authorize the General Services Manager to issue a purchase order in an amount not to exceed $604,679.48 to the Mobility House LLC for electric vehicle charger hardware and related equipment. And C, the council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara accepting grant funds and amending Resolution 25066, adopting the budget for fiscal year 2026 to increase revenue and expenditure appropriations by $200,000 in the Sustainability and Resilience Department. Fiscal year 2026 miscellaneous grant funds for electric vehicle charging infrastructure. Item 8, proposed lease agreement for 918 State Street with State of Mind Cafe, ordinance introduction agreement. Recommendation the council introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara approving and authorizing the city administrator to execute a 1-year lease agreement with one 4-year option and one 5-year option with the nonprofit corporation State of Mind Cafe for the commercial retail space at 918 State Street commencing on September 1st, 2026. Item 9, proposed lease agreement with Chandlery on the Breakwater, Inc., ordinance introduction agreement. Recommendation the council introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara approving the 5-year lease agreement with one 5-year option to extend the lease terms at the mutual consent of both parties with Chandlery on the Breakwater, Inc., a California corporation, at an initial base rent of $2,258.80 per month for the 483 square foot office space located at 125 Harbor Way, Suites 3, 4, and 5, commencing upon the effective date of the enabling ordinance. Item 10, revised utility service discontinuation policy resolution. Recommendation the council adopt by reading of title only a resolution approving the revised City of Santa Barbara utility service discontinuation policy. And hold one moment, please.
Sorry, Mayor and Council, there is a problem with the live feed, so I think we're just going to take a quick pause to see if we can correct that, and then we'll resume reading the agenda. So give us a few minutes to just see if we can correct the live feed.
Ms. Gorman appreciates the pause after the little soliloquy you've gotten to give. back on the air, so you can behave yourselves out there. You're on television now.
Okay. Item 10, which I may have done before, but I'll do now. Item 10, revised utility service discontinuation policy resolution. Recommendation the council adopt by reading of title only, a resolution approving the revised City of Santa Barbara utility service discontinuation policy. Item 11, support applying for Opportunity Zones 2.0, designation of qualifying census tracts in the lower State Street area in the lower Eastside neighborhood resolution. Recommendation that the council adopt by reading of title only, a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara directing staff to apply for Opportunity Zones 2.0 nomination by the State of California for the qualifying census tract covering portions of Lower State Street. And B, adopt by reading of title only, a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara directing staff to apply for Opportunity Zones 2.0 nomination by the State of California for the qualifying census tract covering portions of the Lower East Side. Item 12, Local Housing Trust Fund Grant Agreement with Habitat for Humanity of Southern Santa Barbara County for the development of affordable housing, resolution agreement. Recommendation, the council B, adopt by reading of title only, a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending Resolution 25066, adopting the budget for fiscal year 2026 to approve an increase in expenditure appropriations in the Local Housing Trust Fund in the amount of $400,000 to fund a grant agreement with Habitat for Humanity of Southern California County, of Southern Santa Barbara County for the development of affordable housing at 710 East Coda Street. And I will go ahead and read the consent public hearing while we're at it, and that is
Okay,
item
item
22.
22.
And that is public hearing regarding parking and business improvement area annual assessment report for fiscal year 2027 resolution. Recommendation the council B, adopt by reading of title only, a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara fixing and assessing the parking and business improvement area assessment rates for fiscal year 2027 and confirming approval of the parking and business improvement area annual assessment report for fiscal year 2027.
Well, thank you. That was quite a workout. Okay, very good. We already have requests to speak on 6, 11, and 12. Are there any other items that need to be pulled by a council member for separate vote or comment? Madam Clerk, is everybody online to pull a separate item that you're aware of?
No hands are raised, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, with that then, I will entertain a motion on the balance of the consent calendar, absent item 6, item 11, item 12, and of course 22, which is our public hearing.
So moved.
Moved by Jordan.
Second.
Second by Harmon. Will you have the vote, please?
And Mr. Mayor and Council, if I may, should that motion also include the revised amount for item 14 as described by
Yes, please.
City Administrator?
Thank you. Moved
Very
and
good.
seconded. I'll do that. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was motion by Councilmember Jordan, seconded by Councilmember Harmon? Very good. For the consent calendar, accepting items 6, 11, 12, and for item 14 to include the modification as described by City Administrator McAdoo earlier in the meeting. Okay, go ahead and vote, please.
Passed unanimously. Thank you very much. And let's go ahead before we get to the pulled consent items and open the public hearing for item 22. And you've read that into the record already. Is there any comments or questions by council on item 22? If not, I'd entertain a motion on that.
So move.
Moved by Friedman,
Second.
second by Gutierrez. May we have that vote, please?
Very good. And there's no online public comment for that item, and that is for item 22, motion for staff recommendation by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Councilmember Gutierrez. Let's go ahead and vote.
Passes unanimously. Thank you very much. All right, very good. And with that, we'll move to item 6. I have some speakers for that. We'll have 3 minutes at the dais on just that specific item. And the first one would be Joanne Olenek, followed by Rihanna Angel.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and council members.
My name is Joanne Olenek. We are in a profound fiscal crisis, but what we are witnessing today is a high-stakes executive shell game. I want to commend the City Council for stepping in and striking down Kelly McAdoo's inappropriate hiring proposal. Because let me be clear, this community has had just about enough of this administration operating without supervision. The moment this council caught them and blocked that $140,000 job bulletin, the executive suite scrambled into damage control. Suddenly, we are told to applaud the announcement that our deputy city administrator is giving up his job and resigning his $250,000 salary to save the city money. This is not a strategic sacrifice. It is an administrative theater designed to hide a total management mess.
Mr. City Attorney, I'm sorry. 1 minute, please.
Sorry to the public speaker. The item's on Paseo, Nuevo, so that's what it has the public
I'm
comment.
finishing, thank you.
Okay.
And why are they playing musical chairs in the executive suite? To distract us from what is happening on today's consent calendar under item 6. These exact administrators are finalizing a deal to transform prime city-owned land under Paseo Nuevo to private corporations for zero monetary consideration, while prioritizing millions in public master plan infrastructure right outside their doors under item 26. If our top managers cannot handle an executive hiring bulletin without triggering a staff collapse and a council intervention, they have no business giving away our downtown land equity for $0. Stop the shell game, reject this budget, and freeze the Paseo Nuevo asset transfers. Thank you.
Reina Angel. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, listen, before we get going, we have a ton of public speakers. I would appreciate no clapping, no booing, none of this. We need to move through these items so we can get everybody heard. Thank you. Ms. Angel.
Okay, my name is Raina Angel. I'm in opposition to the Yardy land grab. I urge you to hold off on voting this through until the public records request is fully fulfilled. This whole deal stinks of corruption. It only took 2 meetings for this to go through. It was done under the cover of darkness. Is it a mere coincidence that Ben Romo, who is the campaign manager for Eric Friedman, is also a contractor for Yardy? I think not. Shame. Under the Surplus Land Act, if this land is worthless like they say it is, it should first be made available to the Housing Authority. It is a lie that this land is worthless. It's only worthless when there's no streets open, when State Street is closed. This land has value and belongs to Santa Barbara and its constituents. Be transparent. This is not the Santa Barbara way. The math doesn't math on this deal. I urge you to hold off until the public records request is fulfilled. If anything, this land should be repatriated to the Chumash people.
Okay, Doug. Once again, if we can't keep quiet, I'm going to clear the room. That's just the way it's going to go. So we got to get through this. And that means you too, Mark. So, Stacy Espana.
Good afternoon. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. I've submitted a written public comment with supporting analyses that I hope council members have had the opportunity to review. I'm here to make 2 requests. First, that the council vote to continue this item to a future date after pending public records requests are fulfilled and the community has adequate time to review and deliberate. Second, that council consider restructuring this transaction so that the city negotiates a leasehold buyout price directly with Paseo Propco LLC AB Commercial, holds that price available for a competitive bidding process, and treats Yardy's completed proposal as the first bid. The work done here is not lost. I filed a public records request 22 days before this vote seeking financial due diligence documents and the analyses underlying the projections in this deal. The city extended its response to the maximum allowed, meaning I will not receive anything until July 2nd. I want to reflect on what a yes vote today signals. A yes vote signals that you're confident that a 28-day process during which the public must wait the full statutory maximum of 24 days to receive substantiating documents is adequate for a decision of this magnitude. A yes vote signals that you are convinced that neither $19.7 million in assessed land use values for the parcels being transferred, nor the city's own consultant's estimate of $32 to $39 million as the value of the city's contribution to the prior proposed deal are relevant to evaluating what this land is worth. A yes vote signals that you are certain that reviewing financial due diligence or analyses of projected community benefits is not necessary before approving a transaction of this size, or if you have received such materials that have not been made available to the public, that the Brown Act's requirement of simultaneous public access is not a priority. A yes vote signals that you are confident that Measure A 2026, which removed the 50-year cap on city land leases, passed with strong support, and which you placed on the ballot specifically to create new options for the future of this property, need not be seriously evaluated before permanently transferring the land out of public ownership. A yes vote signals that you are confident that the competitive bidding exemption granted specifically because the city needed to negotiate with existing leaseholders can appropriately be applied to a transaction with a party that has not held a lease on this property. A yes vote signals that you are convinced that this deal represents the maximum achievable outcome for affordable housing from this land, notwithstanding that the immediately preceding proposal included stronger binding commitments to affordable housing and greater protections for ongoing public access and community benefit. A yes vote signals that you are certain that the structure of this transaction, including the removal of public parking covenants and their replacement with private encumbrances, and the potential timing of property tax reassessment relative to the formation of the Downtown Development Authority, will not constrain the community's options or create inequities in how the costs and benefits of the State Street Master Plan are distributed. I hope you will consider continuing this item so that the community has the opportunity to fully engage with a decision that cannot be done. Thank you for hearing my comments.
Thank you. Dr. Lee Heller.
Mayor Rouse and Council, you've heard me speak on this item before. I wasn't planning to speak again today, but it's clearly necessary. This is such a complicated property, and I understand why members of the community don't understand that you've come to the place you have. But your staff have done due diligence. You have asked hard, pointed questions about this deal. They have been answered. This is not something that can be resolved by having the city buy out AB's lease. The city doesn't have the money to do that. This is not a land giveaway. This land has no value while it's being held on a lease that still has 39 more years to run. And the new Measure A, if it passes, doesn't apply retroactively. The lease rights are still held by Alliance Bernstein. I know this, I'm a stakeholder in the company. So it is time to move forward. I understand the public concern. I respect the fact that this is a complicated deal, and a lot of people here feel like they're seeing a giveaway, but it's not a giveaway. You have fought hard on behalf of the city. So has Ms. McAdoo, so has Ms. Harris. It's time we take the opportunity of this company that is prepared to invest $100 million in the downtown, which they do not need to do. They have a perfectly functional campus in Goleta. They are taking a financial risk to try to help revitalize the board, and then we have a vibrant downtown as soon as possible with adaptive reuse. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa Sands.
Hi, Council. Thank you so much for this meeting. I gave you 2 packets today. They're in your possession with all these beautiful charts that maybe at a later time we can put up for everybody to see. The reason why I'm here is I am worried. I am worried because this project needs to be really reviewed. I'm asking the council to delay any approval of any part of this deal. Why is that? Because there's several things that are incorrect, that haven't been done, that deserve this attention. And what really bothers me to the core is this appears to be growing the inequity of the rich, the powerful, and the not so rich, powerful, regular people. This project is not zero worth, and all the documents that I submitted are from a prominent researcher to prove the fact that it is worth money, it is worth value, and the procedure to do a deal like this takes time, thought, and law. So I'm asking you from the bottom of my heart to really slow down, delay this until all of these needs are met, thought through. This is a pearl that we own in this city, and it must be looked at it that way. Further, this council has a big responsibility to this community, and I think you guys are great. This is a hard task. Your job is very, very complex. I respect that. So I am speaking to you as just professionals and as residents. We must not rush this. This is a very important lesson for all of us to do the things correctly and within the guidelines that are set forth. I hope you read my packet, and I hope that we can delay this till a further time and have all our ducks in order. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, are there speakers online on this item?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. We have one raised hand, Stephen Johnson. Stephen Johnson, please go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity to comment. I actually support the proposal because it gets a particular entity out of the picture. The city is acting, they seem to be delirious with happy about the prospect of removing the one player in this drama that is a real problem. That's all good, but the proposal produces how many moderate income units? I don't think that question has been adequately addressed. How many moderate income housing units are being produced by this proposal? 0. Just like the Sears remodel and the Upper Macy's project, 600 units, 400 units. How many moderate income units? 0. How many moderate income market rate units has the city produced in the last 45 years? 0. Nobody seems to be concerned about that fact. The New York Times called our housing element, other housing elements, a charade. It's correct. When 45 years, 0 moderate income units, that's what I would call it. However, there's a chance that Yardi might in the future actually produce some housing within the current Macy's structure. Please do not somehow make that impossible. I think that is our hope for the future. 30 years ago, people would have looked at the Yardi proposal and been aghast. They hadn't, Measure E was passed to prevent more jobs coming in without commensurate housing. This produced 600 jobs. Where are those people going to live? That question is, murky. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Further speakers online, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. One further speaker, Eric Christian, 1 minute. Eric Christian, please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Eric Christian, Executive Director of the Coalition for Fair Employment and Construction, statewide organization that was formed 30 years ago to oppose discriminatory project labor agreements like the one the city unwisely instituted 6 years ago, and that has worked so poorly for you on the one project.
Excuse me, Mr. Christian, this item is on the Paseo Nuevo project. Is that specific to this?
My mistake. I am sorry. Oops.
Okay, very good. We'll see you at another item. Further speakers, Madam Clerk?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, very good.
I have a request.
No.
For general
No, you may not.
We're doing the reverse.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I'll let you know, Mark. Thanks. All right, very good. With that, we will entertain a motion on item 6. Ms. Santa Maria.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I have a couple of clarifying questions for staff, if that's okay.
Ms. McAdoo?
Ms. McAdoo, I'm hearing comments and I've been receiving multiple emails about a pending public records request. Just want to make sure, is your office aware of this request?
Yes, and we've responded to several of the requests. It was quite a voluminous request that is asking for, all text messages, emails, documentation, so we are working on it. Okay. I will say that, and the city attorney can weigh in, the public records request is, related to a variety of different documents. So it's, we are in the process of responding to it.
Okay, so it's been partially responded to, but not completely? Correct. Okay. And just one final clarifying point is when we were first discussing this deal, my understanding is Yardi doesn't have in its plans to build any housing. This is a adaptive reuse of the Macy's building, correct? I just want to make sure that's
Correct.
clear.
Right
Okay.
now, the proposal is to adaptively reuse the Macy's building for office.
Okay. And what would it look like, I don't know if this would happen, but what would it look like if the vote was delayed?
My guess is that the Yardis would withdraw from the proposal at that point.
For voting for it later, even if we are voting for it?
That, that is my understanding.
Okay, so it has to go through today or they withdraw is what I'm hearing.
I mean, we could ask them, but that is,
Okay.
yeah.
I don't know if they're here, but okay. That's good to know. And that's it for my questions, but I'll just comment. My ideal would be that we are able to bring the community along with this, in this process. This does have the potential of creating massive community benefit if done correctly, if done with transparency. I abstained from the vote last time because again, there's just a lot of, some of unanswered questions, and especially for the public. The public didn't get as much of an insight into what happened, and that can be typical with these types of negotiations, and it is a complicated deal. But I do think the public deserves to at least see what is happening. I mean, I don't think necessarily we're saying kill the deal, that's not the point, but I think if everybody was just able to take a look at, for the public to feel like they have at least had appropriate insight into what is happening and at least have those questions answered. So I don't intend to hold it up. I will be abstaining from it just because I think it would have been much better if we had been able to fulfill that request and then approve the deal. I don't think necessarily that the deal shouldn't go through. That's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is it would have been more of the Santa Barbara way if the folks out in the community who had these questions were able to have them answered. And I know that it's hard to get all of that information together. I think it would have been helpful to have the vote at a later date. Again, wouldn't mean that we don't do the deal, but just so that everybody was on board and just as much as possible. So I will abstain from it this time, but also, likely the project goes through, and I am excited to see what it becomes. I just wish that we could have had a little bit more time for the public to engage a little more. So, thank you.
Ms. Ned.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I do also have some follow-up questions. One question, and I know I've asked you this privately, but I think it would be great to have an answer here too, is the process of the negotiations. And I'm asking this because in response to one of the commenters, can you describe how involved, what was the process? Was it Yardi reaching out directly to AB, shop off, that negotiation happening, and then coming to the city? And I've asked you this privately, and I was satisfied with the answer, but I think it's really important. How involved was the ad hoc committee in the negotiations?
Thank you, Councilmember Seddon. So after the December negotiation or proposal failed at council, the council authorized the mayor to appoint an ad hoc committee, which he did, which was Councilmembers Jordan, Harmon, and Councilmember Friedman. We did not meet. We met tentatively, or initially in December, but basically there was I think it was December, there was no action because we had not received any follow-up from AB. And then after the first of the year, I received outreach from Alliance Bernstein that Yardi had reached out to them. That was kept confidential up until the point where AB and Yardi had negotiated their deal, which was, I think, somewhere in the March or April timeframe. That was the first step in the process. We did meet with the ad hoc committee a couple of times to test the waters on a revised proposal that would look at office in the Macy's building coupled with housing. We did not disclose who the office user was at that point. And then we went forth and negotiated the points with Alliance Bernstein, Yardy, and the DSP partnership, and brought that forward and briefed council members on those deal points, and then brought the proposal forward on June 2nd to the council for consideration.
Okay, I think that's a really important point, and there were not side conversations happening throughout that
Correct.
process. Okay, it's important to me, and I think it's important to the public as well. Other follow-up question I have is on the status of any of the trash discussion. How is that coming?
So we have had conversations. I will highlight that the current proposal basically maintains the existing legal settlement that the city had to enter into when the original mall was developed. That requires us to pay for a portion of the trash for the inline shopping center area. That amount is right now currently $63,000 a year that the city pays of the $100,000 bill. That legal settlement is in effect until 2064, and so we are required to pay that. I understand there's concerns about does the language that is in the agreement require us to pay additional amounts above and beyond that? And while we are not recommending any changes to the documents that are before the council today, we have discussed with Yardy looking at that and potentially having a discussion in the future about that, but not proposing to make any changes to the documents today.
Thank you. And so I'm understanding that that obligation is outside of this agreement.
Correct.
But is there a willingness on the part of Yardy to continue the conversation in the future?
Consistent with what they have said with all of the requests that council have made over the last number of weeks, they will continue to look at those and address them as they can and as necessary.
Thank you. And then a follow-up question for Mr. Doimus. I had asked previously about guardrails or potential other uses of the property, if it should change hands, and if you could just reiterate for us what the allowed zoned uses are.
Sure, Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Sutton, and I know Mr. Buska's here too, so she can speak to the allowable uses in that zoning area. But one of the most important core, I guess I would call it, guardrail is early in the DDA Section 1 that basically says that any future development or change of use for the Yardy parcels is subject to separate processing by the city and subject to our standards. So that basically means the city still keeps its full regulatory planning, zoning, design review, building permits, et cetera, to make sure that Yardy in the process complies with the general plan, the municipal code, and all that. So that is right up there as one of the first sections in this DDA, and that's, I would call it, the most core guardrail in terms of our control regardless of who owns it or operates it in terms of a land use guardrail. So we have that there right in front and center.
Thank you. And then one more question about lot splitting. Is it, if in the future this lot were to be split up, what would be the process for that?
I think Mr. Busk can come and talk about that. I know he can potentially maybe lot split. I'm not sure in terms of like the retail versus the office space, but here's Mr. Busk that can answer that.
Thank you. Councilmember Sneddon. Any proposed subdivision of that property would go through the city's standard process. Depending on how many lots they're proposing, it would either go to the staff hearing officer or to the planning commission for a decision.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you.
Ms. Harmon?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can be very brief, and I'm happy to make the motion when the time comes. I feel very strongly that we shouldn't reopen this deal, nor should we delay its approval today. I do want to make just a brief statement on the transparency and community involvement. I have great respect, of course, for my colleagues for bringing that up. I think it's important that we keep that at the fore, and of course, primarily for our community members and the public who shares their views. But I I want to remind everyone, this is the third hearing we've had on this specific arrangement. The deal documents are online. They've been online. They've been translated into Spanish. I also want to acknowledge that this has been an ongoing conversation. We have had many hearings over the years in public, substantive back and forth conversation about the future of Paseo Nuevo. So it just simply isn't true that this has come out of the blue and that there hasn't been adequate time to grapple with the evolution of that space. It is complicated, believe me, I know that. Gosh, I'm just trying to think of another word to use than miracle, and I won't use it again, but it is, it's really imperative for our downtown that we move forward today. And I think it's especially poignant that on today's agenda, we are talking about State Street more broadly, and that this is coming before us. So with all that said, Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to move item 6.
Okay, there's a motion on the
Second.
floor and second by Jordan. And Mr. Jordan, you have a comment besides?
Couple, thank you. I'd agree pretty much with everything Councilmember Sneddon said. In particular, many of the statements that were made today just are contrary to my memory of how we got here. This has been in front of us for 2 years, at least, on and off public hearings, much of the work done in the background, but public hearings after that work was done. Stuff like regurgitating there's no value to the land is just not factual, and it has been repeatedly defended and characterized as not factual in public in these meetings up till now. And that list just goes on and on. I have a little bit of sympathy on a public records submission, but the time to do a public records submission, if you wanted them to come before today's hearing, was just earlier. That's the harsh reality of that. In particular, you know, we are nickel and diming a situation that is not a normal transaction for this city. Let's just focus on the Yardy end of the development. This is not a developer that's coming in and using a process and hoping to make money off of a project, like maybe the other end of the mall, the shop-off part of it, okay? This is somebody who was paying attention to what was going on locally in the community, got up one day and looked in the mirror and said, geez, what could our company do to benefit the community, benefit our company, and solve this conundrum that the city was in with this particular type of property. And they don't need to be here. I think it's been characterized as a puzzle before. This isn't a puzzle with the Yardys. This is one of those stacked up Jenga puzzles where if you pull the wrong block out of this by micromanaging it, the entire pile will fall down and go away. And we will be right back to where we were in December with a failed, appropriately failed project opportunity with AB. I just can't imagine us continuing to grind on this approval like it is a normal horse trade, build a building, what can I get from the city, what do I have to give from the city? This is a generational opportunity to take a distressed property that we can't do anything with for another 39 years and turn it into something that will radiate outward from there across the entire downtown and to the benefit of the whole community. So I'm happy to make that second and intend to support this wholeheartedly moving on today. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. All right, we have a first and a second. If there are no further comments, then we go to the vote. Madam Clerk?
This is a motion for item 6, staff recommendation, motion by Councilmember Harmon, seconded by Councilmember Jordan. Please go ahead and vote.
Item passes 6-1, Ms. Anna Marie abstaining. Item 11, we have a speaker for that, and that is Frank Thompson.
Hey there, everyone. Busy day, as usual when I come here. Thank you. Anyways, I don't appear very often, but I have worked on affordable housing for, I dare say, almost 50 years. 29 projects in the city of Santa Barbara, about 1,000 units. Lately, I've been working on raising money from state funding, for the most part, for affordable housing projects. A little over $100 million in the last 4 years for projects outside of the city. I'm here today. I don't have a property ownership interest in any of these properties, but I'm here to talk about the Opportunity Zone. I'm happy to see the city moving forward with that. Many other jurisdictions in our area are not, for whatever reason, not paying attention to it. I simply disagree with your staff. I think that there should be more census tracts included. So there are 5 potentially eligible tracts that could be included. The staff is recommending 2. I think that you should at least add another tract, and that is tract 10.01, which is west downtown. Chapala to the freeway, Carrillo Street to the curve of the freeway. One of the reasons for that is to get anywhere near the 8,000 RENA units that we're facing in the city will take at least $4.5 billion. That is going to be private capital. There's not that kind of public money available. We need to use all of these resources. So, let's see. Basically, the city is self-limiting itself by submitting only 2 tracts instead of, in this case, 3. I did finally meet with Mr. Valdez and talk about it, but I still disagree that in this county there are 28 tracts that are potentially eligible. I do not believe that any of the other jurisdictions are going to bring this item forward, so that instead of limiting ourselves here in the city to 2 tracts, if we went to 3, it would still be less than 10% of the designated tracts in the county. The goal for the governor's office when they make this appointment is to select the highest ranked 25%. So we're not over the line. So as a grant writer and a person that deals with the state very frequently, I strongly recommend that you include tract 1001, which is the west downtown. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there further speakers online for this? Madam Clerk.
No, Mr. Mayor.
There you go. Okay, Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. We had this question in agenda review as well, and can you remind why to focus on just the 2 tracts, and does that preclude us from adding tracts later, or the strategy for the 2 rather than more?
Sure. I'm going to ask Mr. Valdez to come up and answer. He's been speaking with both the governor's office on this, as well as a consultant that's been helping us. So.
Thank you.
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, Anthony Valdez, Deputy City Administrator. So the federal government identifies census tracts that qualify based on income. And there are about 2,500 census tracts in the state of California that qualify, which means that the governor has the ability to select about 600. So we have, to answer your question, the next opportunity to designate opportunity zones will be in 10 years. So this is a 10-year process. And so what we have been doing is consulting with grant writing experts and others about competitiveness and the perception if the city of Santa Barbara were to apply for all of the grant, all the census tracts versus being very targeted and strategic in the ones that we selected. So in being strategic in how we would be perceived by Sacramento from our application, we decided to choose the central business district as well as the Eastside.
Thank you.
Ms. Harmon.
Thank you. One follow-up question. Sorry, Mr. Mayor. So I have to admit, I tend toward adding more tracks by disposition, but I think I understand what you're saying. And Mr. Thompson, thank you specifically for calling this to my attention, because I didn't put that together until I got your email. Can you confirm that there is an opportunity to add tracks later, to go back and do this for other tracts at some
So,
point? Or no?
In 10 years.
10 years, that's it.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
And so one of the requirements of the application is that there's a resolution from the board, in this case, the council. And the application is due July 24th. So this is our last opportunity. So if council did want to increase the number of tracks, we would have to amend one of the resolutions that's before the council today.
All right, very good. And with that, thank you, Mr. Valdez. If there are no further questions, I'll entertain a motion on item 11.
I'll move it.
Moved by Freeman. Second by somebody? I'll second it. All those in favor? Or, I know, go ahead and put the vote up, please.
Yes, this is for item 11, a motion by Councilmember Friedman for the staff recommendation, seconded by Mayor Rouse. Please go ahead and vote.
Passed unanimously, thank you very much. With that, we'll move to item 12. I have a speaker on this one. It's, I believe it's Penn McCormick.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. I'm here on behalf of Habitat for Humanity of Southern Santa Barbara County and our CEO, Jessica DeLabra, who wishes to convey our thanks to city staff for the recommendation of a $400,000 grant to our Coda Street Affordable Homes project. Some of you heard from my colleague, Susan Renahan, she's back there right now, earlier during Finance Committee, and I'm here to second her motion of thanks to you all. A pity laugh from Councilmember Friedman. This project is exactly what the Local Housing Trust Fund was designed to support: local and affordable homeownership opportunities for the people of Santa Barbara who need it most. This investment makes it tangible, giving families the opportunity to live and work in this amazing place through deed-restricted ownership units that remain affordable in perpetuity. The Coda Street project combines innovative strategies that preserve existing housing while also implementing new housing solutions that are essential to how we as a community can address the housing shortage we face. Most importantly, this funding is leveraged through the gift of land, private philanthropy, volunteer labor, donated construction materials, and hundreds of hours of future homeowner sweat equity hours. Every public dollar invested yields significant additional community investment. This month alone, this coming month, we expect upwards of 320 additional volunteer hours to the Coda Street project, a true testament to the city's drive to improve their neighborhood and make a positive difference in their community. This coming month, we're all hands on deck at Coda. With 8 volunteer events planned, we'll make the headway we need to hand the keys over to their new owners. This work couldn't be possible without the committed city staff who have worked with us to understand this opportunity. If any of you are interested in rolling paint or swinging a hammer this month, I'll be right there next to you with 400,000 thanks to give. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there comments online for this item?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, with that, I will entertain a motion on this item. Moved by Sneddon,
Second.
second by Harmon. And I will say I agree with Mr. McCormick. This is precisely what the Local Housing Trust Fund is all about. We may have the vote, please.
Yes, this is a motion by Councilmember Sneddon for the recommended action for item 12 and seconded by Councilmember Harmon. Please go ahead and vote.
Passed unanimously, thank you very much. And that concludes the consent calendar. With that, we will take a report from the Finance Committee. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is really short. The Finance Committee heard the previous item we just voted on for Habitat for Humanity, and it passed out of the finance 3-0, and we just got the 7-0 vote. So really pleased to move that project forward in its home ownership. So even something more that's needed in our community. So thank you.
All right, very good. We're going to move then now to general public comment. We're going to move to 2 minutes because we have so many speaker slips and we have a certain amount allotted time for general public comment, and we do want to hear from everyone. Okay, so 2 minutes on the timer, Madam Clerk, if you would. And I'm going to call a name, and I'm going to call up the name that's on deck right behind that speaker, if you would, please. Kelsey McAuliffe, followed by Pastor Gerardo Menchaca.
All right, good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Kelsey McAuliffe, and I've lived in Santa Barbara for all of my 45 years, raising my kids here. I've spent time at Plaza Veracruz Park, and before Santa Barbara Trapeze Company occupied the space there, and countless hours after they took up their license at the park. My son has participated in Santa Barbara Trapeze Company's programs for over 4 years now, and so I've been at the park almost daily during this time. I support preserving public open space, but I also believe decisions should be based on how a space actually functions. The reality is that the challenges Plaza Veracruz has faced haven't disappeared. Drug use and other illegal activity still occur in the alley next to the park and in the portion of the park not occupied by Santa Barbara Trapeze Company. The difference is that the area where the Trapeze Company operates is filled every day with children, families, coaches, volunteers, and the public. That consistent positive presence has made the park safer and more welcoming. Years ago, a child was injured by a discarded hypodermic needle, and I know the city had to take action. They weren't able to offer full staffing in the park, and the remedy to that rampant illicit activity was partnering with Santa Barbara Trapeze Company. I pulled the police incident reports for the block of Haley where the park is located, and I can see that the incidents have reduced by approximately 76% since Santa Barbara Trapeze has had their lease in that park. Santa Barbara Trapeze Company has changed lives, my own family included. They offer scholarships to those who need financial assistance. They mentor kids in their teen and counselor and training programs. The friendships and maturity gained from their programs is evident in my own child's life, his leadership skills and work ethic. My question is simple. Why dismantle a model that is accomplishing exactly what it was created to do? Please don't dismantle a partnership that is working. Continue Santa Barbara Trapeze Company's lease and preserve the program there at Plaza Veracruz
Thank
Park.
you.
Thank you.
Pastor Menchaca, followed by Jacqueline Carlson.
My name is Pastor Jerry Menchaca. I pastor New Beginnings Community Church. So glad to be here with you today, Mayor and City Council members. I'm here to simply announce a project that we're doing, which has to do with our Menchaca's Embroidery Youth Project. What we are doing, we had purchased a lot of different machines and have received a sizable grant from the Wakefield Believing Big Charitable Foundation, and we'll be having that on Thursday, July 9th at 601 East Montecito Street at 2:30 p.m. And I'd like to invite everybody that's here and to come and actually see what we are doing in the community and engaging our youth, especially on the east side, although it's open to everybody in the city. In the time of a lot of uncertainty and financial crunch, that things that are happening, I'm really looking to the city to come in and see firsthand what we are doing in our community. I know many of your city councilmen, Christina and Oscar Gutierrez, have been to many of our projects that we have had, and we appreciate your support. But we really, seeing is believing. Seeing what we're doing, and sitting to the left of me are some of the results of these kids that we're going to teach them to do, how to fend for themselves. We're going to teach them how to sew, fashion design, and all these different things that can restore a sense of pride in what they can do. So therefore, we are inviting you. We have many sponsors that are be joining us: Grant House Sewing Machines, Menchaca's Embroidery, New Beginnings Community Church, Lady of Mount Our Lady of Mount Carmel, Santa Barbara Neighborhood Clinic, and several other people that we're doing that. We're just not talking about engaging our children. We're just not planning to do something with our children, but we are doing something in real time. So join us with the boots on the ground people that are making a difference in our community and trying to make dreams come true. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Jerry, why don't you check in with Holly on the way out? She can let us know and schedule that for us. Thank you. Jacqueline Carlson, followed by Bob Stout.
Mayor, Council, my name is Jacqueline Carlson. I am here to let you know of the work that we've been doing as the Restorative Justice Education Center at Casa de la Raza. For a year now, over a year and a half, we've served 1,300 and some odd families for a migrant rights project. From that, 375 of them have received legal, medical, counseling, case management, and ongoing crisis response after folks have been separated because of customs enforcement's actions in our community, in our city. 32 of those families are in hiding that we provide our allies for support with. We do this not with grants. We do this not with city support or county support. We do this simply as a partnership with many of our local churches and many of our denominations and people who are willing to volunteer, sometimes 70 hours a week, to make sure that our families are served. Who you have next to you, watching as you guys deliberate lots of different things, are our little ones from our Migrant Rights Project in our summer camp. They've done everything from going to explore glass blowing to learning what you guys do up here and the important decisions that you guys have in front of you. They're here to look and listen, but they're also here to learn of how you engage, how our community can ask questions. I appreciate all of the things that you guys do as a community, that we do together, because together we've made these projects a reality with zero funding in order to keep those lights on. So we appreciate everything that you do. We appreciate all the little ones that have done so many wonderful things in the last couple of weeks. And then, of course, we always open all the different partnerships to our businesses, to our community, to come in and just roll up your sleeves and continue to help. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob Stout, followed by Mark Redmond.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse, members of council. I'm here to publicly recognize somebody I think had a very, very big role in our community. His name is Wally Marentet. Wally ran the Sojourner Coffee House for 37, well, he didn't run it for 37 years. We started in 1978. And back then, we did it on $10,000 each. We got it going. Wally ran it for a number of years. The Sojourner was an institution. A lot of people here may or may not remember it. He went on to start Zello restaurant, and that was great too. We had a memorial for him the other day, and I just wanted to recognize him. Wally would be the last person. He'd tell me, what are you doing that for? But I wanted to recognize him. He went on to become an icon in the Santa Barbara running triathlon community, and it was just heartwarming, and I just wanted to take 1 minute of your time, 1 minute and 9 seconds of your time to thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Bob. Appreciate that. Mark Redmond, followed by Faizadeen.
Just a minute, I'm not ready yet. Don't start that 3 o'clock, 3 minutes yet.
2 minutes,
Wait,
but who's
okay, I
counting?
just got all my props in place. Let's go.
All right, very good.
Hey, Honorable Mayor and all you nice council members. This is your fellow running mate, and I didn't know a thing. Sarah helped me this morning for an hour getting everything I needed to go by FPPC. And you know what? It's different in Kansas. So now all these three that are running didn't tell me a thing, but you know what? I figured it out. Sarah helped me. She's my angel. And good afternoon. I'm an honest person. I'll do everything I can to help this city. I'm running for mayor. According to the straw poll of the college, the Inland, and the Old Farts, I'm in second place. It was our own poll. We went around. And I believe in a lot of things that we need to do to fix this city. And the first thing is affordable housing. Everybody celebrate 250 years of our freedom and democracy. And let's hope Mr. T, who's in office, doesn't ruin that. Maybe in midterms, they'll impeach him the third time. Who knows if they'll convict him. Might give him a pass. So I have a lot on my agenda. I want to fix this city. There's a lot of things that need to be done, and I would be in my office all day, not just 2 or 3 hours, have coffee and leave. If I'm going to get $81,000 a year, I found out that's what a mayor makes. And, you know, go to the fitness. Don't do drugs. I do a podcast, Ears on Santa Barbara. I tell these kids at alcohol and drug meetings, don't do drugs, get a hobby and interest. Go to Fitness 19, 24-hour fitness. You know, there's Planet Fitness, there's everything. And there's, you know, gyms outside, too. You can run along the sea, and They've got places you can work out and do push-ups and set-ups and hang like a monkey. I've done it. Anyway, and I love the zoo and the botanical gardens, and I will make sure that our town will be the jewel of Southern California. By God, I will give it my best college try. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you. Faizadeen, followed by Aaron Duffy.
Everybody celebrate. 4th of July is just 4 days away. Hannah Cabot's singing at the courthouse at 5 o'clock, and there's fireworks. No pollution, but I like the colors.
Ms. Dean?
Hi. Oh, 2 minutes. Okay, let me swing this. Okay, I'm here. My name is Faisha Dean, to everyone here, City Council, Mayor. I'm here, I'm going through some things here. I need the city help here. You have the veteran services. I'm a veteran, honorable veteran. And we had a car accident. AAA rear-ended me. I'm overwhelmed. I'm in litigation. I'm overwhelmed. And I need you guys to act, okay? So right now, my driver's license, because I had to move in this temporarily, I have a commercial license, and I have to register my vehicle. I need to update my license because I can no longer use that address. It's a legal thing. But I also need the city cooperation, the police department, to remove the parking ticket from, I think it's from my being in front of my apartment, so that the veterans can pay for my registration of my vehicle. The vehicle still needs to be rectified in legal court with AAA and other parties involved, but I'm overwhelmed. I'm hoping to get to it, but I do need you guys to help me to talk to the city because I'm just, my hands are full, and I want them to go ahead and pay for that registration of my vehicle that sits at Ford parking lot. The other thing I want to talk about is I have a city license with the city of Santa Barbara, and I'm a peddler, caterer. My father was a French chef, but I am having a little bit of tough time all over the place here. So what I want to ask for is consideration of code enforcement. You have a lot of peddlers out here who are not meeting the standards, touching food. I'm required to have a food handler's card and a manager's food handler's card, and this is not being required. It's a double standard, and I'm trying to get my business on the way. Whether I got 1 foot or 2 pennies, I'm going to make it, but I need you guys to clear the way. And that's about it for today. Thank you.
Thank you. Aaron Duffy, followed by Stacy Espana.
Hi, please excuse me, I'm a little nervous. My name is Erin Duffy, local business owner on State Street, namely the Yes Store. I'm also a current board member for the Santa Barbara Arts and Crafts Show. As I'm certain you all do, I love this city and really try to support the arts here. That being said, anyone who knows me will tell you that solstice is my favorite day of the year. This year, however, was a different story. I attempted to park in the advertised ADA accessible parking for the fest near Alameda Park. I was forced to relocate from that area 3 times that morning and was ultimately denied parking 5 minutes before the parade by a Santa Barbara police officer for the parking enforcement and by a Santa Barbara Parks and Recreation staff member. The 2 city workers were exceptionally cruel and inhumane in their treatment of me that day. They laughed at me and mocked my tears. So since then, I've been trying to see how this could have happened so that it never happens to anyone else in the future. So I contacted the ADA coordinator for the city and was told that during the parade time, that same block reserved for ADA is also used to dismantle floats and as overflow for the parade. This violates the ADA and can't happen again. I believe this has been going on since 2021 when the parade moved to Santa Barbara Street. Since it's an outdoor festival with rugged terrain, my thoughts are that the disabled parking designated for the event doesn't get the use that other festivals do, so it's relatively unused. Also, with the street closures around the area happening early, that parking area can actually be blocked from access for ADA placard holders, which seems to be part of the plan. The law is very clear here that the logistics of the parade cannot override the Americans with Disabilities Act. Not only was I unable to enjoy the festival that Saturday, but I also did not get to go on Sunday for fear of a repeat traumatic event. What happened to me at Solstice, I believe, to be a violation of several of my rights. Anyway, the old adage that if this can happen to me, it can happen to anyone. So if this happened to you or anyone you loved and was denied ADA parking at Solstice, please feel free to reach out to me. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Stacy Espana, followed by Alan Casebeer.
All right, I'm back. Thanks for the opportunity to talk a little bit about the State Street Master Plan draft, which is closing for comment today. And you may be surprised or not that I am supportive of the vision that's outlined there, but what I wanted to highlight are a couple of things that I hope will be discussed publicly with a lot of transparency before that plan is finalized. And the first one has to do with property tax assessment. It's critically important that we establish a good baseline that's fair to everyone, that provides money for schools, money for all the county services, and everything else. And my public records requests for the prior item that I discussed actually were focused on what the property tax assessment is going to be and if this transfer is going to trigger Prop 13 reassessment, because that is really critical to that funding model for the State Street Master Plan. So I just hope that we will have good opportunities to discuss that in the process of this negotiation of that master plan. The second one that also intersects with the other item today is parking. And, you know, in that plan, there's a discussion of using existing parking lots, developing them into mixed-use things, which I think is great, except the vote that was just taken removed parking covenants from lots 2 and 10, so that means there's no more obligation to serve parking to the public through those lots, but it placed new encumbrances on them that are perpetual and transferable, and so that means that the same problem that happened with AB Commercial and the difficulty negotiating, well, now we have a new partner in that same leveraged position over those 2 properties. So I just want to mention these things because both of those have big implications for the fairness of how this gets established, and I hope we'll have a chance to discuss. Thank you.
Alan Casebeer. Thank you. Followed by Fred Sweeney.
Yes, I'm Alan Casebeer. Thank you very much for this opportunity. This dialogue that I'm going to share is in reference to rent control exception that I'm going to request for a lot of different people if possible. I know that on the 10th of this coming month, you all are going to consider rent control as a possibility, and I wanted to offer at least an idea that I have regarding 2-unit, 3-unit, and 4-unit owner-occupied properties, and I'll read my notes. My wife and I own and live in a small cottage which is behind an even smaller rental cottage at 522 San Pascual Street. Both cottages, while improved, were built more than 100 years ago. And this, of course, is in the lower west side of Santa Barbara. We have lived there since 2010, and for the past 6 years, we've enjoyed one tenant in the front cottage. Because we live on the property, this is not a distant or corporate landlord relationship. It is personal, daily, and cooperative. We share space. We help each other with parking and packages. We have encouraged our tenant to garden and enjoy the property. Because of this excessive garden involvement, his water use is fairly extreme. And on that basis, I've asked him to pay for the water himself through his contract with the city. And of course, he's done that for a few years. But to do that, I also lowered his rate by $100 and gave him an additional 2-year lease. And this is the relationship that landlords that are owner-occupied have with their tenants. It is not a corporate event. Because of this, let's see, he often shares tomatoes with us, and we likewise share the bounty of a few fruits and avos on the property as well. When issues come up, such as street parking, we share our long driveway, and of course, on repairs, we handle them directly and responsibly because we live with the result. If a repair is needed, it becomes a priority for us and our relationship. My concern is that if rent control applies to owner-occupied 2 to 4 unit properties like ours, it will harm one of the best and most balanced forms of rental housing in the city. Owners who live on site care about their tenants' welfare and often maintain the property with their private ownership.
That's time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All right.
I wish you to consider that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Fred Sweeney, followed by Steve Forsell.
Mr. Mayor and Council, Mr. Forsell had to leave, so I will try to, I had it written for 3 minutes, so I will just go ahead and ad-lib to get done. I'm here as Vice President of something called SAGE Santa Barbara. That stands for Smart Action for Growth and Equity. We have filed with the City of Santa Barbara at the deadline for public comment at the project being proposed behind the Queen of the Missions at 505 Los Olivas Street. That petition requests that the city be very active in making sure all of the potential impact conditions of that site be met based on state law, et cetera. And we just wanted to share with you, at the time that we filed, we had 4,700 signatures and addresses. We now, as of this morning, almost 5,500 signatures and addresses that are conditioned with that. We're also continuing monitoring the sister project on Grand Avenue that has equal implications. And because we don't want to be referred as a NIMBY organization, we will come to you in further comments in the future on projects that we do embrace, such as Presidio Springs, and the ability to get the right size of affordable and workforce housing on this city. And that includes the discussions on La Cumbre Plaza, the Sears project, and others that will be coming for you in the next year or so. So we just wanted to share that with you. That's what Mr. Forsell's message would have been also. Thank you.
Thank you very much. MJ, followed by Will Vasquez.
Hello. I'm not sure how to approach this, but on the day where we're close to celebrating equality, freedoms, and the rights for everybody, I want to bring up something that I discovered during COVID. One of my person that I worked with wasn't able to drive. It wasn't because he didn't know how. It wasn't able because he couldn't. It was because he was so fortunate to get housing to be off the streets, where he ended up due to some financial and some health issues. But in order to have housing, he had to give up the right to drive. That was the first time I ever heard of anybody having to give up that freedom that even Michelle Obama is of being able to appreciate now, just in that little venue. And I recently have experienced what it's like not to be able to drive when you're sick, when you're in a wheelchair, when you're working with a cane. And I've got to tell you, it makes it a lot harder to get to the resources you need, because sometimes the bus just doesn't get you there. Or sometimes you spend your whole day just getting to one place when you need to get to 3. Emotionally, it can be very daunting at times, and it can break the spirit. So I understand that there's a problem with parking, but a lot of people have been living in their cars here in Santa Barbara, and if they are fortunate enough to get into housing, I think that it's a wonderful thing, it's a blessing, but it's also like a chain that keeps them trapped from being able to possibly get to the point where they can provide for themselves. And I think everybody should have the opportunity to continue to drive. Taking that away is taking away a freedom from somebody who's disabled and in need.
Thank you. Will Vasquez, followed by Jenna Berg.
Hi, everybody. My name is William Vasquez. What's up, Oscar? From here, Santa Barbara, and I just had a couple points to say. First of all, a friend of mine, a dear girl that could use some help, was arrested again. Was arrested 4 days ago, and then released from jail, and then arrested again yesterday. She's a sweet person, doesn't do any drugs, has some issues, and we've tried to get help for her. I mean, this stems back for years for other friends too. There's no mental health support available without taking somebody to jail for some reason. I've tried everywhere. I've called 933, every number. Yeah, they take them all to jail. And in this one particular instance, this girl is so sweet. If you only knew her, has a voice of an angel, and she was just released. Why is she, first of all, harassed and stalked by the police where she goes, and then picked up again? I mean, saying that she missed court. How could she miss court if she was just released yesterday? You know, she has to go to court to be released from jail, right? And that, along with so many other things, even myself included, I even have stuff that I can't believe they're even pursuing, right? And all the evidence and proof is there. Like I I needed help about 6 months ago, and I was taken in, and they drug tested me. Instead of taking me to the hospital where I needed to go, they drug tested me. They found I had methadone in my system, which I had proof that I was on methadone at the time. I went off of it, quit it cold turkey since then, but now I still have all the proof, all the dates, and they want to take it to trial now. Like, what the hell is up with Santa Barbara? You could go back when it comes to me, in my cases, and see how messed up Santa Barbara has been to me. But I don't like complaining. It's not about me. There's bigger fish to fry, really. And I encourage everybody to kind of look at the bigger picture, too, the big picture, you know? I mean, stuff is going down in the world right now. It's all the same companies, all the same big people that run it all and that are killing us and sending us to kill each other and profiting from it. I mean, this is real talk, guys. Like, it can't get any realer. They're killing women and children. Just do your research, guys. I'm trying to get a little march going on. Everything's going to be fine, hopefully, but we need to educate
That's time, sir.
each
Thank
other,
you.
though. Educate.
All right. Jenna Berg? Jenna Berg? All right, very good. All right. Ms. Gorman, is anyone online for general public comment? No?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right, very good. With that, we will close general public comment and go on to item 23.
Item 23, Coastal Wildfire Suppression Assessment District Resolution. Recommendation that Council C adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara establishing the Coastal Wildfire Suppression Assessment District and levy assessments therein, provided that upon tabulation of assessment ballots weighed according to proportional financial obligation of each affected parcel, a majority protest as defined by Article 13D of the California Constitution does not exist.
Mayor, I'm sorry, I think Ms. Olnichek, I didn't have a general public comment card unless you had one. I had one for item 6, which was on the consent calendar.
We did
You
item
need
6.
to do 2 separate. Okay. She said she put check general public comment and item 6 on the same speaker card.
Well, that's, okay. Well, to me, that looks like item 6, but do you have a general public comment?
I would proceed with it.
Okay, go right ahead, 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. I'm speaking today regarding our budget crisis and a concerning pattern of behavior from Councilmember Sneddon as she runs for mayor. The ultimate political trick is trying to stand on both sides of every issue to gain support. This is exactly what we are watching her do. During budget discussions, she claimed that she was surprised that we were draining our savings until Councilmember Friedman exposed the pretense by reminding her that she had explicitly voted on that exact issue in the past. We see it again on Paseo Nuevo. In public, she enthusiastically praises the land transfer, but during contract reviews, she flip-flops to sound like a watchdog. And on public safety, she seconded a motion to pause hiring to save $500,000, only to fold moments later and vote to spend the funds anyway. Taxpayers deserve real leadership, not a rubber stamp playing to the cameras. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. With that, we will close public comment. Move on to item 23. Chief.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Chris Males, your fire chief. We're here this afternoon to bring what we hope is the final chapter in the Coastal Wildland Fire Suppression Assessment vote. In April, the fire department came to you requesting permission to ballot the area to look into providing this Coastal Wildland Fire Suppression Assessment District, very similar to the one in the Foothill area. So the public hearing this afternoon is the conclusion of the ballot proceedings that allow property owners in the proposed Coastal Wildland Fire Suppression Assessment District to decide whether an assessment should be approved to provide funding for the proposed area. So we're here today. We have the ballots. We have the consultant with us. We have numerous people from different departments in the city, including finance, city clerk, city attorney's office, and we will be tabulating the ballots upon your permission this afternoon. So what we'd like to do is we're opening it, and then we'll adjourn. We're in room 15 the entire time. We'll keep the area open, and we will do the balloting, and then when we're done, we will return. So for a little bit more description of what's going to happen this afternoon, I wanted to have Chief DeGiulio give you some of the details.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse, council members. Yeah, so the logistics of this, as Chief Mills mentioned, we're going to go ahead and open public comment for this item specifically. We will close that public comment, and then we will go back in room 15 to begin the tabulation process, and we will return with this item with those results to inform you of how the tabulation process went. So at this point, if there's community members in the room that still have a ballot they need to turn in, they can do that right now in the back of room 15. Also, if there's community members that may have had a damaged or misplaced ballot and need to fill one out, they can do that right now during the open public comment period. But once that public comment is closed, we'll begin the tabulation process.
All right, very good. Then you'll inform the city administrator when you're finished with their process.
That's correct.
Okay, very good. Ms. McAdoo, how do you want us to,
So
we've
we'll
opened the
leave
hearing.
we'll leave this hearing open, and then we'll excuse the chiefs to go start counting ballots, and then we'll move on to the next item, which is adoption of the budget. Hopefully between that and the ADU item, that will give them ample time to count the ballots, and then as soon as they're done, we'll see where we are in whatever agenda item, and then come back and report and have the council take the final action.
Okay, I do have a public comment from Dr.
And public comment, yes.
Heller. And Ms. Gorman, we'll go ahead and put 3 minutes back on the counter for this one.
I won't take that long. Mayor Rouse and members of the council, I'm not quite sure how to do this because you don't really have decision-making authority over this. The voters do. You just validate the count, which is cool. So I hope you will do that. I do want to express my gratitude to Chief Mills and Fire Marshal DeGiulio. This is pretty important, and Councilmember Jordan and Councilmember Friedman have really shepherded this along. We now live in a high fire hazard area in the coastal areas. Some of us do. This is kind of new. It's not new for Councilmember Sneddon and Councilmember Friedman's constituents, but it's time for us to step up as property owners who are affected, pay a small amount into the community pot that can be used to help reduce fire risk that will benefit the whole city. So I hope the vote count comes out the way I want it to, because I think we all benefit, and I take complete faith that if that's how it goes, you will vote in support, and if it doesn't, you can't. So thank you.
Okay, very good. Are there speakers online for this item, Madam Clerk?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, very good. Then we will then continue this item. We'll go to our next item and let the chiefs have at it back there with the ballots. And with that, we will move on to. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear him.
She's coming back from her car with the ballot, yes. Please just make sure to have her go
Yeah, the chief will be
into-
back there.
Yep.
Not as nasty as he looks. Okay. And with that, Madam Clerk, we will go to item 24. If you would read that into the record, please.
I will, and this has a number of resolution titles and an ordinance. This is item 24, operating and capital budget for fiscal year 2027, ordinance adoption resolution. Recommendation the council, A, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara adopting the budget for the fiscal year 2027 by appropriating monies for the use and support of said city from the funds and to the purposes herein specified. B, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara establishing the city's appropriation limitation for fiscal year 2027. C, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending the City of Santa Barbara schedule of penalties, fees, and service charges. D, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending the City of Santa Barbara waterfront harbor slip mooring and user fees. E, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending the City of Santa Barbara abandoned shopping cart recovery fee. F, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending the City of Santa Barbara solid waste in place additional charge per cart fee. G, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara authorizing classified and unclassified positions in the city's service effective June 27th, 2026, and providing a schedule of classifications and salaries for the same in accordance with the operating budget for fiscal year 2027. H, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara authorizing the continuation of capital and special project appropriations to fiscal year 2027. I, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara authorizing the Water Resources Director to execute water purchase agreements in a form approved by the City Attorney and in accordance with the appropriation in the approved budget as may be amended from time to time. J, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara approving the plan to replenish reserves as required by Resolution Number 23124, the policies for reserves. K, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara authorizing temporary interim appropriations and continued funding for essential city operations pending adoption of the fiscal year 2027 budget. And M, read the title of the ordinance under a resolution, and if there's no objection from any council members present, waive for the reading pursuant to Section 511 of the Santa Barbara City Charter.
Very good. Mr. DiMartini.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse, members of the City Council. My name is Keith DiMartini, and I'm the city's finance director. I'm here with Ms. Valencia and Ms. Needle, our two budget analysts, and it is our pleasure to present an overview of the city's fiscal year 2027 operating and capital budget. And today, we will be respectfully requesting that you adopt the budget for fiscal year 2027. With that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Needle.
Thank you, Mr. DiMartini. Today's agenda for today is we will talk about the budget hearing schedule. We'll go through a summary of changes in the adjusted general fund overview. We'll then take a look at previously approved and proposed salary changes, then recommendations to council, and then finally public comment, questions, and discussion. As you're familiar with, here is the budget public meeting schedule. On April 9th, we opened up with a budget work session at the library. April 21st, we had budget introduction to City Council and the public. On May 5th, we went to Finance Committee to review the recommended budget. On May 12th, we had the budget hearing for general fund departments. On May 19th, we had another budget hearing for the other fund departments. On June 9th, we began budget deliberations, and those continued on June 16th and June 23rd. And here we are today, June 30th, for budget adoption.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse, members of the City Council. This slide here depicts staff recommended adjustments across all funds. And before diving in, as a reminder, a net debit indicates reduced revenue or increased expenditures, while a net credit indicates increased revenue or reduced expenditures. Starting with the Capital Outlay Fund, this is a small clerical correction to properly reflect expected revenue, and no operational changes are associated with this adjustment. For Creeks Fund, this adjustment reflects a transfer to support a GIS technician position now housed in the Information Technology Department. In Energy and Climate Management Fund, this is another minor clerical adjustment. In Fleet Replacement Fund, this removes revenue that was inadvertently double counted across two budget lines. For the general fund, the total impact is a net debit of $126,845, and I will walk through the departmental breakdown in just a moment. Moving on to Golf Fund, this is a small adjustment related to a position allocation for a shared position between Golf and the general fund. Information Technology Fund, this is due to a small clerical cleanup. Self-insurance fund, this reflects a decrease in workers' compensation revenue that was recognized in another area. In the streets fund, this is a minor clerical correction. Waterfront operating fund, this adjusts the budget for payment to Parks and Recreation for beach lifeguard safety, and it includes IT allocation corrections and other minor clerical updates. Going back to the general fund, the department level adjustments for City Administrator's Office, this is due to small clerical corrections, including rounding adjustments and miscellaneous IT allocations. For the library, the This reverses a prior reduction in salary and benefits. The positions previously funded in the miscellaneous grants fund is now appropriately budgeted under sustainability and resilience, which aligns funding with actual workload. For mayor and city council, this adjustment includes a 4.68% salary adjustment required by the city charter based on consumer price index changes. In Parks and Recreation, this adjusts position cost sharing between the golf fund and the general fund. Sustainability and resilience, this adds a reimbursement to the Public Works Environmental Services that had been omitted. Non-departmental revenue, this is due to removal of an outdated transfer to downtown parking. This transfer is no longer needed due to the reorganization of downtown services under the city administrator's office. The total impact to the general fund is a net debit, again, of $126,845, as shown on the slide. And while the general fund shows a net debit, most of that impact is offset by adjustments to revenue and transfers, keeping our overall fiscal outlook stable as we adopt the budget today. This slide shows council-directed adjustments. Starting with the general fund, this adjustment reflects a council decision to not approve the addition to the local government management fellow position, or FTE rather, which results in savings to the general fund of $160,000. For the local housing trust fund and Measure C, council directed staff to reduce fiscal year 27 Measure C capital budget by $1 million and appropriate the funds to the local housing trust fund. The Permanent Local Housing Allocation Fund, this is for a contribution for the annual State of California Funding for Homeless Services Agreement. And Solid Waste Fund, this adjustment reflects Council's direction to not utilize reserves to smooth the rate increases over 3 years, when we're instead charging the pass-through cost of providing that service. Next, I'll provide an updated overview of the general fund. This slide summarizes the general fund revenues, expenditures, and resulting surplus or deficit across the most recent actuals, fiscal year 26 projection, fiscal year 27 recommended budget, and the fiscal year 28 forecast. For fiscal year 2027, the recommended budget originally reflected a modest operating surplus. After refining our assumptions and incorporating additional staff recommendations, we were able to increase that surplus by approximately $200,000. Council then provided additional direction for the removal of the proposed local government management fellow position, which increased available resources. And with this and the prior adjustment, the fiscal year 27 operating surplus is now projected to be roughly $400,000. The revised surplus gives us a stronger starting point entering the new fiscal year, especially given the projected deficit shown in fiscal year 2028. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. DiMartini.
Great, so now we'll talk about an overview of our general fund reserves. And since we've gone through budget deliberations and we have that additional positive impact on the general fund of approximately a $400,000 surplus by the end of fiscal year 2027, there's a very minor positive benefit to general fund reserves. We do expect our general fund reserves at the end of fiscal year 2027 to be $27 million. And so that's still far below the city council adopted reserve policy target level of 25%. So we are still looking at a difference of approximately $29.7 million by the end of fiscal year 2027, with a projected reserve percent of 12.1%. Again, far below the 25% reserve policy target that City Council adopted per resolution. I also would like to make sure that the City Council is aware of some expected upside in the general fund that we will likely see in fiscal year 2027 that will have a positive impact on reserves. And this has to do with the recently completed digital streaming services audit and litigation with the Disney Corporation. We have received approximately, or we are expecting to receive approximately $2.2 million of one-time audit findings related to digital streaming for multiple streaming service providers due to the applicability of our existing utility users tax on those services. Those revenues will be deposited directly into the general fund reserves until further direction is received. And then also, staff is projecting approximately $600,000 of ongoing annual utility user tax revenue from those streaming service providers also. Those revenues are not currently budgeted in fiscal year 2027 because not all of that money has been received. We don't have a confirmed timing of when the city will receive those revenues. Also, we are still at the very early stages of the audit process on the other streaming service providers. And so as we are further along in the audit process, staff will provide a detailed update to the Finance Committee during the quarterly reports, and happy to provide those updates to the full City Council as well. So as that revenue comes in, we will incorporate that revenue into our projections going forward. But it's important to note that to Council and the public that we anticipate additional upside, and we thought it was worth noting here. Next slide, please. As part of your budget adoption today, we have included previously approved and proposed salary increases in the budget. That's one of the resolutions that you'll be voting on today. There are previously approved salary increases for multiple bargaining units. Those are included already in the budget. And then we've also included a salary increase percent of 4% for the unrepresented managers and professional attorneys. Again, it's important to note that the salary increase assumption that's built into the budget is 5%, and so the costs associated with these salary increases will come in a little bit below what was originally assumed in the budget. Next slide, please. Okay, there are multiple recommendations, resolutions, and an ordinance adoption that are before you today. I'd like to step through each one by one, so it is very, very clear and open and transparent as to all of the actions required to formally adopt the budget today. First, recommendation A, this is the action to adopt the appropriation resolution. So there's a summary table that is attached to this resolution that show the sources and uses. Those are also called revenues and expenditures for every fund across the entire city. When we load the budget into the city's financial system, we load it at the line item level, which is how the city council and the public has been examining the budget throughout the past 2 months. So what's before you today is a summary view of that. That is the formal budget. Recommendation B is the appropriation limit. This is also commonly referred to as the GAN limit. The GAN limit, which formally, it's officially the state appropriations limit, it's a constitutional cap on the amount of tax revenue that the state and local governments in California can legally appropriate and spend each year. This was established by California voters through Proposition 4 back in 1979, and the limit restricts the spending to 1978, 1979 levels with an annually adjusted inflation factor based on population. The city of Santa Barbara's GAN and/or appropriation limit is well below that cap. So we have no issue. This is more of a constitutional state of California formality. And so this is also required to be this is also required to be approved by the city council by resolution at the time the budget is adopted. That's recommendation B. Then we have recommendations C, D, E, and F. These 4 resolutions are in regards to the schedule of penalties, fees, and service charges. It's our master fee schedule, which is posted on the city's website. So let's walk through each one of these individually. We'll start with recommendation C. This is the entirety of the master fee schedule, excluding the fees that are in recommendation D, E, and F. So it's everything except those 3. Recommendation D is the waterfront harbor slip mooring and user fees. This resolution for those fees is broken out separately because Mayor Rouse will likely recuse himself from voting on that item. Recommendation E is the Santa Barbara abandoned shopping cart recovery fee. That resolution is broken out separately because Councilmember Friedman will likely recuse himself from that vote. Recommendation F is the solid waste in-place additional charge per cart fee. That item is broken out separately for full transparency because the effective date of that fee will be September 1st. And the vast majority of the fees that will take effect when you take action today will take effect tomorrow. So we wanted to call that out specifically because of the timing of implementation. Those are recommendations C, D, E, and F. So now let's move on to recommendation G. This is the approval of the city's position and schedule of classifications and salaries. It's effectively the position, classification, salary schedule for the entire city. It's common that the city council adopts this schedule when the budget is adopted, and it's a requirement for CalPERS. Recommendation H is the continuation of capital and special project appropriations. This is a standard resolution that the council adopts when the budget is adopted. And what this allows the city administrator to do is to approve of carryover appropriation from a prior fiscal year, from fiscal year 2026 into fiscal year 2027, if those projects are not yet complete. A common example of this is a capital project. Many capital projects take more than 1 year to complete, but we appropriate all that money in the first year. So we need to carry forward the unused appropriation into fiscal year 2027 to allow those projects to continue to completion. Staff have a rigorous process every year that we implement to review all of those appropriation requests. All of those appropriations have been appropriated by the city council in a prior budget adoption or a quarterly budget update. And then finally, recommendation I gives the Water Resources Director the authority of executing water purchase agreements. All of these recommendations, A through I, constitute adopting the budget for fiscal year 2027. So now let's move on to the next slide. There are 2 additional actions related to the budget adoption. First is recommendation J. This is the plan to replenish reserves as required by your current reserve policy resolution 23-124. Per the budget deliberation direction from council last Tuesday, we have already scheduled a finance committee on the last meeting in August, where the finance committee will receive a staff presentation in regards to options for considering changes to the reserve policy, as well as discussing options about how to help balance the budget, in fiscal year 2027 and going forward. So that meeting is already scheduled. This resolution will go before that finance committee at that time, and then we can update that resolution going forward as that plan is being developed. And then also there is an ordinance to amend the municipal code to allow for the utility user tax allocation change. Again, this takes out the requirement that 50% of utility user tax revenue be directed to the streets fund. And instead what it does, it allows the city council to appropriate all utility user tax revenue going forward during the annual budget process. Next slide, please. So if the council is unable to adopt the budget today, staff requests that you adopt a temporary interim appropriation resolution. This is recommendation L. If you adopt the budget, you do not need to vote on this item. This is a very significant action, and I want to explain it because it's incredibly important. This action would effectively consist of temporarily creating 1 month's worth of operating budget in our financial system to allow the city to continue to operate while the city council continues to work on the budget. The next scheduled regular city council meeting is July 28th, 2026. So presumably work would be happening and we would get to a point where we can ask the city council to adopt the budget at that meeting. This would allow the city to continue to process and issue payments, pay our vendors, pay our employees. It would only implement the operating budget. It would not be financially responsible to allow capital budgets to be implemented because capital budgets represent a really substantial financial, puts financial pressure on the organization. So we would not want to enter into a multi-year agreement for a contract if we're in this state of temporary budget. We would likely suspend all new capital projects. We would likely not load any new position requests. This would signal some uncertainty to the credit market, so it would cause some strain on potential future debt issuances. We would have to revisit how we would pay our CalPERS unfunded actuarial liability. Currently, we pay that liability payment upfront once in July, and by doing that, we save over $1 million of doing so. By doing this, we would have to spread out that payment over a 12-year period of time, and so we would forfeit that $1 million savings every year. This would also cause quite a bit of chaos. It would be confusing. It would be really hard to implement. And then when the city council adopts the budget, we would have to reverse this temporary appropriation and then load in the permanent appropriation. It would be very challenging. So I want to be very transparent and upfront with the city council if you choose to do so. If for some reason the council does not adopt the budget and they do not adopt this temporary interim appropriation resolution, the city will be unable to pay invoices. We will be unable to make payroll. The city will, for all intents and purposes, come to a standstill. So I just want to make sure that that is also very clear for the city council. So what happens next? Assuming the budget is adopted, staff will begin working and continue to work on all efforts that the city council has identified in its action today. We will produce monthly financial reports. We will produce quarterly detailed financial projections that will get presented to the Finance Committee and be brought to City Council on consent. We will schedule and have already begun working on the Finance Committee meeting scheduled for late August to discuss the replenishment of reserves and potential changes to the reserve policy. And we will begin working on the next 2-year financial plan. So with that, that concludes our presentation. We respectfully request that the City Council adopt the budget today. We're happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We will go to public comment first and then come back to council for questions. Reina Angel, followed by Larry Barrett. This is 3 minutes. This is 3.
My name is Reina Angel. I don't really have a lot to say, but I would like to have you reconsider the raise amount from not 4 to 5%, but a 3% raise. As an educator in this town, we only received a 3% raise, and I feel like, you know, if we only get a 3% raise, everyone else should get a 3% raise. And then also, I really don't feel like you should go over the budget with your police spending. There's enough police. I mean, I see police everywhere in this town, everywhere I go, and I think we're a pretty safe town. So I don't think we need to overspend on our police budget. That's it.
Thank you, Larry Barrett.
Mayor Rouse, members of the council, I'm Larry Barrett with Indivisible Santa Barbara, and without jumping up and down about it, I recommend passage of the budget. My support of the budget is based on a 2 weeks, one rough understanding of where we stand, which I'm going to state, and forgive me that I'm stating the obvious because it wasn't obvious to me. Number one, I was right 2 weeks ago when I praised city administration because your finance folk are really good. They get better when you question them. And here I want to give special thanks to my friend, Maricela Morales, who has been asking great questions, and a lot of what I've learned is based on her. 2, despite of what I read in the press, there are no zeroed out reserve fund accounts. There's just one general fund reserve pool, which has declined over 3 fiscal years from around $52 million to $28 million. 3, this decline in reserve fund balance resulted from the city operating for 3 years at a cumulative $20 million plus deficit in the general fund. It appears that about half of that decline took place in the first of these years. That was before one of you even took office. 4, in this sense, reserves are operating as designed. They've allowed the city to weather its current financial shock without layoffs and massive cuts to safety net services, as we're seeing on the county side. 5, at the same time, this approach to reserves is not sustainable. 6, This 3-year operating deficit appears to be per plan. I don't see a material gap between bottom line financial results and what you all budgeted. 7, the reason for this decline appears to be structural. The cost of our core traditional general fund operations rose faster than core general fund general fund revenues, even with increase in sales tax. So we appear to have faced a crisis of affordability of basic governmental services that may be continuing. 8, we need to look at ways to enhance city revenue. All ways need to be on the table. 9, I don't see heroes or villains here, but we are going to need more effective leadership. I'm not okay with people scapegoating small city programs for what's a larger structural problem. Leadership consists of reconciling individual budget priorities and forming consensus. 10, our city leans heavily on sales tax, which disproportionately hits our residents that are working class and on fixed incomes. Those same people are facing a crisis of affordability. We can't solve the city's crisis of affordability by cutting programs that address the affordability problems that are being faced by ordinary city residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Are the speakers online for this, Madam Clerk?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right, very good. With that, it's back to council for questions before we get to the vote. Mr. Friedman.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions for Mr. DiMartini and comments later. Going back to the issue with the streamer, the additional revenue, we have approximately how much, over 2 million that you're aware of that with either settlements that have already taken place and additional coming in, but what's that number that's coming in?
Yes, Councilmember Friedman. So for the, there are about 4 streamers that we are far enough along on the audit process. So for those 4 in totality, we are expecting approximately $2.6 million of revenue to come in that is one time associated with prior years where they should have been collecting and remitting UT during the 3-year statute of limitations, and they were not.
And then that's just for the one time, and then is there any, in this projected year, a number for any ongoing, but again, related just to fiscal year 27?
Yes, Councilmember Freeman, there is. And so again, for those same 4 streamers, staff is projecting approximately $600,000 in fiscal year 27 of ongoing UT revenue.
So that's about 3.2 million, and that is not accounted for in the budget that's presented, correct?
That is correct, Councilmember Freeman.
And then the last question on this, are there other streamers that you are negotiating with right now that could potentially increase the one-time or the ongoing, not a number anywhere right now, but just are we having discussions with others, or is this all that we have?
These are the 4 that we have either settled with or we are working on settling with. There are multiple other larger streamers which we are about to initiate audits for.
And the goal would be for, hopefully those would be resolved within fiscal year 27.
Yes, Councilmember Freeman, this is a high priority for me and my office, and so we will be actively pursuing these in earnest.
Okay. I don't know if it's Ms. McAdoo or Mr. DiMartini, recently the Deputy City Administrator position is going to be vacated, and what is the cost of that, and is that expense, is that going to be reallocated, or is that a vacancy that we could count towards additional savings?
It is not included in any of the numbers that the council has seen today. I am working with my team on a restructuring proposal. There will be some savings, but it's too early right now to be able to tell you where exactly those savings will land. And so I want to just make sure that we have a solid plan in place to manage those functions. And so we can report back to council on what those savings are. But that would probably be a Q1 adjustment. Also, that position will be here through July 31st, so there will be some expense for the month of July in the new fiscal year.
Okay, perfect. And then just a couple more questions on slide 8, Mr. DiMartini. You mentioned about labor negotiations, and remember the public brought that up. So last year, one of the challenges we had was there was a number of labor negotiations that were ongoing and they weren't included in the budget because of we were having those negotiations. But according to slide 8, even the ones that were under negotiations, those are accounted for, any potential increases. They're accounted for in the expenditures, so we're not going to have, hopefully we would not have a later hit in the expenditure side.
Yes, Councilmember Freeman, that's right. For any closed labor MOU, all of the known cost increases are built into the budget that's before you. For bargaining that's currently underway, we include a salary increase assumption that represents implementation of those MOUs, but as well as other salary-related expenses that may occur throughout the fiscal year. And so that is our process for budgeting those.
Okay, so it is different than last year, where we are trying to account for those. Not that we didn't last year, but there were some special circumstances. But we're in a better place this year in terms of negotiations and what the expenditures are in terms of the budget being presented.
Yes.
Okay. And then on the continuing resolution, thank you for showing what would happen if we had to go that way, where we weren't able to adopt a budget and had to do the 1 month. But just to reiterate from what I heard is right off the bat, we wouldn't be able to make the early pension contribution to CalPERS that we do every year. So there would be an automatic cost of $1 million. And then also credit issuances could go up a higher interest rate. So there would be some potential impacts down the line on those too.
Yes, Councilmember Friedman, it's very complicated, right? So, yes, it is a bad message to the crediting world for the uncertainty for our budget. It sends a communication of uncertainty with like investing in long-term like critical infrastructure for potential debt issuances. It just creates confusion. It would create a lot more questions about how the city is functioning and where we're putting our financial resources. And so it would just cause a lot of those issues. And a lot of those issues are really unknown and unintended. Cities don't do this very often. And cities, do this in times of distress where there's just a lot of uncertainty. And quite frankly, we're not in that situation. And so to get to that point would be really challenging.
Okay. Thank you. And the last question, this is more for Ms. McAdoo. So we mentioned that we're going to look at the financials on a monthly and then quarterly come to the Finance Committee. The second quarter financials are very important because halfway through the year, we have a very good projection on where we are in terms of the full year. Would it be possible, or are we already planning to do this, to have the second quarter financials not just be on the consent calendar at the full council, and instead have it come to the Finance Committee, but then have a full presentation for my colleagues and the public on where we are in the second quarter, because that is a great barometer of where we are, and we can also talk about any work or additional revenue that's come in or expenditures that we've done.
Absolutely. We can
I
make
would
sure to
definitely
plan
do
for that.
Thank you. Those are all the questions I have.
Ms. Sneddon, questions?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Rouse. On slide 7, it's a small question, but from the fiscal year 2026 projection to the fiscal year 2027 recommended budget, the projected reserve level goes down. And I'm wondering if we have a precariously balanced budget and we have a very small operating budget surplus, why would our actual reserve level go down?
Yes, Councilmember Sneddon, thank you again for that question. This topic has come up a couple of times now, and so I just want to be very clear that there are multiple reserve categories for our general fund reserves. The two largest categories are our disaster and contingency reserve requirements. But then there are also reserves that are legally required for like contractual obligations. And so the best example here is if we have a multi-year contract, and let's say we have a contract for $5 million, but we've only spent $2 million in fiscal year 2026, we have $3 million remaining. That $3 million has to be carried forward into fiscal year 2027, so that amount of cash is on reserve. Per the city administrator's direction in producing this budget, we are only going to be requesting appropriation for projects where we're ready to spend money. Shovel-ready projects. We're not going to be asking for a lot of money up front and then carrying it forward. And so the reduction of reserve is this trend that has been happening and will continue to happen, where the amount of reserve for those multi-year contractual obligations declines
Okay.
So it's not as though our contingency or disaster reserve on this graph are coming down. They're actually going to be propped up a little bit, but it's the net effect.
Thank you. So that is a $900,000 previous contractual use of the reserve amount. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then I guess sort of a conceptual question, how much of our reserve spending is from contractual obligations from before? And this just gets to the question of our operating budget. So we're calculating our reserve target from our operating budget, but this is a reserve use that's outside of operating budget but is contractually obligated.
This is also reserve related to our operating budget.
Okay.
Okay, and it's a couple $1 million a year. It has been over the last couple of years.
Okay.
So we expect that trend to go down.
Okay. And is that reflected in the future projections, those that taper off?
It is,
will
yes.
go- Okay,
Yes.
thank you. That answers that. So there's a 900,000 that is previously obligated that will carry forward. So even if we're talking today about something we would cut or something we wouldn't cut or something like that, that number is still going to go down either way.
That is correct.
Okay. And then if we have the option to delay capital projects, like you just mentioned, if we went into this sort of emergency circumstance, which I'm not proposing that we do, and I think I heard you say that if we delayed capital projects from starting, new capital projects, because of the pressure to the budget, why can't we do that right now? Why can't we delay new capital projects now to make our reserves whole?
Councilmember Sneddon, the general fund reserves are not impacted by capital projects. Those are funded through enterprise funds or Measure C. So the concept I was trying to get across to the city council is if we move into this interim appropriation resolution territory, it's not fiscally appropriate to allow a new multi-year, very expensive capital project to start if the city council has not formally adopted the budget. That's the concept I'm trying to get across. That's all I was saying.
Thank you, and I understand. I guess my question is, I think it's also not appropriate for us to continue to spend our emergency reserves. So could we have that same argument apply to not starting major capital projects until we meet our reserve target? Is that an option for us?
It is an option, obviously, if that's the council direction. I think we would want to come back and have a conversation about which projects you would like us to not start on. There's obviously a lot of projects that are underway, a lot of projects that are in the works already, so we'd have to continue those. And some are required just to keep our, sort of the lights on and the roofs from leaking. So we'd want to make sure that we're not delaying projects like that. So I think if that's something that the council wants to pursue, that we should look to maybe bringing that list to Finance Committee at that meeting in August. And we can go through that list in detail on the capital projects. And if there are projects that are scheduled to start, we have already done a pretty robust job of scraping Measure C to help balance this year's budget in terms of, really paring it down to required projects and projects that are already underway. But we could absolutely have that conversation with Finance Committee when we come in August.
I think especially because once we obligate ourselves, then that obligates us into the future. And I am talking about new major projects. And I think with that same consideration, sometimes capital projects come with them all sorts of other operating budget fees. And I would say that, you don't buy a big screen TV in the middle of your personal home finance budget crisis. And if you do, you need to take into account the cable fees, the hanging it on the wall fees, all the other operating fees that go with it. And so since you mentioned it, and that, if we were in such a state where we weren't approving our budget, and that would be an option to delay those projects, I say let's do that now and get our emergency reserves replenished. So thank you for answering that question. How are we doing on staffing? Do we still have vacant positions held open? How many, and where are we on that?
Yes, we have a number of departments where we are holding positions vacant. And, you know, I don't have that list here, we don't have that list today.
Yeah, that's
So
okay,
We
but-
we could provide that to the Finance Committee again in August as a discussion point. You know, we budget for kind of a baseline of vacancy savings anticipated each year in each department, but we are also holding positions vacant above and beyond that at
Okay.
this point.
Because I guess my questions are going into what are the unanticipated additional expenses that meet council policy that we're not yet reflecting in the budget yet? And so I don't want to be caught surprised, I think is the bottom line on that. And then, so could council adopt a policy, and at what point would we do that, if we wanted to say something like all new revenue beyond what's specifically budgeted in today's budget, assuming it's approved? So say there's, 2.2 million in the UUT one time, or the ongoing UUT. Could we have a sort of temporary policy that any additional revenue beyond what's budgeted today would go directly into emergency reserves?
Councilmember Sneddon, absolutely. If the city council would like to do that, my recommendation would be to direct staff to develop a policy and come back to the Finance Committee for the Finance Committee to review it. That language could be included in the existing cost recovery and revenue policy, which has already been adopted by city council resolution. That language could also be in the city's council reserve policy potentially. That policy amendment would interact with the reserve policy, because if it's new revenue, then it might impact reserves, and so we might have to look at the reserve policy also. So my recommendation would be to direct staff to review that.
Okay.
Come back.
And we could make that direction today,
You
if that
could.
was something we wanted to do. Okay, thank you. And then just one more question. I know we've had different operating budget sort of projections or numbers, and I just want to know today, the operating budget is 256.8. That is what we would be approving as our operating budget, because if we were to have such a policy moving forward that anything above our approved budget, it really matters what that number is. So I want to be sure we have it.
Yes,
Yeah.
Councilmember Sneddon, thank you. On slide 6, the fiscal year 2027 recommended budget, our expenditure budget is $256.8 million. That includes Measure C expenditures.
And Measure C expenditures, though, aren't operating budget
Correct, they're
expenditures.
capital.
So then they wouldn't count toward our reserve policy.
Correct, they would not.
So I guess my question is, what is the number that does affect our, what is the bottom line number that isn't without the Measure C capital, which is just the operating budget number that our reserve target is based on? I can back it out by multiplying, 75% times.
My staff is looking for the exact Measure C expenditure number, but it'd be $256.8 million minus that Measure C expenditure number, which is approximately $31 million. So the number would be $225 million approximately.
Approximately, okay.
Yes, and we're
Because
gonna
earlier
look
it
at-
was like 201 million. I just so badly want to have like the number, so.
I understand.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a follow-up question with regard to the allocation of surplus and whether it goes directly into replenishing reserves. So currently, surpluses half go to replenishing reserves and the other half go to the Pension 115 Trust, correct?
That is correct, Councilmember Harmon.
And can you just remind me why we established that 115 Trust, and what are the consequences of not utilizing that? And the reason I ask is because I think that will cost us money, and so I just want to make sure that we're clear about the trade-offs, and I'm not remembering it off the top of my head.
Absolutely, Councilmember Harmon, thank you. So the last time we had a surplus was back in 2022, 2023. And so at that time, when the city council took an action to appropriate that surplus for a variety of different uses, that's when the city council adopted its pension management policy. It also established the pension section 115 trust. And we deposited approximately, I think it was $1.6 million into the trust at that time. The trust is an IRS-regulated trust, and it allows local governments to invest the funds that are in that trust in a broader set of investment vehicles above and beyond what California government code allows us to for our overall city investment portfolio. And that trust, 100% of those resources are dedicated to pension-related costs and liabilities. And so the way that the CalPERS unfunded actuarial liability works is that we are required to pay a minimum amount to draw down that liability over the next 20 years. But every year we get an actuarial report, and every year it goes out 20 years. And so it could be this ongoing issue that our organization is going to have to deal with. The existing unfunded actuarial liability on our balance sheet is over $400 million. And every year we have to make a contribution, and every year that amount goes up. So by having resources in this trust on our balance sheet, it brings down that liability, and ultimately it will reduce that annual expense that we have to pay to CalPERS. And what we have been earning in that trust is much better than what we're earning on our overall citywide investment portfolio. And so those resources are compounding and growing. And so as that trust continues to be successful, our annual payment to CalPERS for our unfunded liability will go down, hopefully fairly significantly in those out years, which will allow City Council to appropriate that money on other uses.
Okay, so thank you, that's very helpful. So I think what I'm understanding you say is the policy as it currently stands is an attempt to find a balance between managing current deficit issues and the ongoing structural deficit that could literally bankrupt us. I mean, I think it's fair to say, right? I think that's sort of the elephant in the room here. Thank you, that's very helpful.
All right, very good. Mr. DiMartini, question for you. The way this is teed up, and I know that these two items are broken out specifically for Mr. Friedman and myself for optics purposes. And the last hearing we had, I was talking about a separate resolution so that I could not ratify the use of reserve funds from the previous year in the local housing trust fund along with other items like Measure C. And, but that's not broken out in here, so there's no place in this I could say I'd like not to vote for this. This is kind of, I mean, I'd certainly have no interest in not seeing the budget pass. However, that resolution didn't pass the favor of council, so there's no one item that would represent that. Is that correct?
Mayor Rouse, that is correct. There is no specific resolution that is before you today that would allow the council to vote on separately for any local housing trust fund transfer or allocation.
Okay.
What would be necessary would be the maker of a motion that would maybe suggest a motion that would call that out specifically today.
Yeah, because I'd still, I still feel like it was inappropriate use of funds to go into something, particularly in a fund that's about ready to receive a certain amount of largesse. And I certainly do not want to see Measure C become kind of the silly putty that's going to fill gaps in the future. I realize that staff did an amazing job this year of making really hard decisions, and Ms. McAdoo gave us a budget that was a lot of midnight oil, and I realize that, and I don't want to deny that. But I still would like to put a stop to, this use of reserves for things that are not general fund specific. So I might think about that motion while I call on Mr. Jordan here. Question, Mr. Jordan?
No, I just wanted to follow up your comments with some more comments, if that's okay.
Unless there's no more questions, we can go to comments, yes.
Okay. So let me help you with that maybe as one of the infamous three that voted not to accept last year's budget. There's a significant difference this year in the budget versus last year. Last year, we used reserves specifically to balance the budget. We had a deficit budget that we had no way out of. This year, we have balanced the budget without use of reserves, active use of reserves, even though we're not funding to get back up to where our reserve level is, we're not actively using reserves in our income and expenditures to balance the budget. I understand entirely. I sympathize, empathize with the Housing Trust Fund thing. I'm all on board on that. But I think this year is not the same as last year for those reasons. Next year will be the same unless this resolution that the Finance Committee goes and works on this to start fixing it, and I will be right back in the same place again if we fall back into last year's trap of not wanting to approve the budget. And so I think there's an opportunity for you to find your way with this budget with those little nuances that we're not actively using the reserves. We're treading water, so to speak, and making an effort then to start actually, for the first time since I've been on council, formally pursuing a method to address that rather than just watching it erode every year because we do nothing. And so I'm just hopeful that you can see your way to joining in with the rest, whoever the rest of the group is. And that's why I would be personally not doing the same that I did last year in this particular situation.
No, and I appreciate that comment, Mr. Jordan. That's very good. I once again, because when we had, for example, the habitat thing come before us today, that is precisely why this fund was formed in the first place. But it also was not fed through the taking emergency reserves or contingency reserves and putting them to an extra general fund item, which that was. So very inappropriate last year. But I also don't want to negate what work council has done, or not council, but staff has done. Staff's made all the tough choices. I don't know how many tough choices we made from up here, but I know the staff made some tough choices, and all the department heads as well. And I think that deserves to be I don't know, celebrated is the right word, because we're still in deep yogurt as far as the reserves go, but it should be appreciated, if nothing else. Okay, with that, if there's no more comments, I'd entertain a motion before and realizing that Mr. Friedman and I have to back out on both D and E. Actually, we had it, yeah. Don't do that to me. Confused enough as it is. All right, would you say you wanted to make a motion, Mr. Friedman, or?
You had comment.
What's that? Or you had a comment? Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. So first, thank you to Finance Director Keith DeMartini and the whole Finance Department. I really think, the whole organization for coming up with the list of 200 and for communicating to us how the situation is in both dire but also not dire. It somehow seems to be both because we're developing the plan. I am very happy to hear that the Finance Committee meeting is already scheduled. And I think in that the first order of business, the very first order of business is to identify the ongoing funding source for the local housing trust fund. That was the direction last year at this time. That was part of the motion that we made to be able to use those reserves last year. To my understanding, this still has not happened, has not been done, has not been addressed. And this is not to the Finance Department. I would say this is to all of us up here. The responsibility rests with us, that then we come to budget time and we devolve over grappling with $1 to $2 million that should have already been designated to the local housing trust fund. It does become the scapegoat for all the other discussions that we're having, and I think we need to address that. It's in our housing element. It was in the creation of the local housing trust fund, and I think that is a really important first order of business, and I think it has not been addressed, and that was in the motion last year when we did go into reserves. So I'm a little bit concerned today with moving forward with that same kind of motion, and here being a year later when that ongoing funding source has not been identified. I think there are a lot of things that could be used for that fund, and I trust that Finance Committee is going to do a deep dive into that. I've already shared that I think in lieu fees or development fees or the property tax from the Paseo Nuevo, there are many different things that have a nexus with that local housing trust fund. But I think it's a mistake for us to either pass an entire budget or not an entire budget based on this $1 to $2 million over and over again when we've had the direction to identify that ongoing source. So I'm just going to list down some, I think, either revenue or savings ideas that since this meeting, the Finance Committee meeting, is already scheduled, so I'm hoping to get these in there. I think we could put the 2.2 million UUT directly into reserves to start to replenish that, any one-time money like that. I think we have the ongoing, we've already mentioned these things, but I'll mention them again, vacancy tax, increasing the in lieu fees. I think we could increase short-term rental licensing fees where they are allowed. I think we don't necessarily need to entirely put away the real property transfer tax idea. I think it is still worth considering maybe down the line on that. I think we need to put back on the table hotel tax increases. I think that industry has been, well, I'll leave it at that. I think it should be on the table at the Finance Committee. Also, just an overall reassessment of utility tax revenue, development impact fees, most certainly. And I think in our fleet vehicles, I mean, just look into models of renting vehicles rather than maintaining long-term maintenance fees. That's something that some cities do that I think is worth looking at. I think we do, I'll say it again, need to identify the ongoing stream for the local housing trust fund and have that be a permanent source, and to tie it to development. And I think evaluating Measure C project timelines, since you did mention it today, and having that be delaying major projects. And I think moving forward, any major project in capital needs to also include what I'll call hidden fees, hidden operating fees that go into the ongoing expense. And I will say Casa Cacique is an example of that. It's one thing to purchase a property with capital, but it's another thing then to provide all the programming, the upgrades, and the things that aren't the capital costs, but are the operating costs. And I feel like many times when items come to council, it's just the dollar amount for Measure C, but doesn't have the full accounting of everything else in there too. And then I think we really importantly need to have from finance a tiered plan to rebuild the reserves with everything maximally focused on those emergency reserves immediately. We're very close to being able to fill those. I think we can do it and have that be in the first year. The plan that we stick to do that. And then moving forward on that is just with much appreciation for everything that we've done and that you've done in the finance department. And just moving forward, I think in council items with any budget items, I can't say it enough, the fiscal impact is not just the capital itself, it's everything that goes into it as well. Thank you.
Mr. Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, just two quick questions to Mr. DiMartini. On the Section 115 pension fund, you mentioned how it was our largest growing fund in terms of percentage-wise. We initially put in $2 million. About how much has it grown?
Councilmember Freeman, I believe we put in $1.6 million initially, so now the balance is upwards of 2.2, so it's already earned $600,000.
Just a couple of years, so that's great. And then just so we have a starting point, one, put it on the record, so as we go into finance and we adopt the budget hopefully today, what our starting point is, what is the dollar amount as of today, approximate dollar amount that we have dipped into emergency reserves?
Councilmember Freeman, that's approximately $6 million.
Okay, $6 million. Everybody heard it. That's our goal, is to find a way as efficiently and quickly as possible to get out of the $6 million. All right, so first I want to thank our staff, finance department, but all staff from throughout the organization throughout this year. It's been a challenging year. And to come up with all the different recommendations, the creativity, looking at revenue enhancements, looking at controlling expenditures, new opportunities, and to present those to the Finance Committee, and for us to really have those robust discussions. So I appreciate all that the staff went through this year, and it was very methodical. And I want to thank my two colleagues on the Finance Committee, Member Santa Maria and Member Harmon, because the three of us took that seriously, the charge from council last year, regardless of how the vote at council went. How the vote goes is how the vote goes, and the direction needs to, when the vote comes to finance, we all have to take that direction and do the best we can to follow up with it. And what we did was we went over 2 meetings in October of last year to really look at the operating budget, because we can't address the use of reserves if we're still operating where we have to use reserves. It doesn't work that way. And then the other part is you can't find a dedicated funding source to the local housing trust fund until your operating budget is balanced. And so through the work of my colleagues with the staff and the public too, because both of those meetings were held open to the public, so we had public comment at both of those meetings. It gave the public extra time, over a week and a half instead of just the normal 4 to 5 days, to look at those recommendations. We were able to, for this year, through the organization-wide, to look at, right now, we have a surplus in the operating budget. So that's a huge achievement. That's what we focused on this year. And it gives us the opportunity to really go forward next year, to plug that $6 million number. And I appreciate all the questions this year that have come up in the debate that's come up on the budget, because it shows that we all care. All 7 of us care about the budget and getting it right, because the city requires it in all the services. And it's important, I just want to acknowledge this, that there is no one department, there's no one person that's responsible for this. It's collective, and we all bear the responsibility of working together to come out of it. And in doing so, if we all take responsibility for it together, we will find a path forward. It's going to take a little bit of time, but that's what the city administrator has laid out for a couple of years. This year gets us going forward, and then we have other opportunities coming up in fiscal year 28 and 29 that will present new opportunities. And then where I also want to talk about is, for going forward, in the reference to the capital, it doesn't materially affect the emergency reserves when you're doing capital. There might be a little bit there, but the problem with delaying capital comes in, and this is, I've learned this through my experience at the county and studying this at Cal State Northridge with budgeting, is that capital oftentimes becomes the first place that you look to cut when times are tough. And then what happens is it's a delay, it's not a permanent, and that capital infrastructure, especially when you're focused on a city that has many aging infrastructure like ours, is that the fixes that you could address relatively inexpensively, they end up compounding, and you have to do emergency repairs, and those cost a lot more at a time when you are least expecting it. So I would caution us, I'm happy to discuss it at the council of what the implications, or at the finance, of what that would be, but that is something that could add significantly to the budget if we have a bunch of capital that is delayed and deferred and it continues to age. So at this point, we are at the balanced budget operationally, and the other key point is we don't have the same challenges last year where we were in labor negotiations. Those are all accounted for this year, so we're not expecting a significant bump, because it's about 70% or 68% of the city's budget goes into salaries and benefits to our employees to deliver the services that the public relies upon every day. So I just want to put that out there. So what I'm going to propose is some of the things that Councilmember Sneddon said, but even be more succinct is we have that streaming revenue that we just talked about that comes in at about $3.2 million if you count the one time in the past. That should go, I think most of us would be in agreement on that, going back into the emergency reserves. There's also the potential, as we negotiate with other streamers, as Mr. DiMartini just indicated a few minutes ago, to have additional one-time and ongoing next year. So somewhere in the ballpark, that would be about $4 million or so, if we add that up. But 3.2 is a safe number. It could be a little bit more or less going above that, but let's just say starting at 3.2 million plus an unknown number that's going to come in. That gets us closer to that $6 million number. If we have the Finance Committee really take a deep dive and look at other revenue enhancements, how are we doing on the 200 recommendations? Those are things that we need to look at. Are there other opportunities there that we haven't identified within those additional, the 200? And what that does is if we're disciplined with the streaming revenue and any other additional revenue that comes in unexpectedly and we put it into the reserves, we have an opportunity to refill that $6 million by this time next year. It's not guaranteed, but it's a path to get there. And once we can get out of the emergency reserves, it's a different conversation in the city in terms of what we can afford and not, while we still plan ahead to replenish the contingency reserve. And along the way, we'll have robust discussions at the Finance Committee on August 25th. It'll just be the first, and we'll continue to do that. I do want to support having the second quarter financials come back to the full council. It's very important that that happens. And so that's what I would propose for right now is we have the operational, let's support the budget as proposed, and let's get that streaming revenue, put all that, whatever is there now, whatever comes in would go back into reserves. And then what I do want to acknowledge, where Mayor Rouse is talking about. I also want to acknowledge for the housing community the importance of the local housing trust fund in finding a dedicated funding source for it. It's something, it is a transformational tool that we've had. We just were able to fund 2 units today that are going to be ownership opportunity for those who weren't here earlier with Habitat Humanity using that fund. And so we really need to focus on our budget and look at how we can get there so we don't have this conversation year after year. So that's what I would propose is keep it simple and the streaming revenue go back in emergency reserves, adopt the budget today. There's things we all like, there's things that we don't like, but collectively, we're one body up here and let's pass this budget today. Let's not even entertain the alternative. That alternative's a non-starter for me. And then let's go ahead and do the work so that a year from now, we can show we're in a much better place. Thank you.
All right, very good, well said. There is one point I'd like to make, and that goes back to how the local housing trust fund was formed and how the 115 trusts were formed. This funding stream depends on surpluses, and surpluses depend on us doing our job with the general fund budget. We've got a lot of extraneous expenses this year, other expenses that don't normally show up, and we strained our budget with them. So I still don't like the idea of reserves from last year being in the local housing trust fund, but I think per Mr. Jordan's comments and Mr. Friedman's comments, we've gotten the budget in a pretty good position. But it is about the discipline it takes. I really actually don't know why the local housing trust fund gets expressed as part of the budget matrix, because it is about surpluses, and so is the 115 trust. And that's what it should be about. It's not being quote-unquote scapegoated. It was something that was developed to attract other philanthropic things, to attract what we're going to get out of the project at Paseo Nuevo, for example, or the right project. So, and that's great. And doing things like the Habitat for Humanity is absolutely fabulous, precisely what it's for. So going forward, I intend to support this budget because it is the product of an amazing amount of effort and creativity. But going forward, we are going to have some super discipline about how we spend our general fund operating budget. And until we find new revenue sources that aren't just taxes, until we support businesses to the point where they can provide the taxes we need to run the city, we're going to have to wait until we develop a surplus. And with that, are you ready to make a motion, Ms. Sneddon? Okay, very good.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I am ready to move budget adoption as presented by staff, with the understanding that the UUT funds, or as Councilmember Friedman calls them, streaming, we're both talking about the same thing, we're in complete agreement on this, that the UUT funds will go to replenishing reserves, and that Finance Committee will identify a dedicated ongoing funding source for the local housing trust fund.
Okay, so that's extraordinary to the agenda. Are we good with that, Mr. Doimus? If that's, those are restrictions on future councils on where those go. So that was my concern.
That's Honorable Mayor. It's a very good question. It's something in place that you're able to do, but also future council can always untie it as well. So
Yeah,
it's
for
not,
example, we're
it's never
using
bound.
UUT funds to supplement the general fund budget this year, which were normally dedicated to paving, and Measure C is going to back that up. So that's under the temporary rubric. So I'm a little nervous about having something that says thou shalt going on.
And each budget cycle, each budget year is a different issue. So at least for this year and looking into what we would propose for next year, that's acceptable. But as always, nothing is completely binding in future future generations.
The one-time UUT that we're expecting?
Yes, if I may, Mayor Rouse,
Yes, please.
Councilmember Sneddon. What I heard Councilmember say is in regards to recommendation J, which is the resolution that's before you approving the plan to replenish reserves, and then have the Finance Committee review potential amendments to the reserve policy at the late August meeting, and then also discuss options for balancing the budget going forward, and also discuss a potential ongoing revenue source for the local housing trust fund. So I interpreted your comment in regards to resolution J only, not the other resolutions before you.
Correct. And I want to be clear, not just discuss the ongoing local housing trust fund funding. That's what we did last year. We've spent 2 years now discussing, or maybe not discussing. It needs to be identified and funded, and that's in our housing element. So we are not carrying through with the language that's in our housing element. If we need to break those up into separate motions so that more will vote for it, I'm happy to do that.
Yeah, I think that might be helpful, since that is sort of separate from this. It's more of a future budget direction. So maybe making it a separate motion to say, come back with.
Yeah, we can give direction to staff to come back with it, because we've got those meetings teed up.
Yeah, for the ongoing.
Yeah, it just is a lingering thing from last year's budget, but I think maybe we could just all move on from last year's budget, and I'm happy to break them up.
Okay, Mr. City Attorney.
Yes, Honorable Mayor, I would ask that we do break it up. We have to break it up anyway because of the recusals on certain issues. So kind of going down and breaking it up
Okay, so
would be most helpful.
when we get to J, then we'll, okay,
That'd be
very good.
best.
So with that, Mr. Freeman, you got your light on.
All right, I think that answered it. We can move forward with J, using the UUT streamer, the one year through fiscal year 27 to go towards emergency reserves.
That works.
And if we can break out the local housing trust fund, I'm fully committed with everybody to get there, but the concern I have is that if we have unexpected events, we have a super El Nino coming where we could very well have to dip into our emergency reserves again, and we've identified certain sources to go somewhere and we might need them. I don't want to make promises, but I am fully on board with sending it to finance to say prioritize. Recommending the local housing trust fund. But the finance can only go so far, and then we can put it up, here's a series, but then the full council, and I think we all understand that. But I don't want to set the expectation that the finance committee alone, especially given that we still have to replenish the contingency reserves, is going to identify and come up with a source for the local housing trust fund. At the same time, we're trying to also refill our contingency reserves. So I just want to give us the flexibility to prioritize it, but not guarantee that it's going to come in 1 year. Because even if it's like a TOT that's mentioned, that might not happen until 2028.
Yeah, and I think staff can come forward with, I mean, we've been talking about a number of different options, and I think we've always talked about in 2 years, when the police building is done and we are no longer spending the cash on that would be an appropriate source for ongoing funding for the local housing trust fund. And so I think we can have a more in-depth conversation about the Measure C projections and cash flow projections at Finance Committee.
This is all I'm asking, to identify, I'm not saying solve the problem, and we can do it at council if you prefer, but it was actually set up last year as the motion was to replenish that $2 million and identify an ongoing funding source. I'm not saying commit that fund, I'm not saying decide today from the dais, but I don't want it to roll over, get lost, that was still to be done from last year's resolution, was to replenish that $2 million that was used from reserves, and that has not happened. And that was last year's resolution, was to replenish that $2 million. And that, we can make them separate motions, but it has to be addressed because it was part of passing our budget last year.
It has to be addressed, but we also rolled over $2 million into this year's budget from that same $4 million, so.
So, yeah,
That's what I've been talking about.
If we could take it separately, and yes, the direction was given, but at the same time, we had to get out of the operational deficit. And that's the issue, and we don't know if we're going to have an operational
I understand.
deficit.
You could
So,
still identify
so
it, but not use it yet. You could still identify it, but not. But that's fine. We can separate it out. Let's
Okay.
pass the budget, and with the UUT one-time funds going toward reserves.
Okay, so do we have the motion in a cogent manner right now that can be seconded? Do we have a second yet even?
Mr. Mayor, yeah, I don't believe we have a second, and I would also ask for the motion to be repeated.
Yeah, okay, that'd be great if the maker would do that again, please.
To pass the budget as proposed by staff with the one-time UUT funds going to replenishing reserves.
Streaming funds.
Streaming funds.
And are you, and this is A through M? Because we have to then break out D and E. Is that what you're proposing?
Yes.
Okay. So with that, I would say you could if the maker of the motion would remake that with exceptions of D and E so we can vote on those separately.
Okay, with exceptions of D and E. But am I to understand that we are taking out of any motion the identifying the ongoing funding source for
I
the
think it
local
was an
housing trust
instruction
fund?
to staff to go to, was it not direction?
I mean, are we not doing that?
Well, I think we're going to make a separate motion. So I think there's 3 separate motions that need to be made, one on item D, one on item E, and then a third, which is to have staff come back, work with the Finance Committee on identifying the ongoing funding source for local housing trust funds. So I think there's 3 remaining motions after this main motion.
Okay,
All right.
and so moved.
So, moving with the exception of D and E, is that the idea? Okay, and second to that?
I'll second it.
Second by Friedman. And I will state that, well, I guess we'll go ahead and vote on that, then we can talk about D and E. May we have the, if there's no further comment, may we have the vote, please?
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon, seconded by Councilmember Friedman, to approve staff recommendation A through
M.
Through M, including L?
With the exception of
D and
D
Are we not,
and E.
yeah, L, we need to.
Oh, yeah, do not adopt.
Not L.
Not L.
Yeah,
Right,
so,
yes, correct.
yeah. go ahead and
With
delete that
exception
from
of
your motion
D,
as well.
E, and L.
L.
Good catch, Madam Clerk.
Okay. So we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon, seconded by Councilmember Friedman, for the staff recommendations, except for recommendations D, E, and L, with the statement that Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon made a few minutes ago as part of the motion.
That the UUT streaming one-time funds will go into replenishing emergency
All right,
reserves.
you good with that seconder of the motion? Very good. If everybody understands the motion, now we can go ahead and rack up that vote.
Okay. Thank you very much. Go ahead and vote, please.
Passed unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay, to item D, I will be stepping aside because I am a slip holder. So if somebody could go ahead and
Okay.
do that voodoo that you do.
Would you like to excuse yourself, Mayor Rouse? Would
No,
you
I don't have to
excuse
leave the room.
yourself?
I'm just going to recuse.
You can, yeah, Honorable
I don't have
Mayor,
to leave the
you can obviously recuse yourself, and this one is for the appearance of a conflict, so you cannot participate or deliberate. You can choose to stay at the dais but not participate. The same with Mr. Friedman on the next item, so not influence it, or you can choose to leave. But we would need someone else to make the motion to approve D in a second with, obviously, Mayor Rouse recusing and not participating in voting, so.
And do we have a motion for item D?
I'll move item D.
Second. Okay, we have Councilmember Jordan and Councilmember Harmon, first and second. Roll call.
Very good. I'm just going to retake attendance here. So this is only going to be attendance, what you see, and then you'll vote in a moment. Hold, please. Okay, and now we will have a vote for recommendation D. Motion by Councilmember Jordan, seconded by Councilmember Harmon. Please go ahead and vote.
Oh, thank you, Mayor Rouse. Motion passes with 6 in favor and Mayor Rouse abstaining.
Absent.
Absent.
I'll move item E.
Okay, motion by,
Hold on, I need to
Okay, give your
explain why I'm actually going to step out because the reason I am abstaining from this item is I work for a grocery store, so it does affect my employer's income minimally, but I will be recusing myself for that reason, and I'll step out since it has to do with my employer.
all right, very good. Mr. Friedman steps out, and we have a motion by Jordan. Second by Harmon. Very good. Or you want to retake the roll?
Yes, I am now going to retake attendance. This is not the vote. Hold on, please.
Very good. Motion passes.
Mayor, hold on one moment. We're just going to take the vote still. That
Oh,
was
that
just
was just
the
the
attendance.
attendance, okay.
Okay, now this is a motion by Councilmember Jordan, motion by Councilmember Jordan, seconded by Councilmember Harmon for item E.
There we go. Passes unanimously with all present. Mr. Friedman absent. Thank you. Okay.
And Mr. Mayor, I'm just going to retake attendance, so we're clean.
And then we can,
We have, I think, wait, hold on, we have
Thank you, Mr.
the,
DiMartini.
one
Well
more
done.
motion. Did you want to have the motion about the local housing trust fund? We forgot that
for the
motion.
direction for the, is it a, do we need a motion a second for the direction?
It's, if the council, I mean, it's up to the council.
I'd like to make a motion because I don't want it to be forgotten in the
Very
past
good.
year.
Please go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion that Finance Committee be directed to identify an ongoing funding source for the local housing trust fund.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
All right, motion and a second. Do you have that, Madam Clerk?
A motion by Councilmember a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon, seconded by Councilmember Santa Maria, that the Finance Committee be directed to identify an ongoing funding source for the local housing trust fund. Okay. Go ahead and vote, please.
Passed unanimously. Thank you very much. Ms. McAdoo, we talking about this item or the next item?
I would say let's take a break
Okay.
for 15 minutes, and then we should be ready to report back on the Wildfire Assessment District
Right.
results.
And
And then we can move on to the ADU.
Next two items should be relatively short, so yes, thank you very much. We'll be back at 20 after 5. 20 after 5. and start getting ready to get back into business here. I just want to make an announcement about item 26. We've got one more item to go here before we get to 26. There's a ton of speaker slips, and there's a ton of folks online. So it's going to be a minute per. Oh, I know. But we want to get to it tonight. We want to get to it within this calendar day. If you want to combine, if somebody wants to donate their time to another speaker, you can do that. Up to 5 speakers, 4 speakers, so 5 minutes total, okay? So minutes longer than you think it is, trust me, when you're up there. So we're gonna get going here. I guess we can go ahead and reconvene then. Are we ready to go, Madam Clerk? Okay, would you read the next item into the record, please?
Yes, item 25, Accessory Dwelling Unit Ordinance Amendment Project Framework.
All right, very good. Mr. Busk.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse and council members. I just wanted to state that we're happy to be here today to kick off this amendment process. As you know, ADUs have been very successful in terms of creating new housing units, and our goal with these amendments is really to streamline the process and make it simpler for everyone involved. So with that, I will turn it over to Robert Dostalek.
All right, very good. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and council members. I'm Robert Dostalek, and I'm one of the staff planners with the Community Development Department. The item before you is the ADU Ordinance Amendment Project Framework. And we're going to present a broad overview of some of the proposed amendments to the city's ADU ordinances. There are several objectives for this meeting. The first is to implement the directives of Housing Element Program HE6 to facilitate further ADU development through outreach, additional guidance materials, and researching ADUs as affordable housing. Second is to provide an overview of the proposed amendments to the Title 28 and Title 30 zoning ordinances, including provisions that are proposed to be removed, added, and maintained. Third is to obtain early council direction before staff continues outreach, research, and preparation of draft ordinances. During the presentation, we'll touch on a handful of topics, and we have some targeted questions at the end in which we are seeking council guidance. And onto a little background. A big reason we're here today is that the state ADU law continues to evolve. Some of the significant changes that have occurred in the past 3 years include removal of the owner occupancy requirement, the separate sale and conveyance of ADUs as the primary residential unit through the condominium process is now an option, the ADUs and the primary unit. Procedures for reviewing unpermitted ADUs were created, and there have also been changes to the number of ADUs allowed on a lot. And a little bit of the history of the local ADU amendments. This is an at-a-glance timeline of the amendments and the programs over the years. The initial ADU ordinances were adopted in 2018, following substantial streamlining requirements by the state. The ordinance were then revisited in 2020 and underwent substantial updates. Changes to regulations related to height and mixed-use developments happened and were adopted in 2023. And just last year, the city successfully launched the pre-approved ADU program that was required by the state. And although ADU law continues to evolve, the city's ADU ordinances have never been comprehensively rewritten. Therefore, the current ordinances contain outdated, inconsistent, and sometimes convoluted standards that no longer align with state requirements, such as subjective design criteria. This has caused confusion for applicants and has complicated staff's ability to apply the ordinance consistently. A major driver of the confusion and complexity is the inclusion of work that is unrelated to the ADU within permit applications, which often expands the scope of review and creates additional coordination and processing challenges for staff. A common example of this is an addition to the primary residence that accompanies the ADU permit application. And these are some of the goals of the ADU amendments. The first bullet is to simplify regulations to align with state law. With rapidly changing state legislation, we are proposing to simplify the regulations to align with state law, and in some areas, the ordinance simply reference state law, such as in some of the terminology. And the second bullet is to reduce unnecessary design review triggers. Although the current ordinances were well intended to provide design review flexibility, the architectural design criteria are challenging for staff to apply. These include subjective standards such as the matching of design style of the primary residence. Even minor things like window mismatches can create a lot of back and forth during building permit review. Also, common architectural amenities that are proposed on the ADU, such as a small upper story balcony, can trigger design review and create friction in the process. Therefore, staff is proposing to reduce the design review triggers that do not provide meaningful community benefit. And the third bullet is to clarify standards for applicants. Although also through staff experience and outreach thus far, we have identified some parts of the ordinance that are commonly misinterpreted. So another goal is to clarify the standards where appropriate. An example of this are the open yard requirements that I'll discuss in more detail later in the presentation. So applicants are sometimes under the impression that they've designed a viable project based on the ordinance, only to be disappointed and frustrated when they receive the correction letter during building permit or planning application review. And the fourth bullet is to maintain standards valued by the community. So there are existing standards that are proposed to be maintained and updated. Examples include the privacy standards, reuse of buildings through ADU conversions, and safety in high fire hazard areas. And so how's the progress? How many ADUs have been completed? What are the numbers? Approximately 767 ADUs have been granted certificate of occupancy since 2017. There are nearly 300 more ADU projects that have a building permit issued, and over 200 more that are in the building permit review process. So lots of ADU activity. And you'll notice the vast majority of ADUs are the conversion of existing space, and then smaller subsets of enforcement, abatement units, additions, and then new construction. And here we'll get into a couple of the types of ADUs under state law. And this slide illustrates detached examples of the two main types. The left-hand side shows the state-exempt units created under State Government Code Section 66323. Our current ADU ordinances refer to these as special ADUs, but that term will be changed to state-exempt ADU as a component of the amendments. State-exempt ADUs must be approved ministerially and are subject only to the standards specified in state law. For example, these units are not required to comply with local standards such as open yard, front setbacks, or design requirements. However, they cannot exceed 800 square feet in size when detached. And although not illustrated, junior accessory dwelling units, or JADUs, are also considered a state-exempt unit. However, JADUs are limited to a maximum size of 500 square feet and are created within the proposed or existing space of a single-unit dwelling or attached garage. There are 4 categories of state-exempt ADUs: single-unit converted ADUs and JADUs. Converted ADUs are simply created out of the existing floor area of a main or accessory building. And then single-unit detached ADUs like the one shown on the left, and then multi-unit converted ADUs, and then multi-unit detached ADUs. And the right-hand side shows the non-exempt units created under State Government Code 66314. Our current ADU ordinances refer to these units as standard ADUs, but that term will be changed to non-exempt ADU as a component of the amendments. And these can be larger units of up to 1,200 square feet, and local agencies may impose objective standards such as height, setbacks, architectural review, parking, and size. And this is a very basic representation of how you could get 4 ADUs on a single lot, which is the amount that is allowed under state law. The total number of exempt ADUs allowed on a single lot includes 1 JADU, 1 conversion unit, 1 new construction, and 1 detached unit with a maximum size of 800 square feet. In addition, a local agency must allow at least 1 non-exempt ADU with a maximum size of 1,200 square feet and may impose objective development and design standards. Therefore, beyond the primary residence, single unit lots have the potential to be developed with up to 4 ADUs under state law. And this is a hypothetical layout of ADUs on a multi-unit lot. The total number of ADUs on a 2-unit, multi-unit, or mixed-use lot is determined by the existing or proposed number of primary units and the type of ADU configuration, in other words, detached or conversion. There is no maximum size limit for state-exempt ADUs built on a multi-unit lot. In addition, similar to single-unit lots, a local agency must allow at least 1 non-exempt ADU with a maximum size of 1,200 square feet, and again, may impose objective development and design standards. And this slide, you can see on the left-hand side, there are an ADU converted out of 2 carports, and then within the building, a former boiler room could be converted to an ADU, and then 1 new detached state exempt, and then 1 new detached non-exempt. And we're still pretty early in the process, but the outreach summary so far, as a component of the Housing Element Program HE6 directives, this is the preliminary outreach that was conducted prior to this meeting. The first being Santa Barbara American Institute of Architects Advocacy Committee. We conducted internal staff experience research and got lots of good feedback. And we've also begun coordinating with the Coastal Commission. And then following this meeting, we have additional outreach planned following council guidance and prior to Planning Commission review of draft ordinances. And here we'll get into the proposed ordinance amendments themselves that are proposed to be removed, added, or maintained. And the first are changes to architectural review criteria. These changes are based on the Housing Element Program HE6 to reduce design review triggers alongside the goal to simplify the ordinances. Objective architectural review criteria are only applicable to non-exempt units. Interestingly, through research, relatively few proposed ADUs are subject to the architectural review criteria. This is because most ADUs are state exempt simply based on the floor area of 800 square feet or less, or is a conversion unit, or is a JADU. In addition, many ADUs are in the rear portion of the lot and aren't publicly visible. And staff proposes to remove the requirement for the same architectural style because it is a subjective standard that conflicts with state ADU laws. Only objective standards can be applied. And then to update and clarify privacy rules. These include standards for upper story windows and upper story landings, decks, and balconies. And another theme that was discovered under the current ADU ordinances is that applicants regularly include other design features with their submittals, such as decks, porches, and balconies. And rightly so, they make the ADU more livable. Unfortunately, these regularly trigger design review when the rest of the ADU would otherwise be exempt because they are considered non-integral building elements under the current ordinances. And this creates awkward situations for the city's design review bodies. When this happens, the design review body can only comment on the balcony, for example, and then has to ignore the rest of the building. Therefore, to remedy that, staff proposes a new subsection titled Optional ADU Elements. And this would include optional features such as porches, storage closets, decks, and balconies, for example. And these features would be exempt from design review if they meet the objective size, design, and placement limitations. And these would be drafted to align with the single-family streamlining amendments that became effective in May of this year. This new section would also clarify what design features are considered part of the ADU. and those that may use the reduced 4-foot interior setback. Excuse me. An open yard is another area of the ordinance that becomes complicated when other work is proposed that is unrelated to the ADU. For example, if an addition to the primary residence is proposed in proximity to the proposed ADU, there can be competing and overlapping open yard standards. One set of open yard standards applies to the ADU, and another set of open yard standards applies to the addition. In these situations, staff would often need to request separate site plans, one for the ADU showing compliance with those standards, and then another showing the addition and compliance with those open yard standards. Also, the ADU-specific reductions for open yard are commonly misinterpreted. For example, on lots less than 6,000 square feet, the open yard area may be reduced down to 500 square feet on an as-needed basis. However, project plans would often just show 500 square feet. And then, again, there'd be disappointment and frustration would ensue when applicants received the correction letter. Therefore, staff proposes to remove the ADU-specific reductions. There is no open yard requirement for state ADUs, state-exempt ADUs. And then non-exempt ADUs would follow the new single-family rules for open yard that went into effect in May of this year. And some of you may remember that work effort coming before you. The single-family rules included changes to the area standards based on lot size and reduced dimensional standards to make compliance with the development standard easier. And we are seeking council direction for changes to the open yard standards. And per previous council direction, larger non-exempt ADUs are prohibited in the foothill and extreme foothill high fire hazard areas. And that's due to concerns about increased density and vehicles during an evacuation event in those zones. However, state-exempt ADUs with up to 800 square feet of floor area are allowed in the foothill and extreme foothill high fire hazard areas, as are JADUs. In addition, special parking regulations were adopted that apply to all fire hazard areas in the city. And I'll show a map here in a moment. This requirement is one additional space for ADUs with one or more bedrooms unless the ADU is created out of existing floor area or is eligible for another parking exception. Staff discussed these existing standards with fire department staff in early 2026, and they continue to recommend that the high fire hazard area development and parking regulations be maintained. And here's a good map showing all the high fire hazard areas. And the red and yellow areas are where the non-exempt ADUs would continue to be prohibited. And all high fire hazard areas shown on this map would be subject to the special parking requirements. And that includes the light green, the red, and the yellow. And we're also seeking council direction on maintaining the local high fire hazard ADU development and parking standards. And some other local regulations proposed to be added. In addition to those we have already discussed, there are several more regulations that are proposed. The first is condominiums. People have expressed interest in ownership opportunities for ADUs. With recent changes to state ADU law, ownership units are now possible through the condominium processes. This could be performed through the initial condominium map for new construction or through the condominium conversion process for projects already completed. State law does not require local agencies to adopt or implement such regulations, but they have the option to do so if, for example, community interest warrants. Some California cities, such as San Jose and San Diego, have adopted such ordinances. And this is another question to council today, is whether you agree with this proposed addition to our local ordinances. And additionally, as I went over earlier with the example site plans, achieving the maximum number of state-exempt ADUs on single and multi-unit lots requires a combination of conversion and newly constructed detached ADUs. Under current state law, single-unit lots may contain up to 4 ADUs. through a combination of a JADU, a conversion ADU, a detached ADU, and one non-exempt ADUs. Multi-unit lots may accommodate between 4 and 8 or more ADUs, depending on the number of existing units and whether conversion or new construction is proposed. Therefore, to provide added flexibility, staff proposes to allow exempt conversion ADUs when no new construction state-exempt detached ADUs are proposed. Conversions, ADUs tend to be cheaper for obvious reasons, use less resources, and are generally quicker to get on the rental market because there's less construction. It also helps a property owner to get the maximum number of units under state law and reduces potential impacts on neighboring properties. And we'll be asking council on this question as well, whether you agree with including this addition in the ordinances. And then winding down, tiny homes on wheels. This was kind of an addition to the CAR at the end, but because we continue to receive questions from the public regarding tiny homes on wheels for use as either primary residences or ADUs. And affordability is likely a driver of some of these questions. However, due to their classification as recreational vehicles, they generally cannot be used for living or sleeping purposes outside RV parks. However, some cities and counties, such as the City of Los Angeles and City of Fort Bragg, have adopted local regulations to allow tiny homes on wheels, but the local regulations vary. For example, they're typically not greater than around 400 square feet in size, require periodic inspections, require connection to water, sewer, and electricity. And although they may provide a lower cost housing option, there may be concerns related to aesthetics and neighborhood compatibility. And based on very preliminary research, some of the jurisdictions clearly recognize this and adopted additional development standards, including it must be located toward the rear of the property and not in front yards, and the wheels in the undercarriage must be hidden or screened or removed in some cases. Therefore, due to continued community interest, staff is seeking council direction on whether to explore allowing tiny homes on wheels as part of the ADU ordinance amendment, work effort, or as a possible standalone program. And so the questions for council, we're looking for direction on the high fire hazard areas, ownership units, expanded conversion allowances, direction for open yard, direction for tiny homes on wheels, and I'll toggle back to these questions. The next steps, however, is to continue outreach through the summer of this year and continue drafting the ordinances. And then toward the end of the year, in fall and winter, go to Planning Commission, Ordinance Committee, and Council review. And then Coastal Commission certification of Title 28 amendments are projected to hopefully occur at the beginning of next year. And that concludes staff's presentation, and we're available for questions. And I can also scroll back to the questions to council.
All right, well, we have a few speaker slips on this. We're going to go to 2 minutes because we really are getting late in the day. So we'll go to 2 minutes per speaker. We'll start it with Raina on Helm, followed by James Altman. 2 minutes, please, Madam Clerk.
Okay, so I didn't do all my due diligence homework on this one, but I am concerned about if this is going to affect the Housing Crisis Act, any deed-restricted housing. I just want to make sure that no low-income housing is being lost with this plan. And also, my other concern is creating high-density parking situations. Most of our streets are so full, there's nowhere to park, and adding this will just create a bigger problem, I feel like, if there's not adequate parking on the property itself. Our downtown area is just so impacted with parking, and so I don't know. That's just all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, James Altman, followed by Sullivan Israel.
Hi, I'm James Altman. I'd just like to say that I strongly support staff recommendations on this. I currently live in JADU. I have a PhD from UCSB. I worked for the UN for years. I think I'm the type of person that you want to keep in this community, but it is so unaffordable here. Santa Barbara ranks among the least affordable cities in the entire world in terms of income to the median home price. So I just really would like to pressure the City Council to consider not only going through this, but I thought this was also going to include AB 1033 discussions about purchasing of ADUs. If that does come up in future, I'd really support that. Thank you.
Thank you. Sullivan Israel?
Okay, thank you. I don't have anything prepared because I was preparing for our next item, but when I saw this in the agenda a few days ago, I wanted to just put in my 2 cents and say thank you to staff for doing this, and I strongly recommend that council adopt these changes. Especially thank you to staff for reaching out to the AIA group and gathering feedback from them. I work for a local architecture firm, and I deal with the planning of ADUs, and I can tell you that some of the confusion that they've talked about, I have seen firsthand in the code, and these are the exact changes that would get rid of that confusion. As for ADUs for sale, it's fantastic. I'd like to point out that the Starter Home Revitalization Act already allows people to subdivide their lot and sell new structures that they build as homes up to 1,750 square feet. And so I've dealt with cases in the city of Santa Barbara where people actually want to sell a smaller structure separately, and they can't, and instead they go through the Starter Home Revitalization Act, which is a whole other thing. And so this is already legal anyway through that pathway. And so these changes would just be in alignment with that. And of course, it would create incredible opportunities for affordability. That's why that act is called the Starter Home Revitalization Act. But ADUs in general, if they are for sale, can actually serve as starter homes. And in terms of how they might look and function, I think of Alameda Court, which is a historic bungalow court across from Alameda Park. That's sort of what starter homes used to look like, but we can't sell structures that small like that anymore. And this would have a potential to bring that back. So thank you.
Thank you. Are there speakers online for this?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, 2 speakers. One moment. We have Linda Honickman and then Guthrie Leonard. Linda Honickman, please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm Linda Honickman, an advocate for local housing solutions. I join many housing advocates who believe that the city needs a plan for how to get the state's RHNA numbers for each income level actually built. Since after 3 years of an 8-year cycle, ADUs have been the primary unit type that is being permitted and produced, we should review how they can best contribute to our future housing wish list. It would be helpful for ADUs to serve as a starter home, since that is one unit type missing in the current pipeline. So I agree with the staff recommendation to pursue a local ordinance that would be in line with State Law 1033, which allows ADU to be purchased separately from an existing home. I also agree with the other recommendations that should help streamline the permitting process, including a reduction of design review triggers, while also supporting community values such as privacy, reuse of existing structures, and protection of the high fire hazard areas. To ensure that an increase in ADU production can help provide some of the 5,000 homes that are affordable to the moderate and below households, programs that offer incentives for affordability may need to be explored. Perhaps the city could partner with employers like UCSB or an agency for disabled residents. Investigating the potential of tiny homes on wheels could also be valuable as codes continue to adapt that would allow them to be used for permanent housing. A well-landscaped owner-occupied tiny home village could provide attractive starter homes, and tiny homes serve as a more livable option for the unhoused compared to the current 8x8 modules. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
And our final speaker is Guthrie Leonard. Guthrie Leonard, please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome.
these all seem like really exciting updates, and I would highly recommend that you go along with all of these. I'm especially excited about the possibility of making ADUs for sale. I think that's a great thing, especially for someone who grew up in Santa Barbara but has essentially no chance of ever affording a home in Santa Barbara without opportunities like this. This seems like a great idea, so let's move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that the final speaker?
That's the last speaker.
Okay, we'll come back to council, and what I'm suggesting is we go through a round of questions first, and then we'll come back for a round of comments or deliberation. Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So next time I come to you guys with a problem, you have to tell me I have to recite all the ADU rules before you'll help me, right? God, what a mess. So on the state allowance ADU in the backyard, is that just any time? If you just have a backyard, you have a single-family residence, are you automatically allowed a 1,200-foot state-allowed ADU in your backyard?
Councilmember Jordan, the state exempt ADUs, the 800 square feet or less, are more of the ones that are by right. The non-exempt, a local agency could impose some limited objective standards. But however, most lots you can generally get some type of ADU in some type of configuration.
Right, but you kept saying state exempt was 800 square feet.
Correct.
And then you gave examples that said there were, if you put 4 of them on a single family lot, that you always have the availability to also put a 1,200 square foot state exempt one on there.
Correct.
So can I do that with just one on the lot at any time I want? Put a state exempt. So I don't understand the contradiction there. You have them separated on the early slide that says there's an 800 one that's state exempt, a 1,200 square foot one that's non-exempt. But then when you go back through the slides further, on multiple slides, you say there's an allowance by the state for a single, non-exempt, no, exempt, state exempt 1,200 square foot lot, on your lot, right?
It is
Am I
actually,
explaining that right?
it's the non-exempt.
Yeah.
So so for both the multi-unit lots and then the single-unit lots, you're allowed a variety of different state exempt ones that come in different configurations, either detached or a conversion unit or a JADU. And then on both of those lots, in addition to however many state exempt units are allowed, you also get one non-exempt unit, which is the larger one, the 1,200. And on single and multi-unit lots.
And then in all those scenarios, remind me, what are our local controls over parking?
It's very limited. The state does not require replacement parking in a lot of circumstances. There are some nuances in the coastal zone and in the high fire hazard areas. But otherwise, when, for example, a garage is converted into an ADU, those parking spaces do not need to be replaced.
Okay, and is that in the doomsday scenario of 4 of them on a 1-unit lot, same loss of local control for parking?
That's correct.
So it's a pretty big consequence there, right? Okay. And then there's nothing I can find in the staff report that shows of the ones that were built. It shows a percentage of the ones who are, I guess I could apply the percentages, but I'm curious, just anecdotally, when you look at what we've produced, what's the relationship of junior ADUs, 800 square foot ADUs, 1,200 square foot ADUs, detached ADUs, or are there still attached ADUs? There still exist.
Correct.
So what's been the sweet spot so far in, probably the number one is garage conversions, right? Yeah, thank you. So I know that. I know where I live, right? Yeah, and but after that, when people actually aren't just doing something that's already there, what's been the pathway? Is it, whether it's new construction or not, are they doing it inside the footprint of the house? Are they doing a smaller one? Are they doing a bigger one? What do we see most?
Good question. We haven't gone into that level of detail in terms of the research. Some of the research that we did that was based on building permit records was to try to determine how many units we're going to design review, for example. But we haven't collected those particular numbers for those specific ADU types and their location.
And so I'll make this as a comment later, but I just want to ask the question now, and you can think about it if you want to. So if we get the sense that it's getting out of control locally, hard to believe, right? How do we super incentivize the production of what we want, the way we want it, and make that so much better than what the state allows? So is one of those answers making it easier for a non-exempt 1,200 square foot, one unit on a single unit lot? Is that a type of way to incentivize people to move towards that rather than pick, the other allowances? It's kind of like the analogy for me is how do you keep people from using bonus density? And you have to super incentivize other stuff that you already have. So is there something like that you've thought about that solves the problem with all these pictures where it grows from, oh, just one on your lot. Oh, no, it's 4 on your lot. Oh, no, it's an apartment with 12 on the lot, whatever it is. Have you guys thought about what you can do to make an avenue towards emphasizing just a vanilla single lot, single structure residential unit, one ADU?
Yeah, we haven't explored incentives in the manner that you're describing, for example, for a non-exempt ADU. The one item that we are proposing that is less restrictive than the state is the allowance of the conversion unit, where a new detached, new construction would otherwise be required. So we haven't gone into that direction yet.
Okay. Can save that for a comment. And then my last question is, I don't really understand the to ownership condo deal. So if I have a house and I want to do an ADU and I want to make that ADU available for ownership, does the entire property, the 2 living units, have to become condominiums at the same time?
Yes, that is correct. The primary dwelling and the ADU would both need to be part of the condominium.
And is an option there for a lot split also? To make then the ADU, can you make the ADU the condo and keep the single-family residence in a historic traditional ownership status?
Not under the current ADU ordinance.
Okay, but is that bad, good, or?
We could look into it.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. And we did hear this at Ordinance, and it had favorable outcomes too. I just have a quick question. Sort of with a double negative. So remove the local open yard reductions means actually more open space. Is that correct? And a yes will do if that's correct.
That is correct,
Okay,
yes.
I just wanted to make sure I had that. And then if we wanted to look into incentivizing affordability for these units, that would be outside of this ordinance, or would it be a program or something?
Yeah, Councilmember Sneddon, that would be outside this ordinance, but we are looking into ways to incentivize ADUs as affordable units, just different options. The state does not allow us to impose deed restrictions on ADUs, so that one option is out of our hands, but there may be other ways we can explore.
And that wouldn't have to be settled today with this. That could be
Exactly.
something
We're just
separate.
looking
Okay.
at the framework
we've had a lot
now,
of
and we could
questions.
come back with some options.
Great. Thank you. And then I guess I had the similar question about ownership. I love the idea of ownership. If they become condos, do you have to have like an HOA, or is it like?
Yeah. We looked into this a little bit, and we've talked to the city of San Jose that implemented this program, and it is complicated. And yes, they do have to have an HOA. So it sounds good in concept. In reality, we'll have to look into it a little more.
Okay. And so today would be more just sort of direction to
Explore it.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Santa Maria.
Thank you, Mr. Rouse. Just a quick follow-up on what Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon mentioned. So just wanted to clarify, the state prohibits local jurisdictions from applying an affordability covenant or deed restriction to ADUs?
That's correct.
Okay. Is there any wiggle room for property owners who voluntarily choose to add a deed restriction, whether, if the city were to incentivize a voluntary recordance of an affordability covenant?
Councilmember Santa Maria, we're not sure about that, but we could check with the state.
Okay, thank you.
All right, very good. With that, if there are no more questions, we can go to comments and/or deliberations. Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm sure as you gathered, my overarching comment would be to kind of track my problem, maybe more than mine, with the choice of using bonus density over local development rules. In all of those cases, you get less effective community benefit units on the ground than you would with our local rules. And it's clear that people recognize that they can go that pathway and get more return on their investment with less burden on their project doing that. And so I'd encourage you to look for the same way. I haven't been paying attention to this, and I'm just kind of flabbergasted when you show like the pictures of the apartments and 4 new units on your, a garage and 3 new units on your one in the house, but 2 more in a yard on the state allowances. And I've been sitting up here and other planning commissioner long enough. I know you're just not going to fight the state, and the more you fight the state, the worse they'll get. So I think I would encourage you to look for methods to hyper incentivize what you want. And for me, personally, in a single family residential zone, I've been a big supporter of those, but in my mind, they were always a house and 1 unit ADU somewhere on the property. And once you start increasing that number, I think you just start making single family unit properties into duplexes, triplexes, and apartments. So, it's pretty obvious. And it's not just it's not just a parking problem. It is a parking problem, but it's not just a parking problem. It's also an erosion of the quality of life of what those were originally zoned for, which were single-family neighborhood residences. I would argue to forever that 1 ADU in all the situations I've seen them around town, never get a complaint about those. Get lots of complaints about other developments, but 1 unit hiding in a backyard, even if it's adding a car to the street, and even if we're not parking in the driveway anymore, wherever we're doing, I don't really hear a lot of chatter about that. So hopefully there's a way you can look towards that makes that the better choice than doing some of those photos you showed there on the screen. That's really my only overarching. On all your slides in the back, yes, just I think keep working and massaging. Probably the only one I really have trepidation for is anything on wheels rolling around in a backyard. For a moment when you showed that picture, I was just going, well, it's just like people's boats in their backyard, but I've had occasion with people in boats living in their boats in the backyard on the mesa too. So I just think that if you want to get something on wheels, you might as well just get a manufactured little home and put it back there too, and you can pick those up and move them around too. So that'd be the only one out of your menu that really gives me pause to pursue. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I think that just how long we've been talking about ADUs and how successful the production has been, and I think we hear a lot from residents about how difficult many other aspects of the building process is, but what I keep hearing with the ADU process is that the streamlining has gone really well. And they're like, oh, well, the ADU, that's not a problem. So thank you for that. Just, we've come a long way. So for the questions for council, I would say yes to all of these, including I would like to explore tiny homes, whether on wheels or not wheels, or and as a separate program outside of as a standalone program, and I think it's worth looking into. I think we need to continue to look at affordability incentives. I know of at least one backyard ADU, tiny one that rents for over $4,000, and it's a studio, not even a bedroom. And I think that's reality, and I think it would be really great if we could have something to make those more affordable. And then when I'm looking at that map, there's I know this applies to one area in particular, but I'm just thinking about San Roque, and there are so many that are already there. And just as we're moving forward on this, the legally non-conforming aspect of it. When someone sells a house, they tear out the bathroom, the toilet, and then they just leave it in the driveway. The house sells, and then they put it right back in. And I just think it's would be great if we were more realistic about that they exist and helping people have them be safe electrically and plumbing wise. And so I think that's something also to sort of look into, and then we can count those units toward our housing too. But I think these are all the right direction, and thank you.
Ms. Santa Maria.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I want to ground our conversation for this item on our city's goal to build affordable housing, truly affordable housing, and the dire need for it among our community. As some of our commenters mentioned, homeownership in the city is, whether it's, the ability to purchase a regular sized home or even a tiny home, it's next to impossible for folks. And ADUs could be a really good tool to help fill in that gap. And at the same time, I want to be very realistic about the successes and the realities of ADUs out in the community. So I was looking through a report from SB Kagan on ADUs roughly 2 years ago. I see staff nodding, so you all know what I'm referring to. And it said there that it had slightly more than half, roughly like 59% of the ADUs were actually being used as housing. The other roughly 40% are being used as garages, storage, an extra office, whatever it is, for personal use. And that's not inherently a bad thing. That's normal. Property owners have every right to do whatever they choose to do, whether that's have, an office of the working from home or rent it out, right? So while there's nothing wrong with that, with you using your property that way, we just have to be realistic about that. We're not going to have every single ADU that is built contribute to our rental housing stock. I just want to be very realistic about that, because I wouldn't want us to say, okay, we allow ADUs to be built and there, we did it. We built the supply we need, because unfortunately it wouldn't be the case. So this is an opportunity to build affordable housing, and thank you so much to our staff for all of this work that you're doing so far. I would really encourage us all on the dais and staff, if you are willing to look more into, asking the state if there are ways for us to incentivize a volunteer deed restriction for ADUs, especially when they are sold. But I want us to not lose sight of where we are in our housing stock. We have a dire need for low income and moderate income housing. And if these ADUs are built and they are, as Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon said, a studio for $4,000 is just obscene. And it's just not sustainable for folks. So before I go any further, I want to take this opportunity to express my deep, sincere gratitude for Senate President Pro Tempore Monique Limon. She has secured up to $200 million in the governor's budget for local housing trust funds across the state. And because of that funding that will now be there, we may have the opportunity to fund and design an incentive policy that would be all voluntary, deed restricted for benefit. And so the reason I was asking staff about this is because I was, talking to community members and doing a little research. And I think there actually are some cities in the state of California that already do these types of incentive programs. And I'll list out a few that I found. So, fee waivers and rebates are the most common, but, the bigger benefits should absolutely be reserved for those property owners willing to record an affordability covenant for that unit. And so you have, I'll just list out a couple of cities that you're all welcome to look into, but Walnut Creek, they have a rebate of up to $15,000 for ADUs that are deed restricted to low-income households for at least 20 years. There's the city of Livermore, Marin County, city of Vista, and then San Diego also has an ADU bonus program. So I think that there is we don't have to reinvent the wheel. I think we could learn from some of our neighboring jurisdictions on how we could, I think there is a way that we could incentivize voluntary deed restriction. And on that note, because we may have the lot splitting and everything, I'm very supportive of all of the recommendations by staff. And I also want to make sure that we're taking everything into account. And so if there are tenants that are already living in those ADUs, I would say I think it's important that we explore a way to establish a tenant's right of purchase, to be the first ones to be able to purchase it. If they have been living in that ADU for some time, it would be of great benefit to help them purchase the unit first. Otherwise, we are just seeing displacement for somebody else. And we'll get to this more as we develop these amendments more, but just taking a look of, are there any impacts to the protections, whether they're eviction protections or just other tenant protections for tenants that may be living in ADUs? So just a request to explore whether there would be any effects there. But again, I want to reiterate, ADUs are an incredible tool in our toolkit for us to start addressing the supply issue. It won't be the end-all be-all, but I think that if we are able to incentivize property owners, and whether it's a break on property taxes or it's some sort of rebate, whatever it is that we could do to incentivize property owners to voluntarily apply an affordability covenant to their property, I think we could be on our way to start bridging that gap. So with that, I'm happy to support all of the recommendations laid before us, and very much agree we shouldn't add more ADUs in high fire hazard areas. I think that's a no-brainer. And yeah, everything else seems great. And again, thank you so much to our staff.
Thank you. So I definitely see being in compliance with whatever the state regs are, but I am also a little cautious about the absolute lust to start popping in density whenever and wherever, because I've seen bad actors as well. We have a few of them in our inventory that are well known. I won't mention any names. When it comes to building, either pop in illegal units or finally get them permitted as ADUs, even to comply with the law. There's no guarantee, of course, they're building something that's affordable. You'd have to do something like what Ms. Santa Maria was saying, offer some kind of incentive or whatever. I mean, who knows? But I always think about this in terms of the sanctity of neighborhoods. It's the same argument we have STRs. It's like when you buy a home in a neighborhood, you're in a single-family neighborhood, or so you thought. And when SB 9 got passed, that was a big argument, about what was going to happen, and the fact that Sacramento was discussing even banning zoning for single-family residences, which, once again, the heavy hand of superior government organizations wants to reach into our lives, and I'm not so sure that's exactly what we had in mind. The other side of the coin is, I do appreciate that the original thought of this was quote-unquote the granny unit, where you put granny out there in the backyard, and there she was. She had her own little place, and that was great. Then you'd have a rental unit, and the idea of being able to sell those and create a condo, I don't have a monster problem with that, but I do think that it could be taken advantage of by opportunistic property owners that had, or companies that were able to come in and buy a few of these things and make a new dense neighborhood out of it. So I think we have to move cautiously. I absolutely do not want to entertain the home on wheels thing. That reminds me of when my old buddy Doss Williams was on council, and he suggested that we allow people to rent out their driveways to RVs as part of a housing solution. And the tars and feathers were heating up on the outside when he left the building. I know that we didn't go that direction. But if I think back on the mental Rolodex of all the complaints I've gotten from neighbors and neighborhoods, that's right up there at the top. There are people parking RVs, boats, what Michael Jordan was talking about on the Mesa. Everybody's got a boat in their backyard, or when you start having either the junky RV that can't be driven anyway as being now your new ADU. Just because you hooked it up to the plumbing. That's I think you mentioned neighborhood compatibility. I think that's really still going to have to be key. So, let's go into compliance with the state law. I'm fine with that. Do not want to think about things on wheels. Absolutely. But in terms of, allowing people some freedoms and a little extra latitude to do things, fine. I'm a little nervous about the lack of parking. I know parking is a very dirty word in government circles, but once again, it's neighborhoods and neighbors. Families have more cars than they ever had before, and doesn't seem to be going away. So, a little concerned about having neighborhoods have their, like I say, I use the word sanctity, but whatever it's supposed to be, as opposed to what we from the top down think it's supposed to be. So, any other further comments or deliberations? I would entertain, a motion. Is this a file?
There's no staff recommendation, so that we've gotten the direction I think staff
Okay,
needs.
fair
and
enough.
We'll move forward. Thank you.
Leave the wheels out of it. All right, very good. Madam Administrator, are our firefighters ready to present?
I believe they are ready. We will go. Here they come.
They're right on cue. Thank you, Community Development. Appreciate that. Okay. What item are we back on now? That's
23. Item 23.
23. Chief, do we have?
Okay, 1 second.
Okay. Did you
Sorry.
forget to bring the
Probably
notes up?
forgot
Okay.
what's most important.
One job. I thought that's what she was for, to make sure you guys had this together.
Good evening again. We're returning with item number 23, the ballot tabulations as a result of the ballots that were sent out over the last few weeks for the Coastal Wildland Fire Suppression Assessment District. So I just wanted to share with council and with the community. We went into room 15 and all of the envelopes were sealed until we were all together. We had people unsealing envelopes, and then the ballots were tabulated with a machine, and all of the results are in. So I'm going to let Chief DiGiulio share all of the results, and then we also have our consultants from SCI that are here that can answer any questions if needed. Thanks.
Chief?
Thanks, Mayor Rouse, council members. As Chief Mails mentioned, we went through all the ballots that were returned. Just for some reference, we mailed out 2,285 ballots, and we received 994. So at a pretty high return rate. The results are as follows. With a yes vote, we had 52.95% yes vote. and a 47.05 no return vote. We also had 4 written objections that were responded to by the fire department, and we received 1 written comment. So our recommendation, based off the majority vote of yes, and our staff's recommendation along with the engineer's report, is to vote on the resolution attached. These results will be attached to the resolution. So that's our recommendation at this point.
All right, very good. Are there questions for staff? Okay. Are there any comments or deliberations for this item? Ms. Sned?
I'll just make the comment from in District 4, which is entirely in the high fire and extreme high fire hazard area. Residents there, just a word of encouragement that residents there are so happy to have the chipping help, the support and the extra need. And I've heard the comment so many times that it's relatively such a small expense for the return of safety on that. So for those who weren't on the prevailing side of this vote, I just want to offer encouragement that the benefits really are far beyond what the fee is, and that's from experience. So thank you for holding this vote, and I'm happy it's moving forward.
Mr. Friedman?
So I really want to thank the residents that voted in favor of this. Not only will it benefit your own properties, but it supports your neighborhood and just fire suppression in general, because we are seeing more opportunities for fires to grow within the coastal zone, especially with heat patterns changing, climate change. So this is a way to protect not only your neighborhoods and your own homes, but the city at large. And then also what it does is it gives you the economies of scale. So for those who had trepidation about this, you'll see pretty quickly that some of the work that you're able to do will actually save you money, because you're working with your neighbors on chipping and other services that just one on your own would cost you so much more than to be able to do this proactively. And you also get the services of having the fire department come in and work with you, and staff work with you on how to protect your own home with a consult and everything like that you wouldn't have without this. So there's a lot of great opportunities here for fire prevention for individual homes in the neighborhood, and fully in support of this.
All right, very good. And one quick question comment is, I know that I've written to the insurance commissioner myself, but also looking for our superiors to go to bat for us with the underwriters, so that the people that are getting canceled are really struggling to even find insurance. For communities to do this kind of preemptive work, I would really like to see us continue, or to team up with an effort with either with our lobbyists or ourselves, to see if they can go out and find some relief somewhere for us, because it's really a struggle for a lot of these folks that live in the high fire zones that are either now on the, and who knows what's going to happen with the FAIR plan and its funding and all that. So just to kind of keep that alive, I'm hoping, and so I'm certainly willing to help whatever I can do. Like I said, I've written to Ricardo Lara, and we haven't got not much, but anything we can do to lobby for that kind of thing with the insurance industries would be great. So I appreciate the effort. With that, we'll go back to council for, what do we have here? We have to, this is going to take a motion, right? Mr. Doimus, how do
Yes,
you
it
want
would
to
be,
see this is?
it would be for on item agenda number 23, it'd be item C we would have to do, C and D. So basically adopt the resolution establishing the coastal wildland fire suppression assessment based on the voting
So
today.
in item C, we could move that and have done the, okay, very good.
And
Do
then
I have a
I'll move those.
motion? Mr. Friedman? A second? Second by Ms. Santa Maria. Okay, and Mr. Gutierrez seems to have stepped out. Can't just lose him. Okay, we'll go ahead and have the vote, and I guess you take roll, please.
Very good. And Mr. Mayor, I will retake attendance here first. So this will be attendance. This is not the vote.
Oh, yeah, whatever you call it.
Okay, now we'll have a vote for item 23, motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Councilmember Santa Maria, for recommendations C and D. Please go ahead and vote.
Passes unanimously with all present. Mr. Gutierrez absent. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chiefs. Appreciate it. Okay, for the big item.
And
we go.
Mayor, consistent with how we've done these items, I would recommend that we do the staff presentation, then public comment, and then go to council. Okay, just wanted to reconfirm that.
And there's staff. And Madam Clerk, I'll need you to read it into the record, please.
He's donating his time to her.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, I will read this into the record, and then I will retake attendance again. So that will, again, just be attendance. And it's item 26, interim implementation of the State Street Master Plan.
Okay, very well. I've already announced the speaker time, which I'm sorry it has to be so short, but we're just going to have to do this to get through. I'm also going to say new speaker submissions need to be in by 20 of, and hands raised by 20 of to get in for public speech. And with that, Ms. Harris, I'll turn it over to you.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Tess Harris. I'm the State Street Master Planner for the city, and I'm joined by Sarah Clark, who's the Public Works Manager for the city. And then we also have Miguel Nunez with Fair and Peers behind us as well to help with any questions that you may have. Tonight is a check-in on the State Street Promenade and a decision point on what comes next. We're going to cover three things: where the master plan stands, what we've built and tested on the street over the past 2 years, and a quick read on conditions downtown today. And then from there, we'll turn to the decision that's in front of you, which is whether to reauthorize the Title 31 authority that keeps the promenade in place or return the street to its 2019 configuration. The master plan is nearly done, but construction is still a ways off, so we need direction on how to manage the street in the meantime. And so I'm going to start somewhere other than the staff report, just to kick us off. There aren't many places in this city that mean as much to people as State Street. So it shouldn't be a surprise to any of us that when we start talking about its future, people feel strongly, and they don't all feel the same way. And I want to say that out loud because that is where we are today. There's real disagreement in this community about what State Street should be. Merchants, residents, property owners, people who walk on it, people who remember driving down it, people who love how open the promenade feels, people who miss what used to be here. I've spent a lot of time with different people over the last several years, and they all care about this space, and most of them are making a fair point, a fair argument. And at the same time, I think I'd be doing the council and the community a disservice if we stopped there, because there's also a risk in all of this too, and that's really what I want to highlight. When disagreements harden to the point where no one will give an inch, the street is not going to settle somewhere good. It's just going to sit there. And that doesn't help anyone. It's not going to help the business owner that needs to know what to plan around. It's not going to help a family deciding whether downtown is still a place for them. It's not going to help people who will inherit whatever we leave behind for the next generation. And it's worth remembering that State Street has been refreshed, remade before more than once, from many iterations over the years, with the earthquake in 1925, with the plans in the 1960s, through redevelopment era, through the promenade. And pandemic, every one of these moments has asked this community to put the long-term good of the city ahead of something closer and narrower. And every time it came down to our leadership and how we are leading this community. And so what tonight is about is not asking anyone to set aside what they believe, but asking that in this conversation, we're holding on to that belief and at the same time holding on to the bigger one, and that is that what's good for Santa Barbara as a whole should be coming first. And so what staff is hoping to get from you tonight is direction on how to manage the street between now and construction. And there are two ways to go. One is to return State Street to the configuration it had before the COVID closure and finish the master plan from there. And the other is to keep the street in its current closed configuration and use this in-between time to test approaches that move us towards the master plan's vision. And so what is Title 31? I'm going to walk through that a little bit now. When State Street closed to cars in 2020, it closed under an emergency order. And that made sense at the time. It's also not something that an emergency order is something that you would want to change after a certain period of time. So the city spent the next couple of years moving the promenade into ordinances that the council adopted. And two things were happening in those ordinances. One was that was businesses out in the street, like the dining that we've seen and parklets, and the other was closing the roadway itself. And that was through the economic, first we had the emergency economic recovery ordinance that was extended twice. And then we had the Economic Recovery Extension and Transition Ordinance. And that ordinance has let restaurants keep their parklets in the public right-of-way as we came out of the pandemic. And it was meant to be temporary. It expired in 2023. And before that happened, council adopted a permanent parklet ordinance that took effect in January of 2024. And that's the framework that parklets run under today that's outside of the promenade. And closing the roadway on State Street and businesses on State Street itself was handled through Title 31, which council adopted in 2023. And Title 31 designates State Street between Victoria and Haley as the State Street Promenade and keeps it closed to cars. When council adopted it, they put an expiration date on it. It sunsets at the end of 2026 or whenever the master plan is adopted, whichever one comes first. And the point of that was to hold the street steady while the long-term plan was written and finalized and then come back to make a decision. And so that's what brings us here tonight. The master plan isn't adopted yet, but it will be before you at the end of this summer. And the end of 2026 isn't far off, so Title 31 is about to expire. So Title 31 does four things. It authorizes the State Street Promenade itself. It gives the city administrator authority to manage traffic on the corridor at council's direction. It allows the outdoor business facilities like the outdoor dining that you see or pedlets, and it gives us room to run pilots and make changes as we learn. So the two objectives for today are to direction on Title 31, whether to reauthorize it so the promenade continues or let it expire. And then second, direction on whether to keep the pilot programs and the bridge projects going while we move from a finished plan towards actual construction or to pause on those. This slide shows you the goals for the State Street Master Plan. These 10 goals are the framework that council adopted, and they're what is important to be coming back to as we think about State Street. These are goals the community, the State Street Advisory Committee, and the City Council have supported. And while I'm not going to read all 10, they're on the screen, a few of them help carry the rest. Be people-centric and be connected, with the emphasis of being a street that's built for people first with better walking, biking, and transit. Be livable, includes more housing downtown. Be thriving, creating a real mix of businesses. And be distinct, having a street that can't be anywhere else but in Santa Barbara. Whatever we do in the meantime, how does it move us toward or away from these goals? That's the question that I hope that we'll take through this conversation. And so going into the status of the State Street Master Plan, We were before you on April 28th of this year, and you directed staff to move forward with the flexible pedestrian-centric concept. Since then, the draft plan has been reviewed by the Planning Commission, the Historic Landmarks Commission, the Neighborhood Advisory Council, the Transportation Circulation Committee, the Access Advisory Committee, and the Downtown Parking Committee. We held 2 outreach periods at Farmers Market, and we submitted an active transportation grant application, and if we are awarded, it could help fund or fully fund the engineering and construction level design documents, and we'll know whether that funding comes through by the end of this year. The public comment period for the master plan closes today. Staff will work through input that's been received up until midnight tonight over the summer, and then the final plan is going to be returning to council in just a month or 2 for adoption in late summer. We are targeting August or September of this year. So we are close. The plan is nearly done. And Sarah is going to walk you through what we're doing on the street right now with the interim and pilot projects.
Thank you. So let's start by talking about where we've been since Title 31 was adopted. You'll remember that Council supported a short-term action plan back in 2024, which proposed a lot of different pilot projects and other improvements, and we've had quite a lot going on since then. So I'm going to take you through some of the bigger projects, talk about what we've done, and also, and especially what we've learned from those projects. So first up, the 1200 block. This started with a proposal to fill in some of the planters in order to create more space for sidewalk dining and sort of open up the feeling of the street. So we started working on that about a year ago when we had all of the landscaping removed. We had electrical pedestals and connections relocated. And the planters were then sort of bricked in to the extent that we were able in order to create more sidewalk space. So along the way, as we were working through that project, we were approached by the Botanic Garden and Friends of State Street about adding native plants. And we were really excited about that opportunity to collaborate and to try something that's more sustainable and that is really authentically and as authentically Santa Barbara as you can get. So after we did some treatment to the soil in order to make it more amenable to new plants, Friends of State Street helped organize volunteer events in partnership with the UC Master Gardeners, so another great community partnership, as well as other members of our community, during which we added over 250 native plants to the streetscape. So with the continued support from Friends of State Street, as well as, and I especially want to recognize Master Gardener Laura Hess, who has volunteered her personal time to continue personally tending to the plants out there. We're very happy to report that most of them are thriving. They're still on the smaller side, but they'll continue to fill out as time goes on. And we've also had some overwhelmingly positive feedback. Friends of State Street did a survey, and they got 95% positive responses. So overall, this was a really good learning experience for us, and we've got some lessons to take into the future. So first of all, shrinking the planters is a little bit harder than it looks. There's not as much space to be gained as you might imagine. The brickwork itself is not terribly complicated, but most of the planters do contain electrical pedestals as well as irrigation, and in some cases other utilities, and all of that needs to be moved or disconnected, and that adds a lot to the cost. So that was actually the bulk of the cost of this project, was that work. We have a lot of tree roots to contend with. In some cases, we weren't able to add as much brick as we had originally hoped to, because we ended up having to work around large roots that couldn't be cut. So once we got in there and had pulled up the sidewalks, we found roots that we then had to kind of maneuver around. On the plus side, the community involvement and investment in this project has been really positive, and I think it demonstrates a great way that our residents can be invested and really become part of the space downtown. So we were able to add a bit more outdoor dining, which the restaurants have appreciated, and overall the block has a nice refreshed look. We've gotten a lot of positive feedback on that. Moving on to the 500 block and sidewalk expansion. So this was definitely our most transformative pilot project. We installed 8-foot wide pedlets, which are a prefabricated modular sidewalk panel along both sides of the street. These panels replaced the parklets that were there before, and they allowed us to move that dining up onto the sidewalk. We also added planters, benches, and additional lighting while we were out there. So before I go any further, I want to acknowledge that the pedlets are not a perfect solution here, and a lot of people don't like the way they look and feel. And I want to be clear that they are not intended to be a permanent solution. This is not what we, the purpose of the master plan is that we build permanent infrastructure, but this was an easy way for us to test this out in a way that wasn't going to permanently change the street, and that could be moved and adjusted and repurposed as necessary as we learned and went along. And so far, this has actually worked quite well. So the expanded patio areas are much easier for the restaurants to manage than the separate parklets were. People were starting to sit on the benches literally before we even finished setting them up, like within minutes. The center lane down the street where the bicycles and some pedestrians are functioning is visually narrowed. Even though it's a little bit wider than it was when the parklets were there, it creates a visual narrowness, and bringing the pedestrians out closer to that area helps to calm the bicycle speeds overall. So in general, the block has a more unified, intentional look. It's been very active and very lively, and the feedback, again, that we've received is generally positive there. So transit programs. We recognize that this is a really important need, but the current layout of the promenade makes it difficult for us to run a bus through it without also allowing all manner of private vehicles. So we've taken a two-pronged approach to this. In the summer, on the weekends, we have the MTD Downtown Waterfront Shuttle, which runs along Chapala and Anacapa, and then connects down to the waterfront and all the way out to the zoo. This shuttle originally came back in 2024. And then on Thursdays through Sundays year-round, we've been running the mini sort of golf cart style shuttle, which we call the State Street Loop, up on down State Street. So the loop is currently free. For the MTD circulator, they charge 50 cents or $1 for a day pass. So both approaches have their advantages and disadvantages. The MTD shuttle provides a strong connection between downtown and the entire waterfront area with a larger capacity, very accessible vehicle. On the other hand, while ridership has increased from 2024 to 2025, it still remains probably lower than we would like, given the cost of the service. The loop has been very popular. We've had strong ridership numbers and very positive feedback. And while we do run vehicles that have been modified to accommodate wheelchair users and other people with disabilities, and we have successfully transported plenty of those people, the Access Advisory Committee still has concerns about the accessibility and appropriateness of this style of vehicle. And so that's something that we need to look into and to work on. And funding for this and for any kind of transit is a big challenge. So when we had the downtown shuttle on State Street before COVID, it cost about $1 million a year, which was paid for by the downtown parking fund. But at this point, if we were to revert to our pre-COVID shuttle schedule, the cost would be more than double that. And the parking fund can no longer support that. We don't have sufficient excess revenue to fund that. So if we want to bring back consistent, robust transit, we have to find a way to pay for it. And right now, as you've all recently discussed, the budget situation is very difficult. It'd be very difficult to find a few $1 million there. So that's something also that we'll need to contend with. So moving on to public art. The Bloomberg Philanthropies funded asphalt art installation. This is a very recent project that's come to council, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it. But in addition to receiving grant funding, this project again was another great collaboration, this time with the County Arts and Culture, and again, Friends of State Street. And this is a wonderful model for us to look forward to in the future, where we can leverage both community partnerships and outside funding in order to deliver these high impact projects. So events and activations have been ongoing. We continue to have lots of different events along the promenade, and there are more to come. So this slide is showing you just a few examples that have happened over the past few years. We hosted the SB Bubble Guy several times, which is a fun show for families. DSBIA has continued with their programming. Most recently and most notably, they've got a really popular free community dance lesson program in the evenings. They previously were doing line dancing. Now they're on to West Coast Swing, if you're interested in that. We recently celebrated completion of the Asphalt Art Project by hosting a traditional Oaxacan procession with music and dancing, and that was, again, just a great event for the community. Bringing people out. And we also recently saw the Fiesta Dog Parade, so a mini parade returning to State Street with dogs. And then coming up, we'll be seeing the Fiesta Mercado on De La Guerra. expand out actually onto the 700 and 800 blocks of State Street. So really bringing that festival more onto that street. And it'll be great to use that opportunity to see how a larger festival works in the space. So finally, we've also been doing a lot of policy work to improve how the promenade operates, especially around safety issues. We convened an interdepartmental working group to develop improved e-bike regulations, which has helped our police department to be able to enforce those. In addition to the numerous outreach and education events they've done with our youth, they've also issued more than 400 citations for unsafe riding. We saw the formation of a community benefit improvement district through to completion, and now we have a wonderful partner in DSBIA who have brought lots of new resources and energy to bear to help us improve cleanliness and safety downtown. We're working on parameters for parade routes throughout the city so that we can find the best location for our community parades and, in fact, help bring some of those back to State Street in a safe way. And we've completed an analysis of emergency response, which Tess will tell you more about later in the presentation. So I'm going to hand it back to her.
Thank you, Sarah. So now I'm going to talk about State Street today and walk through some data and identify both challenges and assets that we've had downtown. So I'm going to start with retail vacancies. We track two vacancy figures, both the perceived vacancy rate and the actual rate. The perceived vacancy rate, storefronts that appear empty, is at about 9.2%. The actual rate, which includes spaces that are occupied but are operating without a long-term lease, is at about 12%. For context, that actual rate is roughly the same as the first quarter of 2019. You can see that in the graph on the slide, before the pandemic and before the promenade configuration. And these figures came from Radius, which is a commercial real estate group in town with a data source, quarterly data source. While these numbers are showing, that downward trend in 2025, there's also a goal that I think could be set for the city of hoping to see a number that's closer to 5%. That would be an extremely healthy downtown and sort of an excellent case scenario for us to try to get towards. This next slide is discussing sales tax trends. So sales tax, this slide shows a longer trend from 2014 to 2019, before COVID and before the promenade. Sales tax on State Street declined about 12.5%. The pressure on retail here predates the closure, and this was also an attachment in the draft master plan as well, the sales tax figure and a larger description about sales tax. The main drivers are shown on this chart. So the loss of anchor tenants such as Macy's and Nordstrom, and a changing mix of businesses. By 2024, sales tax had recovered to above 2019 levels, although it hasn't returned to the 2014 figure of about $1.6 million. Again, there, it's showing that the levels are consistent with 2019. It would be great to get them up even higher. This trend line has been shifting between 2014 and 2019, and then again 2020 to 2024. So now I'm going to talk about some underlying assets, and this slide should look familiar. It was also in the State Street Master Plan presentation. There are significant strengths to build from in downtown. Tourism spending across the county was at $2.3 billion in 2025. The nonprofits, arts, and culture sector contributes over $200 million a year, and State Street drew about 1.3 million visitors in the last year. On safety, collisions between vehicles and pedestrians or cyclists are down by more than 50% since the promenade was established. A note, I'm now going to talk a little bit about homelessness presence, and I'm going to start with sort of a note on how to read this graph. It's a rate of homelessness, it's not a head count. So the number of unhoused individuals observed by our ambassadors each month divided by the total ambassador staffing hours that month is what we are looking at. So because this graph is normalized to staffing hours, it allows a month-to-month comparison even as our coverage levels with ambassadors changed. And because the same individual may be observed more than once, the figure doesn't represent distinct individuals. It's best read as a trend indicator. It shows a slight decrease in the trend line between 2023 and 2026, as you'll see here on this graph. And you'll note in 2019 into 2020, there was a slight increase on the graph with 2020 due to state orders and other events. This number did increase pretty significantly, and we are coming down from the 2020 to 2022 higher amount. I also want to talk about emergency response times. There was an attachment in your packet that discusses this as well in more detail. We studied emergency access directly, modeling 5 potential worst-case scenarios with the street closed to through traffic. With State Street closed, travel times run about 10 to 25% longer across the corridor and 29 to 42% longer on the 700 and 800 blocks of State Street, where the street is a little bit narrower, but actually more significantly, the 700 and 800 blocks provide for a longer length, so at about 1,000 feet rather than 500 at a typical block, because our emergency services typically access those blocks on the corners rather than at De La Guerra Street itself. Two things I'd point out. So first, the numbers on this slide and that I just mentioned reflect the conditions today. So they are assuming that a responder is not able to drive in and needs to come in on foot. And that is what happens today in many cases. Second, the master plan is designed differently. I want to emphasize that. It holds a 20-foot travel and emergency access lane straight down the corridor. So even with the street in that configuration, there's a clear path for first responders at all times. The response picture under the master plan should look different. It should look better than what you're seeing in today's numbers on this slide. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Sarah to walk through Title 31 and how we implement the plan.
So now that we have that context in place, I'm going to talk a little bit about today's major decision point, which is whether or not to extend Title 31. So up until now, we have talked a lot about the interim period. So that time between when the promenade was originally created and we decided to do a master plan, and when we decide on what that master plan vision is going to be. So back in April, Council voted to support a draft master plan centered on a flexible, pedestrian-centric corridor on State Street. And this draft has now been available for public comment since then, and that's now going to be refined based on the feedback we've received and brought back to you in August for adoption. Now that we know or we have an idea of where we want to go, we're going to talk about the idea of a bridge phase, which is how do we get from where we are now to actually building the master plan vision that we've decided that we want. So during this phase, we recommend that whatever we do, it aligns with the concept of the master plan and the goals that Tess talked about earlier. So most immediately, this means deciding whether or not to extend Title 31, which is what we'd like direction on today. So regardless of whether we extend Title 31, we want to use this bridge phase to continue to lay the policy foundation for the master plan. We know that the success of downtown hinges on our ability to build a lot of housing. We want to do everything we can to produce that housing as quickly as possible. And so now that we have the charter amendment for ground leases, we'll start doing in-depth work on the potential for redeveloping city-owned surface parking lots, and also looking at ways that we can incentivize the redevelopment of privately owned surface parking lots in the downtown core. We also want to look at whether there are other policy changes that could also help stimulate production, and we'll continue our work on streamlining the land development and permitting processes while we continue our strategic planning work for economic development and business recruitment. So again, whether or not we extend Title 31, there are some relatively simple, low-cost beautification programs that we can continue to work on. We could transition outdoor dining to HLC-approved furniture for a more unified look, although we won't need to do that if Title 31 expires. We could make some minor low-cost landscaping updates and lighting enhancements. We could add benches and work on establishing a free wayfinding program for businesses, either via an app or via a signage program. And we could couple that with enforcement of the restriction on off-premise signs that have really proliferated over the past several years. So these are all things that we can and should do either way. Reauthorizing Title 31 extends the authority to keep the street close to vehicles and to continue the ongoing pilot programs. So there's no required cost associated with this. If we want, we can just keep things the way we are now and not spend any additional money. But if we want to, we'd also have the ability to do additional pilot programs and bridge programs as funding allows or as community partnerships present themselves. We do still have about $250,000 of the funds that were allocated for implementation of the short-term action plan. So there is some funding available to do additional projects. And this could really be a sliding scale. So if there's anything in particular this council would like us to pursue, we'd love to get direction on that today so we could come back with costs at a future meeting. Alternatively, we could allow Title 31 to expire, at which point the street would revert to its pre-COVID form with pedestrians on the sidewalks, 2 lanes of vehicle traffic, and bike lanes in the roadway. So this does require a fair bit.
Please try to refrain, please. Thank you.
So this does require a fair bit of work. We would need to grind off the surface of the street, slurry seal it, and restripe the roadway. We'd have to remove all of the on-street business facilities and all of the pedlets, as well as all of the expanded sidewalk dining. All of the B-cycle docks, which are now on the street, would need to be relocated onto the sidewalk. And that, because we've got brick sidewalks and we can't anchor those docks in the sidewalks, we would need to either install large metal mounting plates or place concrete pads, basically, that we would have to secure that to. And that's probably also going to require shrinking some of the planters in order to make space. So we're estimating the cost right now at about $700,000. About $500,000 of that would be for the grind, seal, and restripe. And then the rest of it would be for the B-cycle relocation. Based on our costs that we incurred when we're doing the 1200 block work, where we bricked over the planters and shrank some of those down, we think that's about what we'd be looking at for that relocation. This doesn't include any costs for the removal of the parklets or the pedlets. The businesses would be responsible for removing their own parklets, and then we would complete the pedlet removal with existing staff and equipment. At this point, we don't have an identified funding source for this project, but if council decides to go in this direction, we will come back with a proposal for that. So finally, circling back to our recommendation, again, in this case, we sort of framed it as a choice between reauthorizing Title 31 or directing staff to allow Title 31 to expire, in which case we would come back in order to appropriate funds to effectuate that reconfiguration of the roadway. So that is all we have for our presentation today. Thank you for your time, and we look forward to your questions.
All righty. Well, look forward for a little while here because we got some folks that need to speak first. And so this is going to work if everybody really cooperates, and that means that we'll call out the name, I'll call out the person on deck. Please come up, please be ready to speak. If you're donating your time to somebody, you have to be in the room to do so. And we'll get through this as quickly as we can. But we'd like to hear from everybody, so like I say, keep the clapping and the booing down to a minimum. Jackie Karp will be followed by Malin Balderston. Jackie Karp.
Hi. I've had a business on State Street for 33 years on the 600 block. I go to a lot of meetings. Most of the business people that I hear from would want to keep it closed the way it is as now. The biggest complaint I hear is from tourists about the e-bike situation, and I think it would be irresponsible to open it up to cars without first dealing with that, because I think the bikes are going to end up on the sidewalks like they used to be, and now they're electric. business is not as bad as everybody seems to think it is. If you were down there this weekend, it was really busy. It was one of our busiest weekends ever, actually. I think you should reauthorize Title 31 and keep it the way it is.
Thank you. Malin Boulderston, followed by Bob Stout.
Mayor Rouse, Council, my name is Lonnie Balderston. I'm the eldest son of Malin Balderston, Santa Barbara organist. My father moved here in 1955 and lived here until he passed in 2019. If my father were still here, he would be appalled at what has happened to downtown, sealed in and dying. Yes, we had to adapt to the pandemic. The pandemic is over. Let's put things back the way they were. And you might consider modeling it the way the 1200 block is currently modeled, with automobile traffic northbound, and use the southbound side of State Street for bike lanes. I urge the council to allow Title 31 to expire. Let's reopen State Street. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Bob Stout, followed by Don Zacchino. Probably butchered that one.
Thank you. In 60 seconds, I just have to tell you that I represent an awful lot of businesses. I respect a lot of the people in this room who want to see cars come back on State Street for a lot of different reasons. I just simply think I'm on State Street every day and nights. And I have to tell you, I represent probably 50 or more businesses who have come to meetings, 5 years of meetings every Thursday. And they can't be in the room today because they're working and they're tired and they're burned out. And I respect everybody here who's cheering now and everything else, but I'm telling you, the majority of people, not just my employees, my friends, my business friends, tourists, locals that I talk to who actually come downtown think it's better than it's been in the last 5 years. And with the master plan and some of these things that can go forward, please, please move forward. And it's re-energized and there's so much good about it. Please don't kill it.
Thank you. Don, thank you. Good catch. Followed by Marilyn Lopafito.
Honorable Mayor, council members, my name is Don Zaccanino. I have been an owner of 2 separate bars downtown for the last 32 years. In that time, State Street has gone through many different transformations. Not all were good, but we all adopted because we always believed that being a part of a vibrant downtown was in everybody's best interest. The last 5 years, starting with COVID, have been a struggle because we've had to operate and spend excess monies to adapt and change with an ever-evolving plan that our whole community has spent countless hours and money changing, planning, and perfecting. A plan for downtown that would serve our whole community and those that wish to visit it. In the master plan's own words, at the core of this approach is a commitment to maximizing pedestrian space, reclaiming the street for people in the most generous and inventive ways possible, wide flowing walkways, generous gathering zones, seating that invites lingering, shade and greenery that makes the outdoors welcoming in every season. The design does not simply tolerate foot traffic, it celebrates it, elevates it, and builds an entire urban experience around it. Nowhere does this plan or vision mention automobiles in any context. It is for this reason that I ask you to please not regress and go back to traffic downtown. Nor was it envisioned in the master plan to return to the ways of yesterday. Santa Barbara has always been a leader and shining example of what defines progress when it comes to development and environment, and all it surrounds exemplifies it, always with the community coming first. Please don't turn the heart of downtown.
Gotta go. Is Marilyn Lopafito, followed by Molly Pearson. Marilyn?
Good afternoon, honorable members of City Council. My name is Marilyn Loperfido. I'm a 46-year member of the Santa Barbara Arts and Crafts Show, and I'm an elected member of your city committee, which I have served on and off for the past 40 years. I'm here today to talk about concerns our show has regarding the Reinvent State Street plans and how they affect our show. However, we take no position on this subject other than to inform you of the effects of the closure of State Street has affected us and the suggestions we have to protect and aid our show once the final plans are to be implemented. Whatever decision is made regarding State Street, I'm sure it will be a good one. I have attended almost every Reinvent State Street for the last 5-year meetings. I've spoken during the public comment at every meeting on behalf of our show to ask you to keep us in mind during the planning process. The reason of this is since the closure of State Street during COVID, which could not be avoided, our show has experienced a dramatic drop in attendance by the public by more than 50%, and that's current is what I mean. This is due in part to the closure of State Street, in effect isolating us from the natural flow of visitors from State Street to Cabrillo Boulevard.
That's time. Thank you.
No, I get the second minute. So we're comprised of approximately 100 small businesses and families. We contribute approximately $60,000 to the Parks and Rec budget, and we pay resale taxes. And I just have positive things, which is our call to action is signage along State Street in the Arts District, informing and directing visitors to us, as well as imprinted materials. Continue the use of the waterfront shuttle. Most important, please do not approve the establishment of any craft or pop-up shows in Paseo Nuevos on Sundays or the Saturdays of holiday weekends, as you already have us as a resource. I just ask that you read my entire submission because it's quite clear, and we're just asking you to protect and support us and recognize that we're quite isolated now as a result of the closure of State Street. Thank you.
Followed by Craig Griffith, who I think is no longer here, so that'll be Carolyn Gorgon.
Hi, I'm Molly Pearson, and I'll be brief. I sent in written comments. Most importantly, State Street is transportation infrastructure, and most important, it needs to be safe. It needs to be operated safely between now and when the master plan kicks in. So please involve your public works transportation staff in these decisions. And take action to reduce conflicts that exist now between pedestrians and cyclists. Everyone needs to slow down, look up, pay attention when they're in a roadway. Whether you open it up to cars or not to me, is not all that as important as safety is. If you're gonna open it up to cars and you see more accidents because there's more e-bikes, they're going faster, it's gonna be on you. If you see, I have 8 seconds. If you see that happening, that was your decision. I don't want to see that happen. Thanks.
Okay, Carolyn Gargan. Okay, followed by Lee Heller, who I don't think is here any longer. Oh, she is, okay. We'll move to online with her then.
Thank you for your time. I was genuinely surprised to discover how much momentum this master plan has already gained. With respect to everyone who has worked on it, I don't believe that Santa Barbara is a promenade or a carefully marketed vision to be sold. It is our main street, the historic civic corridor of a small community that survived for generations. If we stop and pause and look at that beautiful artwork up there, all streets lead to Santa Barbara. Please open State Street.
Thank you. Reina Angel.
Hello. State Street is a street. State Street has always been the main artery of Santa Barbara. When it closed, so did the life force of our town. Retail cannot survive when it's invisible. Keeping State Street closed lowers the value of the property as well. I urge you to open up State Street to cars. The town is stagnant and needs to flow. We need our parades back on State Street. Currently, e-bikes roam wild, running over pedestrians. When I walked from El Paseo over here, I almost got hit by 3 e-bikes. Honestly, I feel like we should ban e-bikes altogether from State Street. They can use the side roads, and it should just be open to cars and pedestrians on the sidewalk. The parklets are ugly. There's also rodents living under them. I wish that if anything, you could put this item on the ballot. The master plan is a waste of money and not the Santa Barbara way. We want a street that goes straight to the beach. not some weird Santa Monica promenade.
Thank you. Ben Valencia, followed by Judy Frank.
She wants to give her time.
Who? To whom? Who's speaking and who wants to donate time?
Ben Valencia.
I'm sorry?
Am I up? Ben Valencia?
Yeah, you're up, but what are you talking about, Oscar?
There's a woman that wanted to give her time.
To whom? Okay, that, when he calls up, then we can talk about that. Did you put a speaker slip in? Has to be one in, okay. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Good evening. Financially, the difference between opening State Street back up to two-way auto traffic and making it a plaza, one-way traffic lane, or some variation thereof is drastic. The city already has some financial concerns. I think I heard the word bankruptcy mentioned earlier, possibly. Permanently closing State Street's two-way traffic configuration comes with a high price tag, $6 to $8 million a block per the master plan. Opening it back up, about $700,000 in all total. I believe it's unfair. This decision is going to be made potentially by this group and this group. It should be made by the voters. It means a lot to a lot of people who just don't ever show up at these meetings. They're not coming. And it's a mark that's going to be left for a long time. And so please consider putting it to the voters, or maybe opening some of it back up to see how that goes. Maybe.
Okay, thank you. Judy Frank? Okay, okay, so you're going to give it to, okay, so when he comes up, that's when I'll put that aside for that. But, okay. Stephanie Payne Campbell. And Stephanie will be followed by Paul Rupp.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Stephanie Payne Campbell, and for nearly 5 years, I've owned the retail shop Domicile on the 1200 block of State Street. I also serve on the board of the Arts District and the DSBIA. For the past several years, I've had the opportunity to watch how visitors move through downtown every single day. As a small business owner, I believe it's time to reopen State Street to slow-moving traffic in a way that balances the needs of pedestrians, cyclists, and local businesses. Our downtown stretches nearly a mile, and while it's wonderful to see the lower blocks bustling with activity, many visitors never make it to the upper blocks. They simply don't know we're here. As part of a city pilot program, my block has already demonstrated a model that works. On the 1200 block, we have one-way traffic, a dedicated bike lane going in both directions, as well as expanded sidewalks that offer thriving outdoor dining at restaurants like the Daisy and Santa Barbara Taqueria.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Paul Rupp, followed by Maria Wilson.
Okay, Mayor and Council, friends of State Street, it has been our pleasure to partner with Tess and the city staff and so many stakeholders in the community to imagine what's possible on State Street. And we would love to have you reauthorize Title 31. We would love to not only not have the committee spend money, but deliver money to the city and the community to imagine what's possible and fund additional pilot programs. And we do think that what we're hearing from our stakeholders is you create community face-to-face, hand-to-hand, on the street together, not through a windshield. And we all know that we communicate and develop our community connection through festival, through dance, through all the activities that you saw presented by Tess of what's going on in State Street now. And if we can continue that momentum now, continue on, that's no matter when the master plan takes place, we as a community get to take advantage of all that time and create resources. Thank you.
Maria Wilson, and you have somebody donating time to you, so you have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Maria, and I live in Santa Barbara, and I own the Painted Cabernet on the 1200 block of State Street. I've been there 14 years. I want to share something that I think doesn't get enough attention. State Street is not one neighborhood. Lower State Street has a very different experience than the Arts District, where my business is located. What works for one part of State Street doesn't necessarily work for the other. Please don't confuse bicycle traffic with economic impact. From where I sit on the 1200 block, they are not the same thing. None of my customers ever arrive on a bicycle. Before State Street closed, my business benefited from a steady flow of local residents coming downtown. They came for events, parades, shopping, dining, and entertainment. Today, I hear the same thing over and over from friends, customers, and neighbors. I just don't go downtown anymore. Not because they don't love Santa Barbara, they've simply fallen out of the habit. The closure of State Street changed behavior. Many locals found other places to spend their time. If you're not sure that's true, ask your friends. When was the last time they came downtown? As business owners, we continue to feel that every day. Since the closure, I've been forced to pivot at a great expense, but there's no guarantee that's going to work. I want to be absolutely clear. I want State Street reopened. I don't believe just opening State Street will solve all the problems. It will take time, but it will be the start. We need to find a way to make it easier to open and operate businesses downtown. We need to be flexible about being able to close State Street for events, parades, and weekend activities. Maybe consider keeping Lower State Street permanently closed. Spending $48 to $68 million for the master plan is not the answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Monty Wilson, who's got time donated to him, so you have 2 minutes. And Judy Frank. You related by any chance?
Could be. One thing I think is abundantly clear is we need the businesses downtown to be wildly successful. We just got done going through the budget, and a couple of things jumped out to me that were not part of that budget discussion. One is that from an operating expense standpoint, we need to come up with another $2 million to support the rent ordinance. We need to come up with $6 to $8 million a year for the downtown modernization, the master plan. Where's that money coming from? I don't know, and I don't think we have a solid plan around that. So I think before we dip into reserves anymore, we need to come up with a plan of how we're going to pay for all these things. Now, I would also ask you to not listen to the loudest voices in the room. As you're hearing people come up here tonight, ask yourself the question, do they have skin in the game? Have they invested in a business? Do they rely on the citizens of Santa Barbara for their livelihood? And I think in many cases, you're going to find references to old information from newspaper surveys that were done 6 years ago. We closed State Street with no plan, no budget, and no clear understanding of what the ramifications. I get it. It was a pandemic. You did a good job of adjusting and pivoting that. But now we need to protect the businesses that make this city thrive and generate the income that the city so desperately needs. So we're very close to a point of no return with some of these businesses you're going to hear from. We talk to them. They're our neighbors. We, conduct business out on the street, talking to each other. They're close to going over the edge. And the current model is, you just heard, doesn't work throughout the whole street. So look at this of how can we pilot some things? How can we test some things and create an environment where all the businesses can succeed? Thank you.
Thank you. Nicole Miller can be followed by Nancy Cohen. Is Nicole here? Okay, thank you. Nancy Cohen. And Nancy will be followed by Richard Yates.
Good evening. I am really in support of opening the street back up. There was a slide that y'all showed that showed all the things, all the objectives that you have for downtown. Guess what? All those objectives were met when the street was open. You had vehicles, you had pedestrians safely on the sidewalk. I live right downtown, and I'm not pro-car. I live downtown so I can walk and ride my bike everywhere. I understand the anti-car stuff, but I used to ride my bike up and down State Street all the time. Right now it is a wild west with e-bike riders. It's dangerous. Basically what you've done, you've created a high-speed roadway for bicycles. That's it. That's all you've created. Downtown is dirty. My friends that visit say, wow, when did Santa Barbara become so trashy? It's appalling. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard Yates, followed by Casey Kilgore.
While the State Street closure initially brought economic and cultural vibrancy to State Street, many of us further up the street now feel the closure has become a barrier to the large number of waterfront visitors who'd otherwise come to our part of town to explore and see what else Santa Barbara has to offer. But when looking for a solution to this problem, we did as we've always tried to do at OPAL, take everyone's needs into account. So, compromise, please consider a third way. Instead of two-way car traffic, careful measurement suggests we can do one lane without disturbing pedlets or parklets. Also, the FARA and Piers report clearly states a one-way lane of traffic would improve safety vehicle response times. A car-free promenade may work well and be economically sustainable, but the infrastructure changes needed for its functionality will take years. In between is the interim. This is the period where I think we should address allowing a limited flow of cars back onto State Street one way coming north to give a lifeline to the State Street businesses furthest from the waterfront, which is the vibrant part of town right now. So please consider an alternative to this cars or no cars solution and a middle path, which I haven't heard suggested yet today. Thank you.
Thank you. Casey Kilgore, followed by Jenna Berg.
Good evening, council members. My name is Casey Coer. I'm the second vice president of Old Spanish Days Fiesta. We're excited to see other organizations returning to State Street in the near future for parades, and we hope the city will continue to demonstrate the same commitment to the Fiesta Parade and many traditions that Santa Barbara makes Santa Barbara unique. We want to work together to restore and strengthen the vibrant community spirit that has long defined our city on State Street. We appreciate your continued support and your attention to preserving the community that brings residents and visitors together, while also generating significant economic activity through increased sales tax, tourism, and hotel capacity. Lastly, we remain committed to returning the Fiesta Parade to State Street. For more than 100 years, Fiesta brought our community together through traditions and history. The very reason Fiesta was created for the same reasons that the events remain important today. They re-energize our downtown, strengthen community connections, and contribute to the vitality of our city. We are passionate about restoring the parade to an open State Street and preserving this treasured tradition for future generations. As this year's themes remind us, our goal is simple: Fiesta forever, and hopefully on State.
Thank you. Jenna Berg. I know, a minute's tight, but it is kind of fun listening to you guys trying to talk that fast. And Jen will be followed by Rosalie Hardane.
Hello, Mayor Rouse and council members. I haven't seen you in a while, and I can talk really fast, too. I am an owner of a new business on State Street. We opened this month, the Grand on State. And one of the reasons we opened where we did is because there is a pilot one lane of traffic in front of our business, and there is noise, and there is pollution, and there are cars on that one lane that I would like to see not be there. I imagine if you open State Street all the way down, there will be 20 times as many loud, polluting, speeding cars who do not stop. There has got to be a way to control even outside of State Street, how do we control this pollution and the noise? I'm woken up at 4 a.m. every morning by somebody who speeds around. But until you can get a control on that kind of thing, why would you open State Street? You got the bikes, that's true. But I want to advocate that we will not survive as a business because our soft jazz music inside does not be compatible with this kind of noise and busyness. So thank you. Please keep State Street car free. Thank you so much.
Rosalie, thank you. I'm going to get that wrong. Rosalie be followed by Jason LaCicero.
Hi, I have lived in Santa Barbara for 40 years, and I strongly urge the City Council to repeal Title 31. During COVID, State Street was closed in order to help the restaurants move their dining areas outside to facilitate businesses to stay open. COVID is over, and restaurants can move back inside. People should be allowed to walk on all the sidewalks again, with cars allowed back on State Street going both directions, with the bike lanes on the side as it was before COVID. Look at the thriving funk zone. Streets are open and businesses down there are booming. Bring this back to State Street and you'll see business downtown thriving. Get rid of the ridiculous pedlets that attract rats and are a huge waste of our taxpayer dollars. Opening it up would eliminate the chaos that brings uncontrolled kids down there doing wheelies on their e-bikes down the middle of State Street, making it unsafe for everyone down there. All bikes and e-bikes must stay on the side in the bike lanes, restoring order and sanity to State Street once again. And also, the parades should be be able to come back, and that is going to bring huge revenue to the city of Santa Barbara by that,
Thank
and
you.
it will keep businesses open. Thank you.
Thank you. Jason LaCicero, followed by Kit Thomas. Jason? All right, Kit Thomas? Thank you. Jacqueline Carlson? Jacqueline, is Jackie here still? Yep, there she is. And Jacqueline will be followed by Sullivan Israel.
Mayor, Council, my name is Jacqueline. I'm here representing the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce Foundation. There are over 86,422 people in the city. 36% of those are Latinos. 20% of our businesses, more than 3,888. Those are all Latino-owned businesses. Those are numbers that come out of Census and also license requirements. Why is that important? Because with the State Street Master Plan, you have a big gap, and that's including my community into it. We have not once met with any organizing committee to talk about ways that we could improve the business economy of State Street by bringing back our community into it. I do believe that we need to continue Title 31. It's important. We have a lot of work ahead of us. And the only way we could do that is if you reach out and help us connect and have us help you connect with our community.
Thank you. Sullivan Israel, and you have someone donating time to you, so you have 2 minutes.
Hi, Council. This is on a 1-minute timer. Thank you so much. I actually had a comment prepared, but I changed it last minute. And that's because yesterday Nick Welsh from The Independent emailed me with a simple question. Why do you care about State Street? That's a good question. He said, yes, there's obviously all the data that you constantly cite, all the data that Tess showed today, that it's economically better, that it's safer, that a majority of the community likes it. Even the data I've gathered this past week, I spent every single lunch break finding business owners. I talked to over 40, and 38 of them didn't want cars to come back. But he said, despite all that data, why do you care? And I actually had to think about it. I've been involved with this for so long. I've stood here before you multiple times. But I think I have come to an answer. And I think it's because this is a community of caring. It's how I was raised. You're hearing from a lot of people today in this room and over a comment that was sent in, including a lot of people I disagree with. But we all have something in common. We care about this city and we care about State Street. The hundreds of comments that you got over email are not because I personally coerced people to send them to you. It's because people saw a QR code in a window of various shops that have put them up and just decided to send you a letter. People care. And that goes way back. 101 years ago after the earthquake, people cared. And we rebuilt this city into something that no one else had ever tried before, a Spanish-style Riviera town. So 101 years from now, I hope that future Santa Barbarans will say that our generation cared and that we found a way to try something new, even in the face of our own troubles, a pandemic and economic uncertainty, and that we committed to a vision, a car-free, people-focused community space in the heart of downtown. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy Romasanta Eckert. Followed by Christian Letzo.
My family's been here since 1942. I own 1 State Street. Before the pandemic, the restaurant, it's been a restaurant for probably about 35 years. During the slow months, January, February, March, 0 business down there. Since you guys have closed State Street, now let me make it clear, I want it open. It's been great for my business. Janine's leases from me. There's a line out that door every day. I own a hotel down on the boulevard. I talk to our guests. They do not go up to State Street. We have guests that have come for decades. They say it's dirty, it's stinky, it's dangerous. The funk zone, the boulevard, from a personal viewpoint, keep it closed. From a Santa Barbarian, open it up. Get the e-bikes off. I have a suggestion like the other gentleman. I need 10 more seconds. One way from the boulevard, you've got parking parallel all up State Street. You've got bike lanes going both ways on the other side of State Street. And you have cars going up the middle of the road.
All right.
Solves your
Thank you.
problem. You got bike riders, you got parking, and you got cars. Open up State Street.
Thank you. Christian, don't start in, you guys. Christian Leitza, we're almost to the end here. Don't blow it now.
All right. Hello, my name is Christian Lietzo, and this is, a matter of fact, my first time ever doing an in-person public comment at Santa Barbara City Council, and I'm here to urge city leaders to renew Title 31 and keep State Street car-free. I'm a Goleta resident who visits downtown regularly. I love State Street because it is quiet, relaxing, and an inviting place to be. I love taking bike rides from State Street down to the waterfront. It's such a joy. I struggle to understand why reopening State Street to motor vehicles would be more beneficial than keeping it closed. If the road goes back to its pre-2019 configuration, there would still be no additional parking, so businesses wouldn't particularly benefit in that regards. It would simply be a thoroughfare, which ruins the point of State Street being a destination. We would lose outdoor seating at many restaurants. It'll become more dangerous to ride a bike. People mentioned 1200 block, and I do not like biking on that. The area will become noisier. And we may lose the waterfront zone because of the higher cost. So I urge you to keep State Street closed. Thank you.
Thank you. Kevin Heim, followed by Michael Montenegro.
Council members, Mayor Rouse, thank you for the chance to speak. I won't take time to rehash all the overwhelmingly positive comments you've heard from the public over the last 5 years about a pedestrian-first State Street. So my comment today is about consistency. Over the last several years, businesses and developers have been making real decisions based on the city's clear direction that State Street is becoming a permanent pedestrian-first corridor. Employers like Yardi are moving hundreds of workers downtown because they like what they see. Housing developers are investing in new apartments, and entrepreneurs are opening new small businesses because they know people want to live, shop, and dine near a car-free, people-focused State Street. Those kind of commitments depend on a stable, reliable policy framework from the city. If we reopen State Street to private cars now, in the gap before the master plan is implemented, we will inject fresh uncertainty and make future employers, merchants, and housing developers hesitate. They won't know what kind of street they're planning around. Reauthorizing Title 31 and keeping the street closed to private vehicles is the way to stay consistent and respect the will of the public. Thank you for considering.
Thank you. Michael Montenegro, followed by Robin Elander.
Hello, Mayor. Hello, City Council. I'm really excited to share my comment regarding this. I'm going to make this really simple, as my two main points will have to deal with safety and e-bikes. As someone who used to be a bouncer on State Street when it was open, who was a part of the nightlife, when it came to seeing people in the wine industry, going to O'Malley's, all the other ones in that block, I saw a lot of careless and reckless things. And one of my friends, who was an elder, a World War II veteran, got killed by a drunk driver. So I do want to do a common sense science that an automobile is fatal. It will take your life as compared to an e-bike. And as a bicycle ambassador who doesn't want to own a car, I would recommend SBPD to invest into a bicycle cavalry. If Miami and New York can do it, so can
Thank you. Okay. Robin Elander, followed by Lily Heidger.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. As Executive Director of the Downtown Santa Barbara Improvement Association, I've had the privilege to work with many of the businesses in our community over the last 6 years, many of the amazing people in this room. I know one thing for certain: I don't like seeing our community fight, particularly over a singular issue. This tug of war needs to stop. It's time to shift the conversation of open or closed and channel that passion, our beautiful community fight, into collaboration on a robust management and operations plan. Extending Title 31 or letting it expire is not a plan. But we need a robust management plan forward that serves the entire district, including its side streets, parallel, adjacent streets, and a hybrid solution that supports safety and vitality throughout downtown. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Lily Heidner, followed by James Altman.
Hello. Thank you so much for your time today. I've spoken to so many people across town about State Street over the years, both in a formal sense, surveying businesses, collecting signatures, and also in an informal sense with friends and family and community members of all types. I have heard opinions from across the spectrum. However, again and again, it's clear that the overwhelming majority treasure our car-free State Street. I want to specifically call attention to the makeup of written comments received by City Council as of this morning, of which over 80% were in support of reauthorizing Title 31 and keeping the street car-free. Although the split in the room today is deceiving and does not accurately represent the population as a whole, I want to remind us all that it's a privilege to have the flexibility, childcare, and time to show up to council and speak. So I speak on behalf of the 200 written comments in support of car-free State Street. Thank you.
James Altman, followed by Charlotte Anderson.
Thank you very much. I just want to be really brief. I really love State Street as it is right now. I walk it 2 to 3 times a week, just all the way from Upper State, from where it's closed, all the way down and back. Thank you so much for doing that. I teach at UCSB, and my students also love it. They actually go downtown. They talk about how a lot of the towns they come from don't have this, and it's a really cool model to bring back. That's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Charlotte Anderson, followed by Tracy Russell.
Hey, Mayor. Hey,
I know you.
Council. I would like to say that we have a business since 1975 on State Street. I've worked very, very hard, and also I enjoy all of the street not being closed because of the revenue purposes and everything that we've seen since I was very young. I've worked very hard and loved how the outside of, our establishment is. The truth is that when people drive up and down the street, they see our location and they circle back and they park in the parking structure and walk towards it because it's something that they want to go to. Also importantly is that elders don't necessarily have the capacity to walk down the street completely. And also there's the handicap situation of people not being able to get to where they want to go. So in all honesty, the revenue that we've seen in the last all up till time that's been closed has been affected, and we've had a lot more revenue when it was open. So that's all I want to say, and I want to say thank you to Monty Wilson and thank you to Maria Wilson because their aspects of what they said is completely true.
Thank you. Tracy Russell, followed by Ian Bauke. I'm sorry? Tracy, thank you. Ian Bauke, and Ian will be followed by Hannah Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council. My name is Ian Bauke. I was born in Cottage Hospital, raised in Santa Barbara. I've worked on State Street at a restaurant on the 400 block. I'm chair of your city's Transportation and Circulation Committee. I want to thank Tess and Sarah. They deserve a mountain of credit for the work they've done. I agree with Robin. I think it's time to move on. We need to settle this question. The uncertainty caused by the debate itself has become far more damaging than cars or no cars. The options before you are not going to save or create a miracle for State Street, but in my view, you need to extend Title 31 because it's the best way that we can move forward together. The alternative is letting Title 31 expire and causing complete chaos. We will lose $700,000. We will lose hundreds of outdoor dining seats and the sales tax they generate. You will make State Street less safe. It was the 3rd least safe street in the city. It is no longer in the top 80. Please extend Title 31. Let's build the housing. Let's fix the e-bike issues. Let's iterate. But we have to move forward together. Thank you.
Hannah Cohen, followed by Colleen Macy.
Good evening, Council. I am speaking today in support of reauthorizing Title 31 to keep State Street closed to private vehicle traffic. Keeping State Street closed to cars is probably the most popular policy decision that you can make, with 79% of residents and 75% of State Street business owners in support. What other policy has that much support? And I really want you to remember to take fiscal responsibility very seriously when making this decision. Not only will it cost $700,000 to open the street to cars, but we will lose the revenue from the outdoor dining sales tax and business licensing fees. How can you look at the city's budget deficit and vote for us to lose revenue and spend on something that the voters don't even want? We're in an ever disconnected world. Cars on State Street will just disconnect us more. So we really need to have more face-to-face
Thank you.
opportunities.
Colleen Macy, and you've got somebody donated their time to you. You've got 2 minutes. 2 minutes, please, Ms. Gorman.
I have something to share, so I have to plug it in here.
Okay, and I've got this up here, Sarah. She's on it. Okay, you've got that. Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, are you able to help me with that? Okay. Hi, everybody. You all know who I am by now. I basically organize the business owners, especially in my neighborhood up in the 1200 block, to get together and become one voice and become the State Street Business Alliance, which is what we are. Myself and actually Cass and Berg have been working very hard to get a message out to everyone that we need State Street to be reopened for businesses to survive. We are in dire straits up there. Many of the businesses are really literally hanging on, and I agree very much with what Maria said earlier and all the people that are advocating for State Street to be open. These are business owners. There's 152 names on there of people who own businesses here in downtown Santa Barbara who have signed our petition. Our petition is 48 days old. It's got 750 signatures and 450 comments and 152 business owners. So I hear pretty much all the time that the majority of people want State Street to stay closed. I don't know where these surveys come from. I have never seen them. I think it would be great if they could be more transparent so that everybody could get a better handle on when you say something like that, where did it come from? What is it based on? How many people were actually interviewed? And the other point I'd like to make is that we are really missing our main street here in this town. I mean, it's a really cool street. It was super fun when we moved here to get to hang out down there. We have 55 parks and miles of beaches. We have plenty of places to walk and ride our bikes, but we have no main street anymore. We're a city without a main street, and it's really, really, we're really missing it. So I think that's what a lot of people here today are trying to say. That's how we all feel. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, we have speakers online.
Yes, we do. I am going to read the names of the persons who raised their hand by the deadline.
And remind them it's 1 minute, please.
Very good. And so speakers, it will be 1 minute each, and here are the speakers that I will call. Linda Honickman, Sarah Schledug, Gloria Easter, Lee Heller, Mike Suding, Aaron Ashland, Richard Lloyd, Nick Storr, Guthrie Leonard, Sarah Iannarone, Brett Breitfeld, and Jennifer Smith. So first, Linda Honickman, and you'll have 1 minute.
Thank you. I really appreciate the intro comments by Tess Harris and comments by Robin Nylander. And it's important that concerns are addressed from all parts of the community so everyone can feel proud and comfortable with State Street. And that includes the Latinos who should have been at the planning table and the folks who want a solution for e-bikes and businesses that want more customers. But when it comes to an overall future vision, we must prioritize comments from our younger residents and workers. I do support staying with Title 31, and I want to highlight the staff report under the bridge projects. I'm happy to see that next work steps include studying opportunities to redevelop city-owned parking lots with mixed-use projects that can include housing. Also, continuing efforts to streamline the land development and permitting processes. And finally, strategic planning for economic development and business recruitment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Sarah Seedschlag. Please go ahead. Sarah Seedschlag, you can unmute yourself and go ahead. Sarah, you can go ahead. Okay, we'll come back. Gloria Easter. Gloria Easter, please go ahead. Gloria Easter, you can unmute yourself and speak. Okay. Next is Lee Heller. Lee Heller, please go ahead.
Mayor Rouse and Council, me again. Third time's the charm. I was really puzzled when this agenda item came up because Title 31 doesn't expire until the end of the year or until you adopt the master plan, which is going to be in front of you by the end of the summer. So I'm trying to understand why you would vote to reopen the street when in 2 months you may make the decision to do so, or you may make the decision not to do so, which 6 of you supported the pedestrian-friendly notion of when this project was just presented on April 28th. So would you spend $700,000 to reopen the street to cars and then decide in 2 months or slightly after not to do that and have spent this money in vain, and then look at the additional money that we're going to be looking for grant money for to develop this pedestrian-friendly corridor for the future? So I want to come back to Tess's words. Hold the street steady until the master plan is adopted. That makes the most sense financially, and it's consistent with the timeline that you laid out in late April. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Mike Suding. Mike Suding, please go ahead.
Hi, my name's Mike Suding. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I am in favor of keeping it the way it is, and frankly, with this much of a tug of war, I think we should just put it to a vote. That's the only real way to settle this. My business is giving bike tours up State Street and down State Street, and all 800 of the people that I've given tours to love it. They think it's great. That doesn't always translate to dollars spent in the stores, but that's the anecdotal story I have. So let the people vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Aaron Ashland. Aaron Ashland, please go ahead.
Who actually uses State Street? Not landlords, not business owners. I believe it's the people who have been walking, dining, and shopping there for the past 5 years. They're your constituents, and they are telling you something clearly. The city's own survey, vetted questions, broad outreach, found 79% of Santa Barbarians want State Street car-free. That is a 4-to-1 margin. That is not a close call. Compare that to the Business Alliance survey, which 24 of 25 State Street owners I spoke with have never even seen. If the cars were the answer, why haven't they revived the 1200 block or the 400 block? You have one number that is credible, and it's yours. Honor it, side with your constituents 4-to-1, keep State Street car-free, and let's come together and create the downtown that the city deserves. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Richard Lloyd. Richard Lloyd. Go ahead, Richard Lloyd.
Yeah, good evening, Council. I've worked downtown for about 15 years now, commuted almost every day by bike, on foot, by bicycle. I've followed the progress of downtown pretty closely since long before COVID was a thing. And I think, one commenter asked yourself, when did you or your friends last come downtown? And I have an easy answer to that. It's every single day, and it's most weekends, because I love being downtown, and it's just a great place to be. Let's remember, Macy's closed in 2017, 3 years before State Street was closed. While retail was declining because of online challenges, the idea of closing State was floated repeatedly and quite favorably. When Nordstrom announced it was closing on May 8th, 2020, that was 3 weeks before the council closed State Street to cars. When you look around at the retail that's finding success, Funk Zone, Coast Village Road, The Post, these are smaller high-end boutique stores. And the problem is the vacancies on State create a very challenging environment. And so, remarkably, even the hardest blocks, we're seeing the Music Academy, the Film Festival, Yardi moving
That's
now.
time. Thank you very much.
Encouraging changes. I encourage you to keep supporting businesses by
Thank you.
maintaining Title 31 and allow the kind of robust...
Thank you. The next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Nick Storr. Nick Storr, please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, I've lived in Santa Barbara most of my life, moved down when I was 1. Growing up, didn't really go there that often. There was kind of no need to. It was a street with shops and restaurants, but there were other of those in the city, so sometimes we'd go there, sometimes we wouldn't. Since it was closed, it's become kind of our default place for me to go to hang out, to go shopping, to dine, and sometimes when family joins me, the other day we had a great lunch. I forget on which block, but it was just really nice to sit in the parklet and eat, and it was pretty quiet, and I think it would have been a lot less enjoyable if there were cars going past us. We probably would have gone somewhere else in town. My one complaint that I've been saying for the last 5 years is, while it's nice to have a closed street rather than one with cars on it, I think it could be even better if it were a proper mall, and I was very excited skimming through the State Street Master Plan, and I hope to see it come to life. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Guthrie Leonard. Guthrie Leonard, please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, so there's kind of two things that I want to think about right now. The first is we've heard a lot of testimonies today from business owners, and I'm feeling a pretty distinct difference between two kinds, which is businesses like the Grand who say, I am certain that my business will suffer if you bring back cars, and other businesses who are saying, I think that if you bring back cars, it will result in higher sales. I don't know that there's any actual evidence that that will be the case. There's been a lot of retail changes in the past 10 years, and I think that's more indicative of what's happened. And then lastly, the Strong Towns petition for keeping State Street car-free has 3,200 signatures in the past few weeks. So I 700 is maybe a lot, but it's not, 5 times that. And I think that's reflective of the 4-to-1 ratio we've seen at other times, including comments for this very meeting that were sent in. So thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Sarah Inarone. Sarah Inarone, please go ahead.
Good evening, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes.
Thank you.
No?
Yes, my name is Sarah Iannarone. I shop, dine, and catch shows at the Grand and SBIF on State Street by bicycle. I also serve as director of Move Santa Barbara County. Reintroducing private cars to State Street is not an economic development strategy, and I want to thank Jackie from the Hispanic Chamber and Robin from DSBIA for keeping us focused on that fact. The absence of private cars isn't what's hurting main streets like State Street. It's the Amazon and UPS trucks that are circling every other street in town.
You should raise your hand. I don't know.
Move is ready to partner with the community on e-bike safety right now. We'll even host an emergency e-bike summit this summer. But let's stop confusing the problem with the solution and move forward toward implementing the State Street Master Plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Brett Rietveld. Brett Rietveld, please go ahead.
Hello, thank you, Mayor, City Council, for taking the time. Please keep State Street car-free. I use State Street to bike to and from work every day. I also do the vast majority of my dining and shopping on State Street. If you were to bring cars back to State Street, not only would my life be in danger, I would also probably spend a lot less time and money at the businesses on State Street. So, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Nice.
Next speaker is Jennifer Smith. Jennifer Smith, please go ahead.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Jennifer Smith. I'm speaking today in my individual capacity as somebody who works downtown, and I'm generally supportive of maintaining Title 31 and the closure. I think it's the fiscally prudent thing to do, and it seems like anything else would really require some degree of financial, planning that I haven't seen in the report provided. Whatever you decide tonight, I do think there's a couple areas that could use some attention. First is much of the office workers downtown are now hybrid, and so many of them aren't around as often as maybe before, and so there might be some opportunities for ongoing incentives, maybe during the week, in terms of getting more of the office workers to State Street and helping businesses. Two, I do think there is a need for more signage for tourists and visitors. I think that would be helpful. And I would encourage you to focus on ADA accessibility. I think that's really important. And the stretch Carrillo up. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Okay, we will come back to Sarah Siedschlag, and then Gloria Easter, and then that will be it of the people that raised their hands by the deadline.
Right. Thank you.
Sarah, please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, great, thank you. Thank you, Mayor, Council, for taking my comment. My name is Sarah Siedschlag. I'm a resident of Santa Barbara, and I'm also the Vice Chair of the Transportation and Circulation Committee. I'm asking you to reauthorize Title 31. I personally moved downtown just off Lower State less than a year ago. I moved here, and I love it here specifically because State is closed to vehicles. I visit our local restaurants and stores every week, probably more often than I should, and every week there are hundreds of other people doing the same thing. As Santa Barbara adds more and more downtown housing, I know that these future residents are going to love it as much as I do. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
And Gloria Easter, please go ahead. Gloria Easter, you can unmute yourself and go ahead. Okay, that's the final speaker, Mr. Mayor.
All right, very good. We will bring it back to council for a round of questions first, then we can move on to comments thereafter. Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one. There's a line in the staff report I don't understand. Under the expiration of Title 31, it says what the consequences would be, and you mentioned that pedlets would have to be removed from the street, and then the second consequence would be the removal of sidewalk dining. I am pretty sure I was sold on the pedlets because I was specifically told sitting in here that cars and pedlets could be on the street at the same time. So why would the pedlets have to come off the street?
Councilmember Jordan, through the mayor, I think that is sort of a two-pronged answer. First off, and this is something I have to check with the city attorney about, but I think that with Title 31 expiring, I'm not sure we have the authorization to continue with a sort of pilot project like that hasn't gone through the normal approval process in terms of permitting, design approval, things like that. But then from a more practical standpoint, returning to a two-way roadway configuration takes up the full width of the roadway that we have right now. So
If you did 2 lanes.
Yeah, correct.
Yep.
So 2 lanes plus the bike lanes, there isn't room for pedlets. And then if you're talking about a one-way configuration, it is possible. We would have to look at something to protect the edges of the pedlets, just because, as cars do with curbs, when they pull over or what have you, they tend to bump the curb or hit the curb. And since the pedlets are not made of concrete, they're more vulnerable to being destroyed in that way. So we'd have to do something along the edges in order to sort of protect them in that case.
Thanks. That certainly was not part of the conversation before spending $500,000 in talking about pedlets. So, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, and to Councilmember Jordan. I'm sure a lot of other council members may have the similar question. You know, what is the purpose of Title 31? What does it do? It does 2 main things. If I'm going to simplify it, I give 2 major points to it. One, it sets a set of rules. So it goes to Ms. Clark's kind of point in terms of, you know, having it there in place, and if you're going to extend it, at least allowing and knowing what the rules are regarding to the pedlets, or giving authority to the city administrator to set further administrative rules, you know, in terms of the operations. That's one of the purposes of it does. It also is codified, so if you have violations, if you choose to amend it on e-bikes, you have a source there, a code section that you can put in for a citation. That's one important thing. The other important thing is, you know, design immunity, right? You, in terms of at least having a set of plans or a process approved through the legislative body, it adds that element to it as well. Now, in terms of like, you know, liability, is it 100% bulletproof? No, I can never say that, but that is at least the second purpose of what Title 31 does. So I hope that at least addresses why there's a Title 31, what the rules are for.
Yep,
and to
but
Ms. Clark's
just
point.
let me respond to the design comment. I have been told repeatedly also in these chambers that design review in HLC has no connection to something on the roadway too. I mean, it's really disheartening to be part of these conversations as a foundation and then have the rules changed and the rug pulled out from under you. We definitely talked about pedlets as if they could coexist with cars on the street, and we definitely talked about both K-rails and other things on the surface of the street as being immune from design requirements. So I just don't like the way this conversation's going. Thanks.
Mr. Friedman.
Thanks. I actually had a number of questions, but it's really come down to 2 questions. The first one I think is a little easier than the second one. So in terms of Title 31, if we wanted to address e-bikes and we also wanted to address HLC and giving them back authority for, in El Pueblo Viejo and being consistent with the city charter, we could give direction for that. And if we wanted to consider potentially doing a temporary restriction on e-bikes until we could figure out e-bikes and other electric vehicles, until we can come up with a regulatory schematic and a regulatory plan and enforcement plan and tie it into the master plan, we could have that discussion in the August meeting if we gave that direction today as part of the potential reauthorization.
So, Councilmember Freeman, yes, if you wanted, so that would be, are you suggesting amending Title 31 to include those additional elements?
At least have a discussion on that with the HLC, but also the issue of e-bikes, because that is a huge issue that all sides are bringing up is e-bikes, and there isn't, the enforcement that we are able to do now, we are doing it, but it's not enforcement only, so we need to have some type of additional regulations, and we don't have those in place right now. So that would be one. So
the council could give us direction to extend Title 31, bring it back with some amendments as part of the August action with the master plan.
Okay, and then my only other question, I guess, for right now is, and this, I'm surprised this didn't get brought up by anybody, at least to me, listening to the comments from public comment and even the staff report. It may be, for me, well, depending on the answer to this. So with the master plan, it calls for a flexible master plan, and within the master plan that we've put forward, it does actually call at times of the day or night to actually reopen State Street to cars. It's in there at certain times. It had the overnight, which I think most people were skeptical on, but it does call for the flexibility to reintroduce cars at some times of the day, maybe not every day, but it's clearly in the plan. And the public comment tonight is clearly against that. So what I'm trying to grapple with right now is we're being asked today to extend Title 31 so we can adopt the master plan and then implement it, and then have these interim solutions that we're trying to figure out till we can get there. But there could be a very major difference in what's being drafted today, and depending on what the majority says, the majority would, maybe Mr. Doimus, you can answer this, the majority could, on August 28th, say we want to move the master plan forward, but we don't like the part about having the flexibility of having cars in there at certain times of the day. And there could be 4 votes to just say no cars ever again, and we've already voted to extend Title 31. And there's a disconnect there, because you could be voting on something today based on what we think the master plan is, and that's a huge difference. So would it be possible to actually come back for the scheduled time in August, have the discussion on what the master plan is, and then at the same meeting, then we could vote on whether or not to extend Title 31 based on what the master plan is? Because to me, you could make a decision that could have ramifications going forward, and it could be a completely different master plan. Not completely, but a huge difference in the master plan. So could we do that?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Friedman, I mean, you could have it under one, those 2 issues under one agenda item to come back in August, and do them at the same meeting, at least to shape of how it could possibly look like. You know, one of the reasons why, that was kind of the thinking too before of why you have this sunset period, right? The sunset was either when the master plan comes first or the end of 2026. That goes along the line of thinking in there. And this way, at least it's kind of parallel. You can have a similar type of sunset, but you can also at least having a better understanding of what the master plan could. In the meantime, if you're still working on that, but Title 31 is meant to be as a bridge, right, to that point. I mean, that's always been the purpose of that. It's a bridge to get you to the master plan. So conceivably, sure, you have the flexibility to do that in one meeting.
Okay, so that allows the closure. So I think I understand it now, that we would have the option to make the decision on whether to extend Title 31 as part of the master plan decision. And I think they go hand in hand. And depending on how you vote today, and if the vote goes a different way and takes out that key part of the master plan, it's a different vote. It means something different to those who support moving forward with keeping it closed to cars, which I think a lot of people here have talked about that. There's those who want to open it, and depending on what's actually voted on, it's a different type of vote. So I'll save my comments for later, but we do have that option. So, and that kind of gets to all the questions I had. Thank you.
Ms. Santa Maria.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. Quick questions on the costs of the reconfiguration if we were to go back to how it was before. So I guess just first off, $700,000, pretty large number. Why does it cost so much?
Councilmember Santa Maria, through the mayor, that's a great question. And I would probably, I don't know if our Public Works Director is here. Like I said, the bulk of the cost is for grinding and slurrying the street. Construction projects, public works projects are expensive, and that's kind of the best answer that I have for you there. Again, these estimates are based on what we've paid for comparable projects in the past. I'll hand it over to Mr. Demore.
Sure. Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Santa Maria, the cost is to do it right and to do it safely. We could paint over the existing striping that is there today, but if you've ever driven on the freeway when it's under construction and there's various markings that have been covered over, it can be confusing sometimes what's the right lane to be in. It's not as much of an issue here because it's not multi-lanes, but still, like, to do it right, you want to eradicate the existing striping, which does require grinding off that surface. And then once you've done that, you really do need to slurry over top of it so you've got a nice smooth surface so that you can then repaint it and not have the old lane lines kind of come back to life. Sometimes that does happen with the paint when it wears off. So that re-slurrying of much of the stretch of State Street does amount to a pretty significant amount. There's some other items in there too, like the B-cycle stations that are out on, there's, I think, multiple clusters of bikes at almost every block, so those would have to be taken off the street and put likely on the sidewalk. So all of those things just add up, and that's the estimate that we had come up with to put it back the way it was before.
Thank you so much, Mr. Demore. That's really helpful. While I have you here, you may be the most appropriate person to answer this, but if we were to reopen the street and we have to spend this money to repave it and restripe it and do all that, but then the master plan is saying we're going to keep it close to pedestrians, would we have to repave again? Or would we have to, because I'm assuming the street is going to take damage from cars going through it, even if it's just, I mean, in the interim, however long it takes to implement the master plan. So would there be are we expecting a cost, an additional cost to implementing the State Street Master Plan if we open it now and then we would have to sort of fix the road after, or?
So the State Street Master Plan is an entirely different surface material. It's not planned to be asphalt. Right. And the work that we would be doing as a temporary measure for reopening would be a slurry surface, which really is just a preventative maintenance measure, which is a good thing to do on a pavement surface anyway. In this case, you know, we would hope that the master plan is going to happen sooner than typically when you do a slurry. You hope that it'll last maybe 5 to 7 years. So it's not going to be that amount of time that it buys us in terms of pavement preservation, but it's not as significant of a cost if we were doing like a grind. You know, sometimes we will grind 2 or 3 inches of asphalt off and then completely repave. That's an order of magnitude. That would be looking like a multiple $million project if we were doing that. So I would say this is more on the scale of preventative maintenance. Yeah.
I see. Okay. Thank you. That's really helpful. And Ms. Clark, I know you mentioned before the need that we would have to implement some protective measures for the parklets if there were cars on the street. Do we have any estimates as to how much it would cost us to protect those pedlets?
Sure, Councilmember Santa Maria. And that's a good question. So it would depend on the measure that we decided to use. There are other places where we do have, I assume you're referring to the pedlets, yes?
Yes.
So there are other places around the country where they have either pedlets or something similar to that, and they do have vehicle traffic nearby. Like I said, it's possible, it's just we'd have to put up some protection there. The type of protection, the manner of protection sort of depends. You can go, probably the most inexpensive would be water wall, which is, the plastic stuff that we have out at the closure at Haley Street right now that we wrapped in some vinyl to make it look nice. You can go up from there all the way to barriers that are look like planters, but they're meant to prevent vehicles from entering an area, almost more like a bollard, or like a bollards, something like that. Those can really range. A simple sleeve bollard could be done for $1,000, something like that. Does that sound about right? It really is just a sliding scale based on what sort of treatment you're looking at. So.
Okay. And as staff, we haven't identified yet where those funds would come from. You would have to return with that recommendation.
We would need, depending on the specific direction that we received, we would need to return with a funding plan for that and a source of funding. As I noted before, we do have a little bit of money left in the action plan implementation. That could be repurposed for something else, but we would need to get direction on that. And then likely, especially if it's the 700,000 number, we would need to find a minimum of $500,000 somewhere.
And I think today we're just looking for direction from the council on the 2 options, and then we would come back with much more detail about what the plan would look like for the option that's selected.
Thank you. That's really helpful. Final question. This may be more for Ms. Harris, and thank you, Mr. Dumore. I don't have any other questions for you. But Ms. Harris, I know that the master plan, it says pedestrian focused, but I know that there is some element in there about an option that we could bring cars back. With all of the comments that we are hearing, the public comment period closed today, is staff going to come back in August with sort of a reflection of what the public comment said? If the public comment supports leaving that option of cars in the master plan? Or are we just going to, I guess what I'm trying to get at is I'm trying to figure out if we're going to have to re-have this debate about cars or no cars on August. And so I just, if you could offer some clarification.
Sure, Councilmember Santa Maria and Mayor and council members. So there's a couple pieces to that. Yes, we will return with summaries from all of the different commissions and committees that we've gone to and gotten feedback from, as well as all of the 1,000+ public comments that we've received between April and today. The design itself is flexible in nature in the sense that it could allow vehicles, it could not allow vehicles. And we don't believe that the design will change if cars come back to the street or if cars are not on the street, because the 20 feet in the middle is the emergency access space regardless. So that space would be used for, could be used for vehicle lanes, or it could be used as a transit and bike lane. So what will come back to you in August is the final master plan with the design, probably pretty similar to the design that you saw in April. And there will be likely some changes, but the question of method of operation, initially when we came before you, we had suggested hours for vehicle traffic and times when vehicle traffic would not be allowed, and council had directed staff to remove that portion so that the conversation around hours of operation could be separated from the design conversation for the master plan.
Okay, thank you so much. It's really helpful. No further questions.
Ms. Ned.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. So I just want to be sure. So this doesn't bind us to the master plan. This just allows us to have flexibility.
Councilmember Sneddon, that's correct.
Okay. And then we wouldn't be deciding today on any interim operations or all of the different ideas we would have for the interim. That's not today.
Correct. We would come back at a future date if that was the direction of council.
Okay. And then would this be in place until it's repealed? Is that what the end would be?
Councilmember Sneddon, it would be at the direction of council to make the determination on whether you wanted to put a time limit to, if you were to look at extending Title 31, whether you wanted to put a time limit or not on that.
Okay. And then I guess we would be talking about interim operations, but part of this, I mean, the reckless bike riding being addressed or not has a lot to do with all of this. And I'm just wondering if there are any preliminary ideas on what we're going to do about that.
Councilmember Sneddon, through the mayor, I think ultimately as the master plan that you saw envisions, the best solution is a separation of modes and to have separate spaces. In the interim, there are different things that could be tried, again, depending on what the council decides to do. Reverting back to 2019, we would likely just be paint on the ground and it would be vehicles and bicycles on State Street. I would caution you, just based on what we observe in other portions of the city, I don't necessarily know that I would expect bicycles to always stay in those bike lanes. But we could look during the interim period or during this bridge period at finding more temporary ways to separate cyclists and pedestrians, or sort of channelize that bike lane a little bit more. There are sort of lower cost, lower profile interventions. The challenge is always maintaining the unobstructed 20-foot clear width. But one thing that I think we would hope to do if we were to continue through this bridge period would be to sort of gradually evolve the street in the direction of whatever the master plan ends up being. So, if it is that narrowed travel lane and widened sidewalks, are there some temporary things that we could do along the way that sort of move us in that direction? So that, everything we do, as we noted in the presentation, is kind of working towards whatever this council decides ultimately that vision is. So those are things that we certainly could pilot in this bridge period.
Okay, thank you. And then we need Title 31 to be able to try those things or to...
That's correct. Title 31 gives us that flexibility to try out different, patterns of closures on the street if the council wants to explore different options or alternatives or
Okay.
other pilot projects.
Well, I'm all for extending it, but I did have questions about the timing of this being today, and we really stumbled all over the motion at the time, and I remember I made the motion and stumbled all over keeping this in place until the master plan was voted on. And so I'm going to vote to extend it either way, but I'm just interested in sort of the thinking or the planning behind bringing it now as opposed to waiting.
So I think why we're bringing it today is because if the council wants to extend Title 31, we would need to bring that action back with the adoption of the master plan in August. So this gives us
Here's the answer.
time
Okay.
to put together the ordinance extending or amending Title 31, which will come with the action in August.
Got it. Thank you. That was my big question, and you answered it. So today's the day. Thank you.
All right, very good. Mr. DeMore, I had a question for you. So when we first did not very first, we put those big green bike lanes on right away when they first closed the street. And then as they got to look pretty bad, which was pretty quick, we slurried over those to restripe. Now, did we grind and slurry when we did that at that time? Do you know?
I don't think we did. We were just...
Because it happened pretty quick, I know that, so.
Right. We received a grant for those green lanes in the conflict zones at the approach and within the intersections. And then it looks like we just slurried over that section. Since in some of those locations, I think we did a complete grind and overlay. So you can't tell today as easily what happened, but you can go back at historic street views and sort of see what happened there. And I don't know that we put thermoplastic down, which is the thicker paint with those green lanes, so that would be easier to slurry over.
Right.
The thermo, if you slurry over that, you still kind of see the where the old paint was.
Whatever Rob Dayton had in his cover at the time, right? What, and you mentioned that a slurry, normally asked, when you do a grinding slurry, it's like, it's 5 to 7 years. And about that. So it'd be something I had to maintain. So I was just thinking about the likelihood of, even if we said go on the master plan, when we could actually get to the point between the engineering, final approvals, and then the financing, we would still be in a position where the street would need some maintenance between then and the time we actually executed a master plan. Would that be correct? Because I know we're going to change materials if that's approved.
Yeah, Mayor Rouse, that's correct. We're very preliminary right now with the master plan. I think it's a extremely high priority project. If we get the green light to go forward, or in August, we're going to do everything we can to accelerate that. But even, the most optimistic, it's still probably 2+ years.
Green's the operative color because that's also money. What, as far as the master plan, we talked about the expense of these interim things if we were to open the street. But if we were to do the master plan or get ready for the master plan, and my point is, I don't think what we're thinking about would preclude the master plan. To do the master plan, you're going to have to get rid of the pedlets anyway, right? To do the master plan, all of the street furniture has to come off to do the master plan. The stuff, whatever parklets and whatnot are left. Is that correct?
Yeah, Mayor Rouse. First off, I just want to touch on Brian's earlier point about the 5 to 7 years. I would note that if there's not vehicle traffic on the roadway wears a lot more slowly.
Sure.
But as to the master plan and having to pull it all up, when we construct the master plan, again, based on the design that we're seeing and the different surface treatments, we're going to have to pull everything up at that point. So,
Correct.
it's, that's more going to be a clean slate situation when we start with that. So whether we, decide to revert the road today, or whether we decide to keep it the way that it is today, no matter what, ultimately the cost is going to be the same in terms of the demo.
And I'm a little curious because that the conversation was happening where the extension of Title 31 will allow us to do different configurations, do different things, different patterns and whatnot. But those are things a few of us have been asking for a few years, and we've done none of them. And that's it's kind of hard to listen to. Rebecca had a plan, Rebecca Bjork when she was here, Eric Freeman had a plan, Ms. McAdoo had a plan. And we did none of them, and so I'm kind of curious why all of a sudden we think we're going to do these experimental configurations when we haven't done them before. And then, particularly if you're thinking, it's okay, we're going to do the master plan. So to me, I don't see a future of doing other configurations between now and then, given everything equal. So I'm just kind of curious about why now we could do those things and we've kind of resisted them before. I mean, that may just be a rhetorical question, so you might be able to answer that.
Council members, I think I'll just briefly answer it. I mean, some of the items that Ms. Clark walked through in the presentation were items that were part of the short-term action plan that came before you in September 2024, and that you requested us go through. We've completed, I believe, almost all, with the exception of the master plan on that list. Now, there were a variety of action plan items within each section, and there are different projects that we could do on the street moving forward. I think we would need further direction from council on what projects you would like to see move forward if we were to extend Title 31, as well as what funding source we should be pulling from.
There's just been so much resistance from the dais to do that. I mean, I'm not pointing this out staff, you guys have done what you can do with what you had. But I'm just thinking about that big picture, thinking about the black canvas that we supposedly were going to draw on and we did not. And there's a number of very serious suggestions. So it's a little hard to sit there and go, oh, we're going to do this and do that and then this. And then I also see, like I say, the expense being something that is going to play into what we've got anyway.
Yeah, Mayor Rouse, to your point, and it's a point well taken, but I do want to remind the council that we have brought proposals for an assortment of different configurations of reopening, including one-way streets, including opening blocks above the 1,000 block, and including all manner of things. And every time this council has voted to not move forward with those.
No, I think I recognize that, yes.
We can do things, but we've received direction not to.
Well, that's why, I say, that's why this conversation is hard, because we've just got a history. And when there's 6 years where we could have been doing a lot of these things and we haven't done them. So that's been hard. Ms. Snedden, any comment, question, or
comments,
whatever you want to do. Have at it.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I will agree. The perception of indecision has prevented us from fully blossoming. I think that perception that we haven't been consistently moving forward on a vision, even when it wasn't fully articulated, has held us back on many fronts. And I did have a conversation with Sharon Rich this weekend, and she wasn't able to public comment, but most of my comments are sort of directly from that conversation with her. So I just wanted to sort of credit her and call back to that. But she reminded me that before the pandemic, the AIA convened charrettes, and she was on Team 8 and many other architects who now are not as supportive of this plan as much were also on that team. And the charrettes really gave the community the freedom and the invitation to vision, to really think big about what things could be. And some of the designs were really wild and some more conservative, but it was from those charrette designs that I know myself, and actually initially Cass Ensberg, Anthony Grumbine, and I'm sure, we see this all very differently right now, but the initial impetus to be thinking about this was before the pandemic, and was, let's not leave these AIA charrettes documents on the shelf. Let's bring them forward. And she reminded me, and this is from her, and this is why I wanted to particularly credit her, she was on that team. And she was saying that a pedestrian-centered, vibrant downtown is where people want to be, and that vision that was coming forward in the charrettes was before the pandemic, and it came from stakeholders, community members. It was something that's been in the ether for a long time with people who care about the future. And then she did mention that nobody asks for an earthquake or a pandemic, but that major shifts in how we assess how we live together, how we are in community together. This city has been through these types of shifts before, and that there's an element of forward motion after things like this that happen. And I really thought that was a good analogy. So, when the catalyst, I guess, of the pandemic happened, nobody wanted that. And it's a really good sign of what it means to help activate businesses, that's what saved so many businesses, was closing the street and having the outdoor dining. It brought people outdoors again. It was a reason to leave our homes. And with that, we've been trying new things, but we've been held back by this perception of indecision. And this is me now saying, I know there were plans to have large trees in partnership with the Botanic Garden in the center of the road. That doesn't happen because there's always this idea that, everything's going to be torn up, or we're going to go backwards, or we're not going to actually commit to this. And I think it has prevented the true blossom, and I actually think it prevented us from really thinking with the master plan of all it could be. We really got committed to that there had to be a lane of cars, or had to be a certain way. So I would really like to move beyond this perception of indecision. We have consistently moved forward on these ideas for 6 years, really, and it isn't always easy for everyone. We're not all in complete agreement, but that idea of collaborating together is not going to happen while we still think it's always on the table, open, close, that we really need to make this difficult decision so that that collaboration can happen and move forward. Friends of State, I did not realize existed from before the pandemic, and has grown in support because people are so committed to making this be better. So there's been philanthropic support has materialized. The Botanic Gardens has been very involved. We've been moving forward with the concepts of ecological framework and biodiversity. Volunteers have been showing up. We have the Film Center, the Music Academy, UCSB, Westmont, Yardie have all come downtown, are coming downtown since this time. We also have Moxie in downtown, and maybe it's not because of the closure, but since the closure, things are about to really happen. And I think we owe it to ourselves to see the full blossom, to let it happen. The historic structures are still there. We have a deeply historic downtown. It's really just the streetscape around it, but the structures are there. And I think this is just not a time to go back. So moving forward and to keep moving in the direction of the master plan, I have a few asks that I think would be really important. The historic preservation leadership has to be integrated. HLC has to be integrated. When or if we renew and extend Title 31, I think we need to be very honest that it is because we are making the transition, hoping to make the bridge transition away from the temporary and toward the master plan. And I don't think it's fair to HLC to keep telling them this is temporary, when I think extending this is really a commitment to, we want to move in a direction, and we can see the direction now. So HLC in everything, even pilot projects, I think they need to have more discretion there. I would really like to evaluate the Granada, I shouldn't tie it to the Granada Theater, that blocks one lane opening. It was supposed to be a pilot to see if it worked. I think it seriously needs to be evaluated. From my perspective, it's not working. It's not as safe. People are parking there who aren't actually just dropping people off. They're on the wrong side of the road. People don't understand, is this the part where it turns into a promenade or not? So I really think that needs genuine evaluation. We have to address the dangerous and reckless bike riding immediately. I think the entire thing is in jeopardy if we cannot get this in hand and immediately. I think we would all agree with that. The community agrees with that. There are a lot of people who that is the reason that they're no longer interacting with the street in downtown. I know we've all shared stories. It's entirely unacceptable, and not just for the danger posed to other people trying to enjoy the street, but it's a danger to themselves. I mean, these are kids who are putting themselves at great risk, and everyone around them too, not just kids. If and when we extend this, I think this will let us really invest in transit that works. If it's a pedestrian center downtown, we need reliable, high-capacity, frequent transit with more frequent service. Has to be accessible. The little shuttles are fantastic. Love them. Moving into a bridge period of time, that is not enough. We need a trolley. We need it regular. We need it every day. We need to commit to that. And this is the type of thing that I think we're not really committing to because the perception of indecision. I also think that, we could bring pedicabs back. I think that would slow down the faster bikes. They're meandering their way. I think that could be helpful. But the transit in a pedestrian-centered downtown, it's essential infrastructure. Accessibility has to be non-negotiable. Again, this temporary status, not addressing it. This is if this is extended, we are moving into a new era of bridge era, and it wasn't acceptable before. It's just not acceptable for accessibility not to be everywhere. Public safety, other things to address, the food trucks, the bikes, these things. Parades, I don't see any reason that we can't bring back now solstice, holiday parades, 4th of July. If we're moving into the bridge time, I think, again, that's the time to let us plan for that in this interim and make it immediate. I think we've all expressed an interest in that. We can have benches, we can have trees, we can have fun, we can have programming, we can have more art. And a word about the economics. The rebound where we are now is without the news press, and that was like a critical mass of people who were spending time downtown. This is without Macy's operating. This is without Nordstrom operating, and we've still managed to be okay. And I think that's a really important point, that we are okay even with the loss of those, and that's all coming back. And I just think we need to plan for that. So let's move forward. I just would love to move forward, extend Title 31. Let's commit to what we're doing, and just let's go. Get it going.
Mr. Jordan?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Everything she said. So there. You're welcome. I have a little rougher take on it, though. So best quote tonight from Robin Elander. I will give you that one. And that is the same problem that I think you just heard explained, and that's extending or expiring Title 31 is not a plan. there's no plan there. The same thing happens tomorrow that we were doing today, whatever, or happens 5 years ago is tomorrow, or what we were doing today is tomorrow. And the big disconnect here is losing the narrative with the public, because we're still not doing what the plan says, maybe because we haven't adopted the plan, but maybe we need to do that. And that's that all activities should align with the master plan goals and concepts. So just as Mr. Friedman said, the master plan does not make the street car-free. The master plan also does not make the street always pedestrian. The master plan clearly shows bikes, cars, and pedestrians on the street at some time. The devil in the details is, when is that? Somehow I think the message got twisted when we had our last look at the master plan on that 10 o'clock at night till 8 o'clock in the morning, and you saw a couple people up here going, oh, no, we can't have that. Well, it wasn't because we wanted to keep cars away from State Street. It was because cars need to be on State Street at certain times, and they certainly wasn't just 10 o'clock at night till 8 o'clock in the morning. I think the menu of when cars and pedestrians and bicycles will be out on the street together or separately is a really complicated thing. Depends upon the day, the time of day, the season, what's going on. We need to get to that. We need to get to that type of minutia as quickly as possible and resolve it. So I think we need to extend it, but I got a whole list of things to work on as revisions to Title 31. So I'll just go through those. And I think it's really important right now for council to hold staff to deliverables and a clear timeline. This just tends to just keep going and going, and we lose the narrative, and the discussion out in the community becomes binary. It's this or that, and it's not whatever else is in between that nobody's willing to talk about. So I think before you have the resources to make capital improvements to the street, you need to work on now transitioning the street to the look and feel of the eventual master plan. Even if you don't have the permanent installed bollards or whatever that's going to look at, we need to be moving in a direction of that's either going to be one lane going north, 2 lanes going everywhere, where are the bikes going to go. We need to start putting that look and feel on the street as soon as possible. And then we need to develop now an interim ability to open and close the street wherever we want to, as often as we want to. And then we need to develop a master schedule for what that's going to look like, where the tension points are, where we need to have it closed, where the delivery times, where we need to have it open. When is the street a vast wasteland of nobody, and why would the street be closed then to vehicles? When is the street got lunch goers and afternoon shoppers out there, and why would we allow a vehicle on it then? Is that a part of the street? Is that the entire street? What does that all look like? But somebody needs to sit down and work on those 3 things and get down into the weeds on them, or else we just continue to erode the narrative on what we're looking for. That plan that's on my desk that's going to come back to us, that is so aspirational and past my lifetime and out into the future. People are looking for something today to stay engaged and connected to this plan. And we can't just say, keep waiting, keep waiting, keep waiting. Everywhere I look, we are literally powerless to do things against e-bikes until somebody changes the legal California definition of e-bikes and says that they're not to be treated like a vehicle. If we're going to have a street, we have to allow an e-bike on there. But I agree with Councilmember Sneddon. If there's like one thing that rises to the top of a actual problem or a perceptual problem, or even a perceptual problem of somebody who hasn't been on State Street for a year, it's e-bikes. And there needs, if it has to be a targeted enforcement thing for a different day every week for a month or 2 months or 3 months. That's what we have to be able to bite the bullet and do and get the message across that the behavior of e-bike riders in general that terrorize the downtown streets can't be tolerated and won't be tolerated. Again, you don't do that, we just continue to erode the narrative and we lose control of this process going forward. As long as you're linking the removal of pedlets and the removal of sidewalk dining in the 500 block, I will vote whatever it is the opposite of that, okay? So if opening the street on the 500 block to vehicles means that the alternate sidewalk would go away and the gains we've made there in having sidewalk dining will go away, I will find the opposite vote and not support that. The look and feel of that street, walking in the middle of the street and looking at the facades of the buildings with the dining out in front of that, if you brought a stranger to Santa Barbara for the first time, they would think that it's been there for 100 years, and it's the best looking thing ever. To lose that would be just unconscionable. We need to resolve the parades now, clearly and publicly. All that's happening out there is people hear a wisp of, oh, it's the holiday one, it's not this one, or where's Fiesta, or whatever. I mean, I know what I've heard internally, and it's not being said publicly yet, but we need to resolve it, own it, and publicize it so that everybody knows going forward what's taking place. I think we need to keep in a position where we're on the precipice of falling into these improvements that are going to happen. We're still just like teasing ourselves on, look where we're going, and then we just okay, 6 months later, we're still like, oh yeah, look where we're going. We need to fall off the cliff and get going on this. You had my list: Film Festival, Music Academy, UCSB State, Sotara, Nordstrom's project, Macy's projects, Westmont. I'd even had the addition a block off state of the John Price Haley project that is all UCSB faculty and staff too. Total new dynamics in the work, and by a body of work, a huge stamp of a confirmation of where we're going by the investment community and our local partners in the community. That just speaks volumes to me. So, oh, one more thing on my list, down at the bottom, sorry. The cross street intersections. We need, I've said this before, I just did a police ride-along on Saturday evening, and we did, when we had nothing else to do, amazingly, on a Saturday night, we did an entire crisscross from Carrillo all the way down to Haley and Gutierrez, just back and forth, the block. And every intersection at 8:30 at night has vehicles parked in the red, parked in the handicap, right up to the planters. You could, if you're in a car driving on a cross street, you will not see somebody running that red light on a bike and that type of thing. I was shocked to find out that nights and all of weekends, we did not have parking enforcement staff out. Again, so, sorry, I'm shocked. So I'm ready to take a ticket book and volunteer. Literally, I would do that for a living and not even ask for a percentage. But again, when you're talking about things that frame a negative connotation to where we're trying to be going, with e-bikes, that is out of control in those intersections also too. People abusing that, and it's unsafe. We need to start looking at where you're going to put the ADA parking on the corners to facilitate people who could get dropped off in loading zones or ADA and park and be able to walk in just a half a block either direction. You're going to have to start looking at losing parking spaces on the street to accommodate that. You're going to have to look at where are the delivery trucks and the FedEx trucks going to park in loading zones on the street too. I guarantee you today at 2 o'clock, maybe 1 o'clock, I could have walked right out here and the entire street of the end of De La Guerra Plaza would have been blocked by farmers market trucks with nobody in the truck. They're just queued up there and then they walk up to get a Slurpee or something, okay? and why we allow that to happen, waiting for an incident when we have a need to get first responders onto a street, and it's clearly a red mark zone, why we allow that to happen and hope that we're not damaging our master plan problem and the goodwill we're trying to build to support that, I have no idea. It seems like such a simple fix again to solve. That's my list. I'll throw the last thing out there, which everybody will cringe at. I just really think, I think you need some, generally, you need some people who are listening to people out on the street, who are walking on the street, who aren't normal staff to participate in this. And you might want to think about an ad hoc group from council to help you with this, to keep bouncing things again. I'm reveling in the, I'm just reveling in the great success of Paseo Nuevo, so I'll ring that bell. But it's just, I think we hear from people that don't have time to find staff and contact them when staff is working, because frickin' Bob Stout will call me any time or the day of night and give me an opinion, or so will Aaron Ashland, okay? And I think we need to be able to move with those suggestions and integrate them or not into the process, not through the normal channels that staff would daily use in their work. So that's my list. I think I did it all in one breath, but thanks.
Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, it's 9 o'clock at night, so I'm going to try to be extremely brief. I think I can, because my colleagues actually have articulated, to the extent I have a list, and I do, everything on it was mentioned by my colleagues who've previously spoken. So I second all of those concerns and issues that need to be addressed. But I will say, as to the question before us tonight, and maybe it's sort of the lawyer in me, I see it as a really limited question, actually. Extending Title 31 gives us the flexibility to go forward and answer these questions. To do otherwise is to totally foreclose any opportunity to get creative, to answer these big questions, to really enact the generational vision that I know we all share, even those of us who have disagreement about what maybe some of the hyper specifics of the street should look like. We do have that shared heart and vision for our downtown. Title 31 is the mechanism that we can go forward and do that work. So I fully support extending it. I will say, just lastly, and I said I will be brief, so I will be, just to close, I do continue to have some real concern and confusion about when we will have those conversations. I don't know if it comes through a workshop, and we're all talking about the master plan. The master plan speaks at a different level. And so when that comes back in August, I don't know that that will be the forum that we get into this nitty-gritty either. And so I had hoped that when we have the interim conversation, and Ms. McAdoo, I'll then turn it over to you, but that's when we'll start talking about these specifics, to Councilmember Jordan's point. So I hope.
And I think Councilmember Harmon, we had this, as staff, had the same debate. We're like, do we do it as part of this conversation? And then we all kind of stepped back and said there's a more fundamental question, which is, do we extend Title 31 or not? And that is the question. And then, depending on that answer, then we schedule a follow-up conversation with council that includes, what do we do now? So if it was to go back to the prior street configuration, there's a separate council action that would have done that. If it's to extend Title 31, now we come back and say, okay, how do we give HLC purview back? How do we do, what does this look like in practice as we're working towards the master plan? And so I would probably suggest, I mean, we'll talk more internally. I don't know that it's the day that we adopt the master plan and extend Title 31. I think it's like a week or two after that, where then it's like, now let's dig in, let's get going.
Yeah, I'm all in. A workshop, the opportunity to have that conversation, I agree, likely separate from the master plan. Again, the master plan is a long-term vision to implement. These are urgent questions that need to be answered now. With that said, though, yes, it is important to provide that direction on that specific question, and I will support extending Title 31. Thank you.
Mr. Friedman.
Thank you. Wow, what a long discussion that we've all been to. I know we're tired, so you're going to hear me speak, so you're going to be exhausted by the time we're all done. Just kidding. So first, what I appreciate is on both sides of the debate. It's not even both sides. It's everybody coming together tonight, and everyone's saying that they care about State Street, and it shows no matter where you are on the specific issues. So we do need the community to come together and get beyond the cars and no cars and start focusing on what the future is. So for me, where I'm struggling with is the flexibility that we're talking about, and there's a lot to like about what my colleagues all said, but the flexibility that comes with the master plan and addressing some of the needs of the businesses that are further up State Street comes with the ability at times, especially during slower times of the year, to have that circulation change. And for me, voting today without knowing what the majority of the council is going to do with the actual vote on the master plan, it's premature for me. That's why I won't be able to support that tonight, because it's a different conversation on the types of flexibilities that we have. If it's absolutely at no time would you have vehicles on there. Not that I want to go back to vehicles, I'll talk that in a second. But it's a different conversation relating to many of the businesses. And so I've talked with a lot of the businesses in the, let's just call it from the 800, 900 up. One today, Mr. Yates spoke today, and I've talked with him, Ace Rivington, Lilac, Opal, Bouchon, Good Lion. All those are established businesses. Some are restaurants, some are retail, there's others as well. And they are all struggling. They're all telling me that they are struggling. And they, almost to a T, all said that they are concerned that in the time that it takes for the interim plan, the interim solutions to come in and we get to the master plan, that they won't be around to witness that. And these are established businesses, and that's the concern on a potential lack of flexibility that I'm concerned with. And it's not about cars or no cars. It's just what do we do in that interim bridge to improve circulation, improve getting people from the beach. And they're worried that if we just keep doing the same thing that we're doing, that's going to be the end of their businesses that they've invested, some of them decades in there. So I just want to make that clear. And there are the two issues. And so one of the things that comes down to is whether or not people feel heard and they're part of the discussion. And from what they're telling me is they don't feel heard throughout this whole process. They feel ignored. And the danger in that is that they just either don't participate anymore because they feel their government's not listening to the valid concerns that they have, or they try to undermine it because that's their last opportunity to do so, and that's counterproductive. So to the extent that as we go forward, we can fast track some of these flexibility processes and really reach out to those businesses, have our staff talk with them one-on-one. I can give you a list of names to talk with them. I'm happy to set those up. Because when I talk with them one-on-one, it's a different type of conversation, and we really get into depth. And almost all of them support the master plan and moving it forward. And they want to get there. It's just they want to be there when we get there, and they're not. And they are really concerned that they're not going to be there when we get there. And that's what I'm hearing from them. And then, so for example, we all need to come together in some way. And when we talk about compromises, it's not just go along to get along. And when you talk about compromise, especially governing, it's if everyone gives a little, everyone gets a lot. And so that's where, if you look back about 3 years ago when staff had presented, and I had done some research too on the proposal to reopen from north of Carrillo or Canon Perdido for those other intersections. That's where we lost a lot of them because it wasn't the full reopening like they had wanted, but they felt that we were at least listening and changing the circulation and meeting their needs. And that was a real missed opportunity. That's what I'm hearing from them at that time. And so now it's entrenched into trying to reopen the whole thing. So I just want to get that out there. It's also important that as we go forward, this is my concerns with how this whole thing has come about with the master plan, is that you have a methodical approach to master plan. And for me, what I learned, I reached out to Boulder, Colorado a few years back, and what they had told me was there's a whole approach to it, which is you have to have a plan, you have to fund the plan, and you have to build it, and then you close it. And they raised an issue that any closure longer than 4 blocks without having that in place, it becomes very difficult to manage, it becomes very difficult for programming, and it becomes very difficult for public safety in most places if you're longer than 4 blocks. And they're one of the most successful. So this time I said, well, I got challenged on that by some of you that spoke today, and I appreciate being challenged because it's important that any ideas I present and then others present, that we have an open dialogue on that. So I reached out to Burlington, Vermont Church Street Marketplace, which is also one of the most successful closed streets in the United States. And just for a quick background, the Church Street Marketplace is listed on the National Register of Historic Places and has been designated as one of America's great public spaces by the American Planning Association. So there is great opportunity here because Santa Barbara, we fit right in there if we get this right and we bring the community along. And if Burlington, Vermont can do it, we could do it. But here's what Burlington, Vermont told me, and it was strikingly similar to what Boulder, Colorado told me, and they both came in around the same time. They both had their plans, their funding, their property owner buy-in, their business buy-in, and they both came online. And Burlington was 1981, and Boulder was a few years before that. So all in that same. And Burlington even had support of their U.S. Senator Patrick Leahy at the time. But what they told me again is if you go longer than 4 blocks, the logistics of managing the street grow exponentially. And the programming, the longer you make it, the less impactful it is to the social fabric and businesses you're trying to help. And and here's another part that we need to work on as we go forward with our plan, that they said is essential, and if you go on their website, it is a key too, is they have a well-funded management program for their promenade. So for us in State Street, we can't just rely on the infrastructure needs because it's going to be so unique. We're going, in my thoughts on this, is we would need to have some type of additional management. And for them, in Burlington, it works like an enterprise fund where it's funded by fees and taxes and high-quality management. But it's important for them because it's not general fund, and they're able to do many things, such as marketing, business liaisons for recruitment and attention to businesses, dedicated maintenance workers 365 days a year. So that's another aspect that we haven't really talked about in the plan going forward, is the type of management and maybe that type of management. And the last thing about that is they told me that it is open to cars every single day from 7 to 10:30 for businesses as a necessity. So again, that gets back to my earlier is I have a concern that if we just don't open up to cars 24/7, 365, we lose that support for businesses that are on State Street. In the interim, again, not the long-term plan. So again, I just encourage anyone to reach out to Boulder and Burlington. They're very accessible. And then for public safety, one of the issues that I want to understand more as we go forward is the issue of the response times, because I read in the reports, it's over a minute in some cases for medical or fire to respond. Believe me, I know from experience, every second counts. If we're having a fire, which we've had, if we're a minute later because of a fire in downtown, that could have drastic impacts. So as we're talking about all these, we need to make sure we're addressing the public safety aspects of it. And so where I've come out on this is that, I supported moving the master plan forward. It is important that we move towards something and seize the opportunity. And within that, there needs in the interim until we can get to somewhere, and I did again talk with Richard Yates on this, and I appreciate him coming forward because we haven't been on the parklet side in the past for not complete parklets, but we've always respected each other, and and I appreciate the conversations that I had with him, for those businesses that are further up, is we need to find a way to improve the circulation. And I don't know how to do that, but the business as usual is not going to come in. So, but I do ultimately support the plan. A lot of them do. There's incredible value in a pedestrian outdoor experience. That can't be denied. You look at it on Library Plaza, that's right off of there. It's great. You look at it in the 500 block. I think Aaron Ashland's a great champion of that. And we would be remiss if we ignore what's going on in the 500 block. So, but we need to translate that further up. And we also need to really get a hold of the construction, the planning, and ongoing management and marketing on there. Trying to skip a bunch of this stuff. So the other aspect is accessibility for those who aren't able to go up State Street or whatnot for whatever limitations. And the current shuttles that we have, the golf carts, they're just not meeting the bar for that. It's an accessibility issue, and we need to find a way to do that. And it is concerning that there isn't really funding to improve that, and that is a huge issue for me. So, and the last thing I'll just say, just in terms of, in general, is when we look at, for those businesses and what they were telling is the sales are stagnant in terms of sales tax. When you look at the sales tax for 2019 and today, it's relatively the same. The 500 block is actually doing better between 2019 and the fourth quarter of 2025, but as you go further up, it kind of diminishes and we're at the same level. So we need to really look at economically how we can expand the pie. And my preference would be to make the decision after we vote on the master plan on the same, but I'm probably gonna get outvoted, that's fine. But I would like to include some type of direction for fully restoring the HLC, their purview in this discussion, and make it consistent with the city charter. And the other is on the e-bikes. I've had conversations in the past, and the chief has talked about it. It's not just, we can't just put it on the police because that's temporary. We need to figure out a way. So I would even be open to having just some type of temporary, until we could figure things out after we adopt the master plan, of restricting e-vehicles, bikes or scooters or whatever, on State Street until we can figure out an appropriate way to regulate them so we can allow them, if we need to make some types of improvements with the flexibility, and then allow them to come in, and we have the adequate resources for enforcement. Because if we don't get a handle on that right away, that's something that diminishes what we're trying to achieve down there. So that's where I'm at, and I appreciate everyone's comments, and I really hope that we can have some conversations with those businesses that are really worried about their future that are further up State Street. Thank you.
Santa Maria.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. Thank you so much to my colleagues. You've all done a lot of the heavy lifting on all of the comments I was going to make. I will keep it brief with, I'm going to repeat back some comments that I heard from the public in emails, but also today, of some of the interim actions that folks are looking for. So before I get into all that, I'm often grappling with the e-bike issue, and I mean, the e-bike issue is an issue beyond State Street. I mean, there's reports of them driving recklessly on the Eastside and in other parts of town. I mean, it is most certainly not a State Street only problem. But I'm thinking also through if we already feel like the downtown area is dangerous because there's e-bikes, just imagine introducing cars into the equation and pushing the e-bikes onto sidewalks. And I'm really thinking through the public safety aspect, right? And, you know, we're going to probably see more collisions, and I'm not seeing data that really makes the case for it to be a benefit, especially when it comes to public safety, to have cars introduced back into what is being described as a chaotic layout on State Street. I definitely have concerns about the costs that it would take to go back to its previous configuration. I mean, we just finished a budget discussion where we are all trying to be more fiscally responsible and trying to make sure that we are not spending money that we don't have on things we don't necessarily need. However, even if we keep the street closed to vehicles or to private vehicles, there are a number of issues that need to be addressed that, quite frankly, both sides have raised in one way or another. So I'll just get right into it. There was a comment on the need for signage along State Street to inform and direct folks to the arts and crafts show on Cabrillo. I'm very much for that. I want to make sure that the folks that are, especially in our waterfront, but also coming in from the more inland parts of town, for them to be able to be directed to those, to that arts and crafts show when it happens. Because I have been hearing from them that they are seeing a decline in sales. And so I'm hearing a lot about, and I think my colleagues mentioned this before, but I'm hearing a lot about the issue of accessibility, in particular for seniors and for those who are mobility impaired. I think one of my colleagues mentioned this also, but the loop as it stands now, I love it, don't get me wrong, love the loop, and I love that I love that it's free and accessible, but unfortunately it's not accessible enough. If we could look at expanding the days or hours, and also really looking at perhaps an alternate option that would be more conducive to folks who need wheelchairs, who need something that's more ADA accessible. Because I hear time and time again, that is the one issue with the loop. And of course, it's not running every day. And quite honestly, if we're looking for funds to either return cars to State Street or something else, I would much rather look for funds to improve accessibility, to improve the visibility for businesses, even without cars. I do think that it is possible for us to increase the visibility for some of these businesses that are more on the upper part of the closed promenade. And it may not necessarily be from cars. I mean, a lot of the folks that are not business owners who really want to cruise down State Street, they want to cruise down State Street. They don't want to stop. They're saying, I want to be able to drive all the way through. And that's a fair point. I understand the nostalgia of it. But I'm really trying to figure out how can we bring more visibility and access to those businesses. It's not guaranteed that it would happen with cars. And right now, some of these businesses are missing that accessibility, or excuse me, a lot of our residents are missing that accessibility because the loop is not fully fulfilling that need. So really just want to make sure that accessibility is front and center. I've heard multiple comments about, bringing the parades back to State Street. If I remember correctly, my colleagues and I have just recently voted to bring back the Solstice Parade and the downtown holiday parade. Shout out to DSBIA for working on that. And it is possible to have these parades. It is possible to drive the, what would we say? God, it's such a long night. I'm like, my brain's fried. But to really be able to drive locals and tourists alike to these businesses. It's possible. It may not necessarily be with cars. But I'm really just seeing this as Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon said, I want us to move forward. If we are going to be implementing interim solutions, let them be towards the direction of the master plan that so many have put so much work and time into. So I'll leave it at that. We're all exhausted. I would be happy to make the motion to direct staff to maintain the State Street Promenade until the master plan is implemented and return to council to reauthorize Title 31.
Mr. Gutierrez? Okay, well,
Okay,
did
all
fine.
right.
She's not even here. Go ahead, Oscar.
All right. Thanks, everybody, for all the messages and the meetings about this issue. I want to let these business owners know that I hear you, that you're struggling, and I'm willing to help. In my past life before politics, I was in media, so if you're struggling, let's meet and let's see if I could help you with your business. There's definitely this dichotomy going on inside of me about trying to do the will of the people, but also trying to help the businesses because they're not the same. And if you think they are, then don't run for office, I'm telling you right now, because they're not. So there is a bit of balance in trying to figure out how to comply with that. Some of these business owners, if you just go off of the tone and the way they spoke, it doesn't sound like they like living here. And I think that kind of projects onto their business, to be honest. To say that the streets are dirty, but then to follow that up by saying nobody comes here, you can't have one without the other. The reason it's dirty is because people are going there. Like, where do you think the trash is coming from? Think birds are dropping it? No, it's because a lot of people are going there, and that's what happens when you have a heavily trafficked area. You get dirt, you get trash. So you're kind of like completely disavowing your own argument with that one. The other thing is, it was funny, the other day I was talking to somebody and they were saying, you know, there's not enough police enforcement or police presence on State Street. And at that exact moment, 3 bicycle cops rode by. And I was like, well, there goes that argument. I've personally seen them getting, e-bike riders that are acting inappropriately. I've seen motorcycle cops stopping e-bike riders and confronting them. I myself have started to confront them. I'm officially in my 40s because I tell them to get off their bikes and to get off the sidewalk and to wear their helmets. And I tell them that, you know, they're making us e-bike riders look bad, because I do ride my e-bike, and I rode it before the pandemic. I rode it during the pandemic, and I'm riding it now. And I've seen it. I've seen the evolution of it. But I 100% agree that we need to enforce it more, because I don't want them to make me look bad, and I don't want them to ruin this amazing opportunity that we have before us. So my only 2 asks are to invest in the retractable bollards along State Street and to redirect the traffic on Gutierrez and Haley Streets so that there are 2 ways again. Those are my only 2 asks. If I was going to vote on something definitive, it would be that and nothing else. So I will also be supporting the motion. Thank you.
All righty. Well, it's getting late, but I, with all due respect to my colleagues, the idea of another workshop, another ad hoc committee, just about maybe fall over. What have we been doing all these years? Title 31's been enforced for 5 years, and now all of a sudden it's going to let us do all those experiments. It's not staff, it's us. Staff has been just waiting for us to give them the marching orders, and we just keep making them crazier and crazier. So the basic thing is really hard about this is we're talking about aesthetics, we're talking about feelings. It's a business district. State Street is a street, and it runs through a business district. Matter of fact, the central business district. As a matter of fact, it's our main street. It changed initially, temporarily for COVID, and we've held on to it like a cat on a curtain, trying to just keep it closed, whatever way we can, whatever excuse we can do. And we've been fighting this the entire time. Now, Mr. Jordan actually came up with something that was darn close to a good idea. And that was when he was talking about his conversation with Richard Yates about one-way traffic. You could actually do the master plan the way it's drawn up if you had and have one-way traffic with bike lanes. You could do it with the configuration that's been drawn up. We could have that. We don't have to worry about open and clean. Just have it all together. Bikes became a problem, and Mr. Jordan remember this because he was quoted on this one, but bikes became a problem the day we closed the street, the day we stopped with pedestrian flashers in the mid-blocks. You could not get going more than 13 or 14 miles an hour, whatever you tried on State Street back then, because of all the pedestrian traffic and all the flashers and all the closures going on. It wasn't what you got on to go to get somewhere. It's where you went to see the street and where to orient yourself, where the shops were and whatnot. It functioned as a main street. It had its ups and downs. I get that. It was soft right before COVID. You've heard me say it before. My best year in business ever out of the 38 years was 2015. You know, this wasn't this long-term down cycle. There's up and down cycles. That's called business. But I can show you right now, I've got all the stats from 2019 to today in terms of property values, rents, sales tax, and all that. It's not a good trend. And it doesn't take a lot of studies. It doesn't take another consultant. Just go for a walk. It's not happening out there. But it can happen. We can turn this out to be something positive, but we equivocate, and we've done nothing for all these years since it's been closed. This is our 7th summer coming up, 7 summers since we've had a fiesta parade or anything on State Street, and we're feeling it. And we're feeling it in the town spirit as well. And that's something that really does count. That really does matter. The ideal of a promenade sounds wonderful, a bucolic stroll without cars. I'm not a big car fan myself, frankly. But it's never been a promenade. I'll quote that because Dave Davis, my friend, said that. He was the head of he ran the chair of the State Street Advisory Committee. Because on the last meeting, he said, you know, we've only had a promenade in name only. We've never really had one. We've got a sidewalk that's where people walk, and we've got a street where bikes rule nowadays. And at that time also, before the pandemic, downtown was El Pueblo Viejo was closed to skateboards, especially we didn't get the power skateboards that much. The monowheel things, whatever they call those, it was strictly bikes and cars and then people on the sidewalk walking. The first charrette we had that Ms. Sneddon talked to, I helped form that with Brian Cornell, and it was about developing housing downtown. And we got all the architects in town. It was huge. They spent an entire Saturday drawing, well, it's Anthony Grumbine, so he's watercoloring and beautiful pictures. But it was about trying to figure out if we could have housing downtown. We had the Tobes group down there seeing if the numbers worked. And it was about designing it downtown. And it talked about some block closures and making some parks. But the one thing is you have here, and it says here from the Rick Caruso letter I've got, we're out of scale. The storefronts are too far apart. Why does Farmers Market not want to just use the street that was closed already? They wanted to have that little cross street on Carrillo and State Street. Why? It's hard to circulate. Nobody does that long of a closed mall and block. We'd be the longest in the country. We'd have that distinction. Nowadays, because the old ones have all closed. So it's important to realize where we're at. Right now, we have the opportunity to go forward and do something. I mean, we can clean up, we can reset, we can try all this stuff. The $700,000, I just got an offer to cover it. We got somebody that will match up to $700,000 just to do this from private sector. So that's pretty crazy, but they're willing to do that because they really want to see something go on. You heard a lot of folks tonight, a lot of passion on both sides. But we keep forgetting that it's a downtown. It's a business district. It was the wellspring of sales tax at one time. It no longer is. The cross streets are hurting. The woman that did all the polls, you know, Colleen, I mean, she's on a cross street. And she was right across from the very first person who recognized that the circulation was gone, it was a problem, and that was Janine's. And you can't exactly think they're a poorly operated operation. They're just killing it down at the beach and everywhere else they've gone. So there's reasons for this stuff. So I don't know how you guys are going to vote. I don't even know we're even on topic anymore, to be honest with you. But I think that the time is now to go back, open up the street, clean up. The 500 block, I see it much different than Mike Jordan does. I don't see it as those plastic sidewalks is wonderful. And when I walked down them, as I did yesterday to kind of go reorient myself, I couldn't see the storefronts. I couldn't see the architecture. All the furniture and all the heaters and stuff are out front. It looks like everybody's getting their floors done at the same time. I mean, it just doesn't feel like a business street. It feels like the county fair. So if we can go back and clean up and reset and actually do some of the things that staff talked about that sounds like they've been ready to do, we can work our way towards the master plan. If the master plan says we're going to do all this stuff and have one-way traffic and bike lanes in there, that all fits in the plan that Stefanos put out. And we don't have to do daytime or nighttime traffic or this and that. We can have it all. But we have to get out of our stuck mode, and we are in a stuck mode. I think everybody up here has agreed on that. And so I would say, my thing would be to say, hey, let's go to item B, and let's reconfigure. Let's go ahead and accept this largesse from whoever this mystery donor is, and get it done, and then hit the reset. Work towards the master plan, but in a positive way that allows us to reset, get the street reopened, and get some vitality going again. And that would be my case. So I have on the floor currently a motion and a second. What was the motion again, Ms. Santa Maria?
Item 1. Actually, a quick comment to the motion, if I may. I'm excited about this donor that you mentioned. I don't know where you saw that,
It's
but
not a check
if
for
there are
you.
private donors that are willing to invest in the interim, then I would love to speak to those folks who are willing to invest, and let's appropriate that money into getting more visibility for these businesses to improve accessibility, expand the loop. You know,
These folks
like,
are offering
these are-
based on us opening the street back up. Trust me on that. I can guarantee you
Well,
that.
I would love to continue the conversation, but the motion is just item 1, direct staff to maintain State Street Promenade until the master plan is implemented and return to council to reauthorize
Do you have
Title
something in the
31.
motion, Mr. Gutierrez?
Well, I know who you're talking about because they messaged me as well, and I advised them to use that money to put the issue on the ballot if they cared that much about it. So I advise you to advise them the same.
Well, we could put it on the ballot a lot easier than citizens. Where you guys want to do that? I don't think so. Okay,
That's
you got a
why
motion on
they
the
got
floor.
the money to do it. They could do it.
Well,
Yeah, I guess it's technically not part of the agenda item, so I won't entertain that
okay.
further.
Madam Clerk, you have the motion.
May I ask who the seconder was?
Ms. Sneddon?
Very good. Motion by Councilmember Santa Maria, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon, to approve staff recommendation A, to direct staff to maintain the State Street Promenade until the master plan is implemented and return to council to reauthorize Title 31. Okay.
Yes, and then all the other comments of things with HLC and bikes, those are all inherent in the motion,
We've captured all of those, so I think the key is just getting the vote on the recommendation, and we've captured all of the comments.
All right, very good.
Okay.
If we're ready to vote, go ahead.
Ready for the vote? Go ahead, please.
Motion passes 5-2, Freeman, Rouse ascending. All right, very good. I would, okay, does anybody have to do a council member communication because we're going to be gone for a few weeks, if you may, if you'd like? Okay, Ms. Sneddon, there's always one
I
in the
just want to
crowd.
say the World Cup at the library was so fun. What a true community event. And I just wanted to acknowledge Wally.
Okay, that's fair enough. We're adjourned. See you guys.